How many times have you started learning to code only to get bored, distracted, and never finished? What if learning web development feels exactly like leveling up to your favorite video game? Well, this is one of the biggest video I have ever created on my channel. And in this 6 hours long video, we will be building a production ready Next.js 16 gamified learning platform which you can deploy it today and start turning beginners into legends. One level, one streak, and one achievement at a time. Let me show you the tech stack that we will be using for this video. So we will be using Next.js 16 app router with server components and routes. Next, we will be using React 19 and its enhanced action and use transition for the smooth user interface. After that, we will be using PostgreSQL with Drizzle ORM, and this is going to provide us the type safe database operation. After that, we will be using Clerk, and that will provide us a seamless authentication and the user management system. Next, we will be using the Google YouTube API, and this is going to allow us to automatically fetch the courses from the YouTube and then ingest them into our database. Next, we will be having the Shadcn UI and Tailwind CSS, and this is going to provide us the modern and the fast user interface. After that, we will be using the framework motion, and this is going to provide us the smooth animation into our application. And last, we will be using Vercel, that is going to give us a one-click production deployment. As we already know the tech stack that we will be using, next is let me show you the demo of the application that we are building. So this is our landing page of the platform where you will see that you learn by building. It's a modern web development hands-on project. You can earn achievements, you can compete with your friends, and you can level up your career. Here you will see that why you need to choose BuildSpace, how the platform works, then the testimonials, and you have the call to action. Let's click on get started for free. So here you need to create an account, and I'm going to provide the password. Now as soon as you log in, you will see this beautiful dashboard where you will have here on the header as hello Anna. Here you will see the current streak, you will see the XP points, you will see at what level Anna is, and you have your user button where you will have your profile and everything. You can click on the manage account and you can upload your profile picture. Alright, so you see that the picture is uploaded. I'm going to just click on the save, and here on the dashboard you have your total XP, how many courses are in progress, your current XP, and your today's goal. You will also see the recent activities, but we did not learn anything. We don't have any activities here. Next is the course part where you will see all the courses, and these are all the courses that are fetched from my YouTube channel, and I'm having all the playlists here. So you will see here everything. You can also make a search. Let's say we want to search for the Next.js, and let's click on this one of the course. Now here in this course, you will see that this is a Next.js tutorial for beginners. To get started, you need to first enroll to a course. Here you will also see we have an overview where you have the overview about the course, and here all the lessons that are available in this course. Let's enroll it. So you can enroll it here, and you see that as soon as we do it, we get enrolled, and here your progress starts. So we have completed 0 lessons of total 14 lessons. Here you will see the course duration, your lessons, and then you have all the total XP points and everything. Now to get started, what we will do is we are going to click on the first lesson, and here you can start watching your first lesson. So I'm going to click on the start. Welcome back to another video. So this is the first part of my Next.js series where you can also do a full screen, and once you have completed this lesson, I will just click on mark as complete, and as soon as you complete, you will see that your progress becomes 7% and one of the lesson is complete. Now you can also just mark here as complete. You see the progress becomes 14% and you have completed 2 of the lessons. Now this way you can complete all the lessons, and as soon as you complete the lessons, you will see that your XP points are also getting accumulated. Now if I go to the dashboard, then here you will see that these are your XP points. These are the total number of lessons that you have completed today, and you have this streak as 1, and one of the courses in progress. We can go and have another course. I will go to the Docker, and here I'm going to have my 2 courses. So I'm going to click here to enroll it, and I'm going to click here complete, and I'm going to complete this one as well. Now here you see that as soon as you complete the course, you will have 100%, and congratulations, you have earned your XP points. Here you will see that we have the total 910 XP points, and we also increase our level. Now our level has went from level 1 to level 4. Next I want to show you is the leaderboard. Here you will see that you are currently on a rank 4, and these are your total XP points. Here you will see that you have the other people who are Dipesh, they have their XP points, and here you will see that rankings that you have it based on the XP points. Now if we go to the achievements, here you will see that we have earned 1 badge, we have 4 badge which are logged, and we have completed 20% of it, and based on the badge which we have achieved, we have received 50 XP points. So here you will see the overall progress, and here you will see that you have the first steps, which is we have completed our first lesson, so we received 1 badge. If we go to the log 4, then you can have quick learner where you have 5 lessons you need to complete. You need to have 7 days streak, you need to complete your first course, and you need to join an organization. Now these all transactions are happening in a real time. As soon as you complete a course, your progress gets updated immediately, your leaderboards get updated immediately, your achievements get updated immediately. You can also go and log out yourself. So I will go here and I'm going to log out myself. Whether you are a beginner or a experienced developer who is looking for a killer portfolio project, or someone who just want to understand how gamification works, this project has everything that you need. You will find the timestamps in the description of the video so that you can jump to any topic directly. So if this sounds interesting, then stick around. Also, don't forget to subscribe the channel or press the bell icon so that you don't miss the videos like this one. So let's get started. Are you tired of slow websites, hidden fees, and support tickets that take days to get answer? Well, I want to introduce you to MivoCloud, the cloud you can trust. It provides high-performance cloud hosting with NVMe storage, global data centers, and fast technical support that actually answers. If you need speed, then you can just choose the NVMe VPS, which starts at just €6 per month. If you need flexibility, hourly plans with instant snapshots and virtual networks. If you need serious power, you can go for dedicated servers from €39 per month. And if you are just a beginner, then you can just choose the web hosting from €5 per month with unlimited domain and free SSL. Now let's talk about why MivoCloud is different. All the servers of MivoCloud include up to 40 gigabytes per second DDoS protection. You will get 24/7, 365 days fast technical support. Daily backups stored up to 30 days for a maximum business protection. Pay annually and get 2 months free on VPS, VDS or dedicated servers. MivoCloud also have global data centers in US, UK, Germany, France, Moldova, and Romania. You can run a speed test in every region and check for the transparency which you can count on. Let me show you their NVMe Cloud VPS. So you will get a beautiful dashboard where you can see all the live stats, the download, the uploads. You will also get the instance setup. You get free Windows trials, 2 months of free, nodes configuration, location test, and the RAID storage. You can see here all the pricing. Let's see how to order it. You can just click on the order now. And here you can see all the configurations that you will get with the purchase. Here on the checkout, you can just use the promo code Dipesh_Mivo, and then you get a 30% instant recurring discount. You can just click on checkout and you can just proceed with your order. You can find all the links related to the MivoCloud in the description of the video so that you can check it out later on. Alright guys, so before we jump to Visual Studio Code and start building our project, let me give you a quick overview of the project that we will be building in this video. So here you will see that we are going to build the Next.js gamified learning platform, and our application is already deployed on Vercel. You can see the URL as BuildSpace gamified learning.vercel.app. Now, the application will be a full stack application, so we will be having the backend part and the frontend part. In the backend part, we will be having our Next.js APIs. We will be writing all the APIs in the Next.js. Then we will be having the Clerk proxy. We'll be using the YouTube API to fetch the courses from the YouTube, and I will be doing it for my channel. After that, we will be using the Drizzle ORM, which is going to help us to connect with the database. On the front end side, we will be having the Next.js, where we will be building the components using React. Then we will be having the TanStack React query so that we can have a API integration. After that, we will be using the app router, which is going to allow us to create the pages based on the file structure. After that, we will be using the Shadcn UI components, and those components will help us to build our UI much faster with the out-of-the-box component. And last, we will be having the Clerk Auth, which is going to give us the sign in and the sign up pages for our application. and it's going to manage the authentication of our application throughout. Now we will be having the clerk here, which we are going to use it for the authentication part. Then we will be having the PostgreSQL as our database. Next, what we will see is we will be having all the modules for our project. So we will be having an auth module, then we will have our API routes module. We will be having our pages module, which contain all the pages, DB, which is having the schemas and the database part. After that, we will be having all our components, which are the reusable components and Shadcn UI components. Then we will be having the data part, which is going to be a static data, which we will be using in our application. Next, if you see, then for the auth module, we will be having the pages, the sign in page and a sign up page, which will allow a user to register their account and then sign into their account. After that, we will be having the API routes. So we will be having a user route, courses route, which is going to give us all the courses, streak, which is going to help us to maintain the streak of the user. Then we will have our progress, leaderboard, and the achievements route. In the pages part, we will be having the dashboard page. Then we will have our course page, where we will list down all the courses where a user can enroll to any of the course. Then we will be having the leaderboard. And then we have the achievements page, where we will display all the achievements and unlock different features for the user. Next, we will be having the DB, where we will have all the schemas for our application. These schemas will be corresponding to the database tables into our PostgreSQL database. We will be having the achievements, courses, enrollments, lessons, progress, and user. So you will see that we have a lot of tables as well, and this is going to be a very extensive project in terms of features and functionalities that we will be building. Then we have the components, where we will be using all these reusable components like achievement badge, course card, enroll button, leaderboard table, progress bar, streak display, and the YouTube video, where you just pass the URL and you will see a YouTube video inside our gamified learning platform. Now we have a bit of overview about the project, how the project is going to be, how it's going to look like, what components, schemas, features we are going to build. Let's go to the Visual Studio Code and let's bootstrap our application. So I will be having here npx, and before you bootstrap your application, you need to make sure that you have a Node.js installed in your machine. You can go and install it from the official documentation of Node.js. Just follow the guide and you will have it in your machine. After that, you can just use the node-v to check the version of the Node.js installed on your machine. You can also use the npm-v to get the version of the npm node package manager that is installed on your machine. Now, since we have both installed here, to bootstrap our application, we will be having the npx. We'll be using create next app @latest, and then we give the name of our application as BuildSpace. I'm going to hit enter. I will be using the recommended defaults, although I will remove the ESLint from the project because I don't want to use ESLint and stuck into the linting errors while building this project. So I will click on yes, and here you will see that this is going to install the Next.js, React, and React DOM, and there are a few other dev dependencies like the Tailwind CSS, which is the out of the box. We get it with the project. We don't have to do any setup additionally. We will also have the TypeScript and everything. Since our application is bootstrap, I will just open the application in the VS Code. Okay, so this is our application which has been bootstrapped. Let me give you a walkthrough of the project structure and the project that we have got. So I will start with the tsconfig file. This is a pretty standard configuration of the TypeScript we usually get in our project, so we don't have to make any changes here. Okay, next is the readme file, which is going to give you the instructions how to start this project and run this project on your local machine. We have the post css config file, which is going to give us the configuration for our Tailwind CSS, which we can just use directly into our project. After that, we have the package.json, which contains all the dependencies and the dev dependencies. You can see here I have already removed the ESLint from the project. After that, you have the next config, where you will need the special configurations like the server, port, and if you want to whitelist some URLs or cause errors. So all these proxies, you can set it in the next config. Then you have the next env, which is the standard file which we get it and we don't touch it. After that, we also have two new MD files, the agents MD and the Claude MD, which we get it with the newer version of the create next app. So these are, if you are working with agents and the Claude LLM, then you can just use them. For our projects, we don't need it, so we can just ignore them. Then we have the public file, which contains all the static assets. After that, we have the app folder where we have the layout and the page of our application. So what I will do is I will just remove the boilerplate code, and what I will do is I'm going to have here the build space. Okay, now next we will try to run this application on our local host. So I will go to the terminal, and inside the terminal what I will do is I will first have the npm install, which is going to install the dependencies of our project. All right, so dependencies are installed. Now if you want to run it, you can simply use the npm run dev, and you will find the scripts in the package.json. So this is the scripts, so you can simply run it. Okay, I'm going to hit enter. Now our application is running on the localhost 3000. So what I will do is I will just copy this, go to the browser, and I'm going to just simply have it here. So I will have the localhost 3000, and if I zoom in a little bit, then we see that we have the build space here. All right, although we get an error, the hydration error, which we will resolve it in a bit. All right, so I will go back here, and if I go to the layout, so I will go to the layout, and here I will simply add the hydration. So I will have the suppress hydration warning so that we don't get any error. Okay, now we have our application bootstrapped and everything. We also are able to run our application on the local server. What next we will do is we are going to install the core dependencies for our project that we will need while building this project. So what I will do is I will have the npm install. The first we need is the TanStack React query. So I will have the TanStack/React, then I will have the React query. After that, we will need the class variance authority. So I will have the class variance authority, and this is going to allow us to get the consistent class names based on the conditions. Then we will be having the CSLX. We will be using the Tailwind merge to get the Tailwind classes merge, and then we will be using the Lucid React, which is going to give us the icons that we will need for our project. Then we will also install the framer motion because we will need some animations. So if I go here and if I go here, then this is our application which we are going to build. And if you see here, then we have some animations here, and we will need these kind of an animations. So we will have to install the framer motion. So I will have the framer motion, and along with that I will also have the Tailwind animate classes. So I will have the animate CSS. All right, so these are some of the core dependencies we will need for the project. I will hit enter, and we are going to install all these dependencies. All right, so all the dependencies are installed. If we go and check in the package.json file, then we will see that we have all the dependencies here. All right, so the next part what we will do is we are going to do the authentication setup for our project. So for the authentication part, we will be using Clerk. So if I go to the browser, if I go to the Clerk, then you will see that Clerk, it's more than an authentication, but it's also a complete user management. And this is going to help us to build the sign in, sign up page and the authentication part much quicker rather than building it from the scratch. And you can start building it for free. It also provides some out of the box components like this one. You see, you have a complete create your account sign in page. You can also have your sign in, sign up user button, and B2B authentication, organizations. There's a lot of components you will get out of the box. Just create an account and let's go to the dashboard. Once you land to the dashboard, you will see something like this. So I already created a lot of projects. Now this is my preferred platform if I want to add the authentication or the user management part into my project. You can just create a new application. I will name my application as BuildSpace. So I will have the BuildSpace here. And you get a highly customization options here, what you need on your sign in or the sign up form. So you will have the email. You can also use a phone number. You just need to checkbox this radio button, and you see you have a use phone here. Then you have the username, Google, and everything. I will enable the GitHub login as this is a learning platform. So a lot of students will try to learn on this platform. So they might be having a GitHub account already because these are all developers. Then I will keep it as it is. What I will do is I'm going to click on create application, and this is going to create our application in the Clerk. Now we can integrate it with the any of these technologies. So what we will do is we will be using Next.js, and for the Next.js we already have a Next app. So what we will do is we just need to install the dependencies, which will be the Clerk Next.js. So this package is going to give us the components, some out of the box hooks, which is going to help us to manage our authentication. So let's go back here. I'm going to copy and paste it, and I'm going to install the Clerk into the project. After that, what we will need to do is we need to use the Clerk API keys. So I'm going to copy them. I will go back here. I need to create a .env file. So I will go here. I'm going to have the .env, and I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, then next part is we need to have the proxy TS. So if you are using the Next.js version less than 15, then you can use the file name as middleware TS. But since we are using 16, to add the Clerk middleware, we will be using proxy.ts. So I'm going to copy this. I will go here and I'm going to create a new file. So I'm going to go here. I will have the proxy.ts, and I'm going to add it here. So the proxy is also done, and then it says that what you need to do is in the layout you will be using the Clerk provider, and that Clerk provider is going to give you the access to all the Clerk components like sign in, sign up button, and everything. Okay, so what we will do is we will go to our layout.tsx, and here we will do some modifications. So I'm going to just remove this first. For the Google font, I'm going to use the Inter. So I will be having Inter here, and I will create a constant Inter, which is going to be equals to Inter, and here we are going to have the subset, and I'm going to use the Latin. So let me have the here, and I will be using the Latin. Okay, now after that what we will do is I'm going to change the meta part as well, and the meta I will give the name as BuildSpace, and here we will be having learn by building projects. After that we will be having the description. In the description I will have the gamified learning platform for developers. Okay, now for this one, the root layout, we will not touch anything here. Here we just wrap it under the Clerk provider. Okay, now inside this we are going to put this HTML. So I'm going to take this, I will cut it, and I'm going to put it here. Okay, we are going to remove the class names from here, so I will just remove them, and on the body I will add the class name. So I will just remove this, and I'm going to have the enter. This is going to be dot, and we have the classes. Okay, so we have this one. Now if we go back here, then after having this, it says that if you want to create own pages for authentication, we can use this guide. So I'm going to click here, and it says that if you want to create our own sign in and a sign up page custom components, we just need to follow this pattern. We will have the app folder, and inside the app directory we will have another directory which will be the sign in. After that, you need to create one more directory which will have this naming convention, and then you have a page.tsx. Let's go and let's quickly create them. So I will go back here. I will go to my app. I'm going to create a group first. So I will go here and create a group of auth. Now inside this group, what I will do is first I'm going to create a layout.tsx. So I will be having a layout.tsx. Okay. Now in this layout.tsx, what I will do is I'm going to have a export default. Then I will have a function. The name of my function will be auth layout, and this function is going to return some JSX. Okay, I will just do a copy paste of the JSX because it's a simple some divs with classes, and here you have a children, so you need to pass a prop of children. So I will be having children, and this children will be of type children, and this is going to be react.react node. Okay, so we have this auth layout ready. Now after that, in the auth, we will be having our another directory which will be the sign in, and we will be having the sign up. So I will be having sign up. Okay, in the sign in you need to create one more directory with this pattern. You will have dot dot dot. You will be having a sign in here, and here you will have a same. So you will have this pattern dot dot dot. You will have a sign up, and in both you will need to create a simple page.tsx. So I will be having a page.tsx here, and here also I will be having a page.tsx. Okay, then you can just copy this. So for the sign in, I can just copy the out of the box here. This is going to be a sign in. For the sign up, I will copy again, and this time I will change this as sign up, and I will remove this. Okay, so we have the sign in and the sign up ready. Now it also says that you need to add some env variables. So here you will see that you have some URLs which you need to add into your env variables. So what I will do is I'm going to copy the variables here, go to the .env, and I'm going to add it here. Okay, now if you want to go and check that our sign in and the sign up components are ready or not, what we can do is we can go here, and here I'm going to have the slash sign in, and you see that we have the sign in here. Similarly, if I go for the sign up, then you will see that we have the sign up, and here you can see that you already have an account, and you can click on the sign in. Okay, so here you see that you're missing the link which can take you back to the sign up. So what you can do is you can just copy this, and you can also add this URL for the sign up. So I will be having a sign up here and a sign up here, and as soon as I add it, you see that you can now navigate between the sign in and the sign up part. So now our basic sign in and sign up components are ready. What we'll do next is we are going to install the Shadcn UI into our project, because that is going to help us to give the out of the box components which we can use it to build our project. So let's go back here. I'm going to go to my page.tsx. Now let's have the Shadcn UI. So I'm going to first clear. If you want to use Shadcn UI into the project, it's very easy to install. What I will do is I will go to the Shadcn UI. So I will be having Shadcn UI. I will go to the installations directly. And here you can see that how you can install it into your Next.js project. So you can just use the npx Shadcn UI latest in it, and that is going to initialize the Shadcn UI into the project. So what I will do is I will have the npx Shadcn @latest, then you have the init, and here it is going to ask you what component library you need to use. I will use the base, and in the base I will use the preset as Vege. Okay, now this is going to install the configurations and some dependencies into the project. Alright, so we see that the library is now installed into our project. What we will do next is if we can also go and check the component JSON, which contains metadata of the library that we are using. Next, what we will do is we will install all the components that we will be using. So to add the component, what you can do is you can simply use the npx Shadcn UI latest, and then you can have the add. So what I will do is I'm going to clear this, and I will add it here like this. And the components that we will be using is the alert component, avatar, we will be using the badge, button, card, drop down menu. Then we will be using the input, progress, skeleton. We will be using tabs, table, and select. I will hit enter, and this is going to install all the components and update all the libraries. So we have this. If we go to the components, if I go to the UI, then you will see you have all the components here. So we have these, and we will be using these reusable components into our project. Now the next part, what we will do is we are going to set up the database and the Drizzle ORM. So first of all, we will need a database. So I will be using the Prisma online database. So I will be having the console.prisma.io, and you can go to the projects. I have already created my project, which is a BuildSpace. What you need to do is you can just need to click on the new project, and then you need to follow the guide, and you will have project ready, and you will have this one like this. You can click on it, and once you click on it, you will have a default database as development, and then you can also create a new database if you want. For me, I will be using the default, and we need a connection string first. So I will click on connect, and if I click here, then it is going to generate a connection string. So I will copy this connection string. I will go back here, and I will go to the .env, and here we can create a new variable with a name as database URL, and I'm going to add it here. Now if you're using the Prisma ORM instead of the Drizzle ORM, then you can just follow this guide. You have a Prisma config, you have the Prisma schema, client, and how to query the database. I've already built a couple of projects using the Prisma ORM, so if you want to know how to use it, you can just go and check them out. In our case, we will be using the Drizzle ORM instead of the Prisma. So for that, what we will do is if I go to the Drizzle ORMs, and here you will see that get started with Drizzle and the PostgreSQL. So here it is going to give you the idea how you can start it and what you will need it. So here first the thing is we will be having this basic project structure. In the root folder, you need to create a folder. So what I will do is I'm going to use it, and I'm going to create that. So I will go back here, I will create a new directory, and I will name the directory as db. Okay, after this db, what I will do is the next directory which I want to create is the schema. So I will go here, and I'm going to create a schema directory here. Now after that, we need to install the dependencies. So first we will be having the npm install Drizzle ORM, Postgre adapter, and the .env. So I will just copy this, I will go back here, and I'm going to add it here. Okay, so this is going to install the Drizzle ORM into the project, and the Postgre adapter, which is going to connect the Drizzle ORM with the Postgre database, and then we have the .env file. After that, we will be having the types and the Drizzle kit. So I will copy again, I will go back here, and I'm going to add it here. Okay, next it says that you will need a database URL into your .env, which we have already done it, so we already have the database URL. After that, what we will do is we are just going to copy this and we will be going here and let's create that file. So I will go to the DB. In the DB, I'm going to create a new file. I will name it as drizzle.ts and I'm going to add it here, which is going to give me the client DB, which I can use it. So I will have a .env import. I will have a drizzle. I will also import the schemas here. So I will have the import asterisk from asterisk as schema from schema, and here we can provide our schema, so like this. Okay, so here we will need to see that we need to make this module available because there is no such schema module. We just have a directory. So what we will do is we will go to this directory and here we are going to create the files. So the first file I want is the index.ts file. Okay, now in the index.ts file we will have all our individual schemas. So we need to create multiple schemas and I have already shown you how the schemas looks like. So if I go back here and if I go to the here, then we have all the schema, the achievements schema, we have the courses schema, we have the enrollments schema, we have the lessons progress. So let's create all those schema files. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and the first one will be achievements.ts, courses.ts, enrollments.ts. Okay, and I want to show you how these schemas and the relationships look like. So if I go back here, so if I go to the projects, I will go to the feedback, and in the feedback I will go to the studio, and here you will see that for the project which is already we have deployed it in the Vercel, this is the database looks like. So you have the achievements, you have the courses, enrollments, lessons, these are all the courses. And if I go to the visualizer, then here you will see that these are all the database tables that we have, and we need to create the schema for each one of them. All right, so what I will do is let's go back here. We will have the enrollments. After the enrollments, lessons.ts, progress.ts, users.ts. So let's start with the users first. So if you're not so familiar with the Drizzle, how to write the schema and everything, you can also follow the guide they have provided here. So if I go here, then here you will see that this is a very simple user table they are creating, where you have these columns like ID, name, age, and email, and this is how you give the types and all the constraints and everything. So you have that ID is an integer, it's a primary key, so you just keep using the dot operator and you just keep on chaining them. All right, so let's go and let's do that one. And if I show you for the user, you have these columns like the longest streak, current streak, level, points, and everything. So what I will do is I'm going to go back here. For the users I will write it, but for the other one we can just do a copy paste and understand them. So the first thing what I will do is I'm going to have that defines the users table. Okay, so this is going to define the user table. It is going to be storing user profile, authentication, and gamification data. Okay, now what we will do is you can create an export constant of users, and this is going to be equals to a Postgres table. So you have a PG table here. First you need to give the table name. So our table name is users, and after that you define all the columns that this table is going to have. So we can have this object, and the first one is the ID. Now the type of ID we need to provide here, it is going to be a text, and we are going to have the ID. After that, this is going to be a primary key, so I'm going to be using a primary key here, and after that you can just keep on chaining. So next you will need to have a default value to it, and the default value we are going to assign it with the, so we will be having this SQL from Drizzle ORM, and then you have this syntax. And here what you can do is you can have a generate, we will be having a random, and we will have the UUID function. So I will be having this. So this is going to generate a random UUID for the ID. All right, next we will be having the clerk ID. So I will be having the clerk ID as a column. This is also going to be a text. You can provide here the clerk ID, the name of your column, and then this is going to be a not null column, and this is always going to be a unique. After that we will be having the email. Now for the email we will be having a similar, we will be having a text, name of the column as email. This is also going to be a not null, and this is also going to be a unique. All right, next we are going to have the name. I'm going to give the name of the column, and then I'm going to have the username. So I will have the user name. This is going to be a text as username. I'm going to have the dot unique. Okay, next we are going to have the avatar URL. Now this is going to be a text, and you will give the name of your column as avatar URL. After that, what you will do is you're going to have the created at, and this is going to be a timestamp. So you can have a timestamp, and in the timestamp you can have your created at, and then you will have the default now for the time, and then this is going to be a not null. Similarly, like a created at, you can also have another column as updated at. So I'm going to use this, and I will change this to updated at. But now let's have the another columns for the gamification. So for the other columns, what I will do is I'm going to have the gamification, and for the gamification we will need the columns for the streak, levels, and everything. So we will be having first the points. It is going to be an integer. Then we are going to have the points here. After that, we will be having the default value of the points, which is going to be a 0, and then we are going to have the dot not null. Okay, the other column we will need is the level, on which level the user is. So we will be having the integer. It is also going to be a level. Then we are going to have the default. I'm going to have it as 1. Initially the user will be at level 1 when he logs in. Okay, after that we will be having the current streak, and our current streak will be also be an integer. This is going to be a current streak dot default, and we are going to have it as 0, and we will have the dot not null. Okay, then we will have the longest streak. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to change this to longest streak. Okay, and the last was the last active. When was the user last active? So we are going to have the timestamp, and here we're going to have the last active. Okay, so we have this one. Now after this, what it asks us is the you will need the table. So I will have a function here, and in this function I will have the table, and what I will do is I'm going to have this arrow function here. Okay, and what it is going to return is, it is going to return the, so this is going to create the indexing where we want, on which columns. So we need a indexing on the clerk ID, and we name it as IDX for the index. Okay, so this is going to create a unique index, and we need to give the name of the index. So this is going to be clerk underscore ID underscore IDX. Okay, and on which column? So you just need to provide the column. So we will be having the table dot the column name, which is the ID. Okay, so that's how you create the index. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to create the index on the email and the username. So I will have the email IDX. So this is going to change to email. I'm going to change this to email, and this is going to change to the email. So this is going to be username, this is going to be username, and this is going to be a username. Okay, so we have this table and everything ready. Now similarly, what we will do is, next we are going to create for the achievements. So I will just do a copy paste and then just give you a walkthrough. So I will copy, I will go here, and I will go to the achievements. Okay, so in the achievements also, this is define the achievements table. It stores the achievement details like name, description, icon, points, and criteria. Now the achievement will also have an ID of an achievement, a name, it's going to have a description, it's going to have an icon, points, and criteria for the achievement. Now here we will also have another table, which is the user achievement. So if I go back here, so we have the achievements, and here you will see that you also have the users achievement. So these are the standard achievements for all the users, and whoever is achieving those achievements, that will go to the particular user and the achievements, the combination of the user and the achievements. So that will go to the user achievements. So I will go back here, and we will have the table name as user achievements. Okay, and then we will have the ID, the user ID, and the achievement ID, which user is achieving which achievement, and then we will have when they earned it. So that's what we have the user achievement. Now let's go to the lessons. Now since we have a relation here with the user and the achievement, so if I go here, this is having a relation with the achievement. So you will see here you have this 1 to n. So a single user can have multiple achievements, so it is going to be 1 to n relation. So what I will do is I will go to the users table again, and I'm going to create that relation. So this is going to be set up the relation. A user can have many enrollments, a user can have many achievements, and a user can also have a many progress because he can enroll to multiple courses. So multiple courses will have multiple progress. So what I will do is I'm going to have the export constant, and we are going to have the user relations, and this is going to be equals to the relations. Okay, and with whom this user is going to have a relation. So user is going to have a users table which is going to have a relation of many. Okay, and then this is going to be a function, and here you can define what is. So for the achievements, what I will do is for the achievements, it is going to have the many user achievements. Okay, similarly enrollment will have a many enrollment, so we need to also create the enrollment first, and then we will have a progress which will have a many progress. So let's create the enrollment now. So for the enrollment, I will simply do a copy paste. So for the enrollment also, I'm going to remove this. And here you will see that we have defines the enrollment table linking a user to courses they are enrolled in with completion status and the timestamp. So for the enrollment table, you need the ID, then you will need the user ID, and you will need the course ID on which course it is enrolled. So before doing this enrollment, let's have the course. So I'm going to go here, and for the course, what we will do is we will just write it, and let's have the export constant. We are going to have the courses, and this is going to be equals to the PG table. And in this, first we need to give the table name. So our table name will be courses, and then we need to define the columns. So our column would be ID, text ID, which is going to be a primary key. So I'm going to have a dot primary key, and then we're going to have the default. We will be having the SQL. Okay, we will be using the backticks, and then we will have here the generate random UUID. So a course will have a ID, and after that a course will also have a title. So the title will be, we will have the text dot not null. Okay, then this is going to have a description which is going to be a text. We are going to have the description here. So let me have the description, and the description would be not null. After that, we are going to have the thumbnail of a course, and this is going to be a text. I will be having a thumbnail. Next, we will be having the duration of a course. So we will be having duration, and the duration will be of type integer, and this is going to be a duration, and we will be having a not null as. After durations, we will be having the points. So I will go to the users, and here I can just do a copy paste. So I will be having a points like this. So I will copy the points. I will have the courses. I will use the point like this, and the default value for the points will be 100 for every course. And after that, what you will do is we will be having created at. So I will again go to the users, and I'm going to copy these two. I will go to the courses, and I will add them here. Okay, so we will need to have a timestamp. So let me have the timestamp. Okay, so we have the courses here. Now since we have the courses, we can go to the enrollments, and then we can have the courses here. So what I will do is we're going to have the courses.id here. Okay, so we have the ID, we have the user ID, we have the course ID, enrollment at, completed, and completed at for the table, and we create an index on the unique enrollments. Let's create the lessons. So I will go to the lessons. I'm going to just do a copy paste for the lessons. So I will copy, and I'm going to go to the lessons, and we have the lessons here. So for the lessons, what we have is we are going to have the ID of a lesson. So let's say you have a course like a complete JavaScript, and in that courses you have 5 lessons. So that's what each of the lessons mean here. So you have a title of the lesson, the content, the video URL, and added this field for the YouTube URLs. You have the order, in which order you will have all the lessons, the course ID, and the created ID. Then you will have the progress. So let me have the progress. I'm going to copy paste the schema. So I will go here, and I'm going to add it here. In the progress, what you will do is you will have the ID, a user ID for which the progress is, the lesson ID for which lesson the progress is, completed and completed at, and then you have the unique progress. Okay, so we have all this. Now it's time for adding the relations. So if I go here, a user, so you will see that a user has a relation with achievements, and the user also have a relation with the same. If you see here, then it has a relation with the enrollment. All right, and if I go here, then okay, so we only see that there are only 2 Okay, if I go here, then I also see that a user also have a relation with the progress. All right, so it's achievement, enrollment, and progress. So let's go back here. If I go to the users, I have the achievements. Then I'm going to go to the enrollments. So I will be having the enrollments, and in the enrollments also I will be having the many, and I will have the enrollments. Okay, similarly there will be for the progress. So I will be having the progress, I will be having many, and I will be having here progress. So our user is schema is completely ready. We don't need achievements, so I will just remove it. Now the next what we will do is we will go to the progress, and since a progress will also have a relation with the user, so every progress will belong to one of the user. So what I will do is I'm going to just copy this and I will add it here. Now here it is that it is going to set up a relation, a progress record links to one user and one lesson. So I will be having a constant export progress relations, and this is going to be equals to the relations. Our table name is progress, and then our relation will be 1. So if you have a progress record, that will belong to a lesson and it will belong to a user. So this is going to be a arrow function, and here we are going to have our user. This is going to be a 1. So we will be having a users table, and in this user tables we will be having a fields, and this belongs to progress dot user id. Okay, and then we can add the references here, and this is going to be users table dot id. So that's how you add the one-to-one relationship. Similarly, there will be a relation for the lesson as well. So we will have a lesson 1, we will be having a lesson again, then we will be having here for which field. So in the field you will be having the progress dot lesson id, and then you add the references, and the references will be lesson dot id. Okay, so that's how you add the relationship. Now if we go to the lessons, then for the lessons also we will that for each lesson will have a associated with a course, and it can be associated with many progresses because a lesson can have multiple progresses, and that will depend on that. If you have 5 users and 5 users are having a same lesson, then they have 5 progresses. So I will just copy paste the relationship here. So I'm going to have it here, and here we need to import the progress. We have it progress here. Okay, so every lesson will belong to one of the course, and then you will have a many relation with the progress. Next you go with the enrollment. The enrollment will also have a relation with the course because you enroll to a course and a user enroll to a course. So you're going to have the enrollment relation, and that will be 1. So if you're enrolling, that one user can enroll in one course. Okay, then after that what we will do is next is the courses, and in the courses we will have the relation. So if I go to the courses, so a course can have many lessons and many enrollments. So I will have an export constant course relations equals to the relations. We will have the courses, and we can have a many. Okay, and here we can have the lessons, and a course can have many lessons. So we will be having many lessons, and also a course can have many enrollments. So we will be having many enrollments. And the last one is the achievements, and here I'm going to have that if you have a achievement can have many users. Okay, so one achievement can be earned by many users. I will be having the export constant, I will be having achievements relation, and this is going to be equals to the relations achievements. I will have many. Here I will have the users, and a user can have many achievements. So I will have a many user achievements. And there will be another one which will be that a user achievement is always linked to one user and one achievement. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it here, that you have a user achievement. So a user have achieved some achievement, then it will be a one user will have a one achievement. So that's the relationship. All right, now what we'll do is we need to push this schema to our database. And if I go to the studio, then here you will see that we don't have anything yet. So let's push those changes. So what I will do is, if you want to push them, you will be using npx, you will be having drizzle, and you will be having kit, and then you will do a push. Okay, if I hit enter, then you see that no config path provided using this one. Drizzle config.json file does not exist. And that's true, we forgot to add the configuration for the drizzle, that from which places all the schemas are available to push. So what we can do is we can go here and we can create a new file, and the name of the file will be drizzle.config.ts. Okay, so we have the drizzle config here, and here what we can do is if we go here, then we should be able to find it here. So if I go here, then this is how the drizzle config.ts looks like. So we already missed this part, so I'm going to copy this. I will go here and I'm going to add it here. Okay, and here there will be some changes about the path. So what we will do is we will have the drizzle here. Here we are going to have the output as db drizzle. So let me have the db/drizzle. So I want all my output should be inside this db folder itself. Schema, for the schema, I'm going to have the db/schema.ts. Dialect is PostgreSQL. DB credentials is this one. Okay, so we have this one. The next, what it says that you now need to apply the changes to the database. So let's copy this. Let's go back here and now let's apply it again. And this time it says that npx drizzle kit push, no config, it is not able to read this drizzle config.ts file. No schema files found on .db/schema.ts. If path represents a file. Okay, so I made a mistake here. Our schema is not a file, it is a folder, and we need everything inside that folder. Okay, so hopefully it will work now. All right, so now we see that it was able to prepare pulling the schemas and everything, and then the changes are applied. So after this push, we should be able to see something here. So if I go here, BuildSpace, and if I go to the studio, if I refresh this now, then we should have our schema and tables here now. Now you see here we have the tables. We can go to the visualizer and we see all the tables here. Okay, so we have everything here. Now what I want is I want to seed the database with some data as well, because I want the data to be from my YouTube channel. So if I go to the YouTube and if I go to the content and in the playlist, okay, so if I want all this playlist to be offered as the courses, so I need to somehow fetch all these courses and then insert these courses into my database. So that will be our next part, how we can populate the YouTube playlist into our courses and the lessons. All right, so what we will do is for that we will be using the YouTube API. So I already have here. So if you go to the console cloud google.com, there you can create your APIs. So you can just click on create credentials and have your API key. I already have one API key here, which I can click on show key, something like this. And what you can do is you can have that key and then you can use it. So you need to add the key first into your env file. So I will go back here. I will go to my .env file. So here you need to add two things. The first one will be the YouTube API key here. And the another one is for which channel you need to fetch all the data. For this one is I need to fetch it from my channel. So I will have a channel ID here. So here you can add your own values. For me, I mean, you can use the channel ID, which is mine. You can also use a channel ID from some other YouTuber and fetch all those lessons from there. All right, so we have this setup done. We have the key and everything. Now we need a kind of a script which is going to fetch all the playlist from the YouTube, and then it will seed it into the database. So if I go to the DB here, and this is the schema. Here I'm going to create a file. So let me go here and I'm going to have a file as fetch YouTube content.ts. Now to fetch this, you will also need a package to connect with the YouTube. And the package name was the, let me install that package first for you. So we will be having npm install. We will be using Google APIs. All right, I'm going to hit enter. And this package will allow us to connect with the YouTube. So here what I will do first is let me have the .env.config. okay, and then in this what I will do is I'm going to give my path of the .env file. So I will be having the .env. okay, now to get this .env here, what I will do is I'm going to have the import asterisk as .env from .env. After that, what we will do is we are going to create a constant YouTube, and this is going to be equals to the Google. So it's not getting auto imported. So what I will do is I'm going to have the import Google, and this is going to come from the Google APIs. Okay, so we have this Google. Now I will be having .youtube, and in this what I have to pass is which version I'm going to use. So I will be using the version as v3, and I will have to pass my auth. So I will be having the auth, and this auth will be process.env. env dot our YouTube API key. So I will be having the YouTube API underscore key for authentication. Now, once I have this, what I will do is I'm going to have my configuration, and in the configuration, what I will do is first I will have the constant, I will have the channel ID, and my channel ID will be process.env.youtube underscore channel underscore ID. After that, we will need to have a batch size, in which batch size we need to fetch this data. So I will be having a batch size 50. So this is going to be a maximum 50 items to be fetched in per API call. Next, what we need to do is we need to do some calculations. So what I will do is I will just do some copy paste code here, and this calculation is basically, so you will have a calculation duration. So it is going to be calculate total duration of a course, and assuming that per video is 15 minutes. So these are some rough calculations, these are not so concrete, and based on that you also define the points. Base point will be based on the difficulty level, if it's 500 and everything. Yeah, you can also skip this, it's not necessary, but it's up to you. You want it, then you can use it. The next thing is we need to fetch the data from the playlist. So here we are going to have the fetch all playlists from the channel. So for that, what we will do is that if we don't have a channel ID, then we need to throw an error. So we will be having throw new error, and here we are going to have that YouTube underscore channel ID is not set in .env .local. Okay, but if that is not the case, then in that case what we will do is we will have a console log. So I will have console log, and here I'm going to have fetching playlists from channel. After that, what we will do is we're going to have let all playlist is equals to any, and this is equals to the array. So what I'm trying to do here is that I'm saying that let's create all the playlist, and it will be an empty array initially. Then I will have the let page token. This is going to be of type string, and I will have the undefined, and initial value is undefined. Okay, so we have two variables set. And now what we will do is we are going to use a loop here. So I will have a do, and you do while you have a page token. And in this do, what we will do is I will just minimize this for now. And in this do, what we will do is first we will have a constant, we will have a response which is going to be equals to the await. We will be having the YouTube dot playlists dot list. Okay, and inside that we will be having the part. Here we will be having a snippet. So what I will do is I will just do a copy paste here. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to use this here. Okay, something like this. So you will have a YouTube playlist, then you will have all these values, and once you have this, what you will do is you will have a constant playlist. This is going to be equals to, you get a response back, you have the data, and then you have the items on that. If no, then you assign a empty array. Then we have our all playlist, which is now going to be equals to the, we have initially all the playlists, so we will have the all playlist, and then we add all the new playlists that we have. So this is going to be dot 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 playlist. After that, we will be having this page token. This is going to be equals to the response dot data dot next page token, and if we don't have it, then in that case we will just have an undefined here. Okay, and in the end we will again do a console log. So I will just have a copy, I will add a console log, and here you will have the found, we will have this playlist. So I will have the playlist dot length, and then we will have the playlists. Okay, we forgot to wrap all this into a function. I will have a async function, and this will be fetch channel playlist. Okay, and inside this we will have all this. So I will have it here, I will cut it, put it here. Okay, so it's complaining here response. What I can do is I can just use any, because I did not created any interfaces. All right, so we have this one. Once we are done with this, the next what we will do is we are going to return from here the playlist. Return, we will have the all playlist. Okay, so we have the all playlists. So here I'm going to use the all playlists, playlist, and here all playlist. Now after we have this, what we will do is we are going to fetch all the playlist videos. So first you fetch all the playlist, and then you fetch all the playlist videos. So it's a very similar function. So I will just copy, instead of the playlist this time we will be having the videos. So here you will see that you have fetch playlist, where you give the playlist ID and the title. Now after that you have the all videos, you again have the token, you do the same thing, you make a YouTube playlist list, this time you give the playlist ID. In the past you did not, you just gave the channel ID. So for this channel, fetch all the playlist. For this playlist ID, fetch all the videos, and then you get all the videos. Now once you have these, now the next part for you is to seed the database. So you have the data. Now the another part we will do is we are going to have the seed courses into database, and here we are going to create a again async function. So I will be having a function seed courses from playlists, and we create this function. So first thing what we will do is we will be having a console.log, and we will have the starting YouTube content import. And for the import, what we will do is first let's have fetch all playlist. After that, what you will do is you will be having filter out system playlists. Now third part what we need to do is we need to process each playlist as a course. All right, so let's start with this one. So first what we will do is we are going to have a constant playlist, and this is going to be equals to the await. We will first do the fetch channel playlist. Okay, after fetching it, next what we will do is we are going to have a constant. Here we are going to add some filtering. So what I will do is I will just copy this part and we will just add it here. Okay, so here if you see, what we will do is we're going to have this playlist here. After the playlist fetching, the next is we need to filter out the system playlist. So we have the playlist dot filter, and we are filtering out based on that if system playlist has title as uploads or liked videos or favorites, we just need to eliminate all those them. After that, we will be having the processing done. Okay, the next what we will need to do is we will be having, so here it gonna be process each playlist as a course. So for that, what I will do is I will apply a for loop. I will have a constant, I will have a playlist of course playlist, and in this first let's have the constant. We will have the playlist ID, which is going to be equals to the playlist dot ID. Next we will be having a constant snippet, and this is going to be a playlist dot snippet. And if we want to see all this, what we can do is we can run it, and then we can get the data. So if I run this function, then we will be able to get all those data. So if I go down, then what I will do is here in the end I will have the run the import. So I will be using seed course from playlist. So this is going to be a playlist. So let me fix this playlist. So I'm going to call this function first, and after that what I will do is I will be using dot then, and inside this I'm going to have the arrow function, and I will be having here console.log, and I will have the YouTube content import finished. After that I will do is I will do process.exit. Okay, and then what I will do is if there is any error, then I will just catch those error. Okay, and here it is going to be console.log. I will have the import failed, and here we are going to have the error, and after logging the error again we can do the process exit. So I will be having process.exit. Okay, so we have this much here. We can go to our package.json file, and in the package.json file, so I will go here, and here I'm going to add it that I want to do a fetch YouTube, and this is going to be tsx. We will be having from the db slash fetch YouTube content dot. Okay, and if you want to try, so what I will do is I will go here, and here I will give a try npm run. I will have the fetch YouTube. Okay, I'm going to hit enter, and here you will see that if I do like that, fetch YouTube content, it said starting YouTube content imports, fetching, processing 18 courses. Okay, and YouTube content import finish. We did not do much logging, so that's why we don't see much information here, but we see that processing 18 courses. So we already found that there are 18 courses, and if I go here, then we should be able to see this one, processing 18 courses. So we have all the courses are coming here. We will also see that there is something playlist found playlist length. So I'm going to go here, I will be having a found, and and here it seems that the playlist dot length is not resolved properly. So I'm going to copy this playlist and I'm going to change this to backtick, and this is going to be a back. Okay, then I think now it should also be having that information. So let's continue to do that one. Okay, so we have this dot snippet, and then we will have the content details, and this is going to be equals to the playlist dot content details. Okay, I can just do a copy paste because this is just fetching the data and then inserting the data into the courses. So I will just give you a walkthrough of it here, and now we need to make some fixes. So what I will do is first let's have all the imports. So we need to import the courses and lessons. But before that, if we go here and if we have the index.js, in the index.js, we should have imported everything. So what I will do is I will have the export asterisk from users. Then I will have the export asterisk from achievements. That's okay. Then we will be having the courses. So I will need a DB here first. So that DB will be coming from the Drizzle. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will remove this as well. And here I will be having the import db from @db/drizzle. Okay, and I see that I don't have any db drizzle here, and that could be a reason that we need to do a generate first. So what I will do is I'm going to go back here and I will go here and do the generate. So I will go here and I'm going to put generate. So here I'm going to have the /schema. Okay, and here I see that we did not exported this db as well. So let me have this db as well. We have this description here. Okay, then we have the video count, we have the thumbnail, we have the duration, and we have the points. And we need all this because we need to insert them into the courses page. All right, so now we have the processing course. After that, check if the course already exists, then in that case we don't add them. After that, we will insert it into the course table. So these will be the insert and these will be the values. All right, once the course is added, we will have the fetch videos for the playlist. So we get all the videos and then we insert the videos into the lessons for that particular course ID. So we have all the lessons and then we will have the db insert lessons. All right, so we have all the lessons as well, and after that we have all the courses and lessons. Now let's give a try. So what I will do is I'm going to go here and I'm going to run it again. So I will have this one, and here if we go and see, then you will see that all the fetching courses are getting added. So if I go here, then here you will see that we have found 18 playlists. There are total 18 playlists and they are processing 18 course playlist. And if we keep on scrolling, then you will see that we have been adding into the database. So all this JavaScript ES tutorial, HTML, CSS, JavaScript tutorial for beginners, and all these playlists. So there are total 18 playlists has been added, and those 18 playlists have 235 videos. If you go here, if I go here, and then we will see that we have all these 18 playlists, and there are a couple of videos in those playlists. All right, so if we go to the database here, and if I go to the tables or maybe if I go to the lessons, then you should be able to see that these are all the lessons already added into our database. If I go to the courses, if I refresh it, then these are all the courses that has been added, which are 18 courses, and there are 235 lessons in those courses. All right, you can also see this into the Drizzle Studio. Here I'm going to have the npx Drizzle Kit Studio, and if I hit enter, then you will see that now the Drizzle Kit Studio is running on this URL. If I go here and if I go here and if I run it, then here you will see that on the local, these are all my tables. If I go to the courses, these are all my courses. If I go to the lessons, these are all my lessons. So this is also a good way. I don't need to now go to the Prisma and check everything here. I have a better view, which is this one. You can also update, add, delete, everything you can do it from here. All right, so now we have completed our database part here. We have the schema ready. We also have our tables. We have the populated data into the tables for the courses and for the lessons. All right, so the next part what we will do is we will start building our APIs for our application. So I will go to the app folder, and inside the app I'm going to create a directory as API. So I will be having an API here, and we will need to have multiple APIs. So if I go back here and if I show you here, Then in the APIs part, so let me go to the here. Then in the routes part, what we will do is we need to have our user routes, courses, streak, progress, leaderboard, and achievements. So we are going to build all these APIs one by one. So let's go back here in the Visual Studio Code, and the first one which I want is I'm going to have my directory as user, and in the user we will have two folders. One, we will need to have the stats of the user, and another one is we will be having the sync API for the user. So the sync is whenever you create a user account in the Clerk, we also need to sync that user into our database. So that's where the sync API will work. So here in the sync, what I will do is I'm going to make use of a route.ts, and for the stat also I will have the route.ts. Okay, now let's first work on the sync API. Here what we will do is I'm going to have the export async. I will have the function, and this is going to be a post API. So I'm going to have a post here. Next, what we will do is we will start with a try catch block, and in the try block, what we will do is first we will need to have the user ID that we have logged in. So I'm going to have the user ID here, and we get this user ID with the await and from the auth. So I will be having the auth which is coming from the Clerk Next.js server. So this is going to give me the user ID that has been logged in. After that, what we will do is we are also going to have the clerk user. So I'm going to have the clerk user, and this is going to be equals to the await, and I'm going to have the current user. Now once we have these two, what we will do is that if our user ID or if our clerk ID, they are not available, so if they both are not available, then in that case we will see that the user is not logged in. We need to get the user first logged in. So we are going to have the return, and we will be returning the new next response, and we will ask that unauthorized because user is not logged in, so it will be unauthorized, and we can have our status for the response as 401. All right, but if the user is logged in and we can get the user ID as well as the clerk user, then we will first check whether this user exists in our database or not. So we will be having check if user exists in DB. Okay, and how we do that? We are going to make an query to our database. So I will be having the existing user. This is going to be equals to the await. We will have the DB instance. So we will have the DB dot query. So if you want to query the database with Drizzle ORM, then you will have the DB query dot users table. And in this, we need to have the find first whenever we have the first match for this particular user. So here we are going to provide the where clause. What we need to check, we will check that if the users dot clerk ID, so I will be having the clerk ID, and if this user's clerk ID is equals to the user ID or not. Okay, and I see that we did not import the users, so let me have the users from the DB schema, and we are going to have the EQ that is going to coming from the Drizzle ORM. So we have these two. But if it's not available, we can also do one thing. We can get the email address of the logged in user from the clerk user dot email address, and we are going to get the index as 0 dot email address. So this is going to give me the email address of a logged in user, and we can also get the name. So I'm going to have the name, and this name is going to be equals to the clerk user dot first name. If it's available, then what we will do is we are going to have the clerk user dot first name and a last name, and we are just going to combine it. So I will be having the clerk user dot first name, then I'm going to have the clerk user dot last name. So here it's going to be last name, and if there is no last name, then we're going to have the empty here. Then what I will do is I'm going to just have the dot. I will apply a trim, so if there is any spaces, we will just remove them. But if the user doesn't have a first name, then in that case what we will do is we are going to have the clerk user dot username. So we are going to take the username, and if it's not there, then we will be having the email, and we are going to take the email dot split, and we are going to split the email with the @ so that we can just remove the username. So I'm going to split it, take the first index, and if that is also not available, then I will just give the learner. So this is where I'm going to get the name. Now after this, what we will do is we are going to check that if the user doesn't exist, so we doesn't have a user, then we are going to create a new user and we will insert it into our database. So to create a new user, what we will do is we are going to have a constant. I will be having a new user, and this new user will be, I will have the await db dot I want to insert, and I want to insert the in which table I want to insert in users table. And when you want to insert, you will also need to pass the values that you want to insert. So here I'm going to have my object. Now in the object, what I will do is I'm going to have my first clerk ID. This is going to be equals to the user ID. Okay. Next, what I will do is I'm going to have my email, which is going to be equals to the email. Then we will be having the name. This is going to be equals to the name. After that, we are going to have our username, and this username will be equals to the clerk dot username. And if it's not available, then we are going to just have the email. We are going to split the email with the @ we take the 0th index. The next what we will do is we are going to take the avatar URL, and this is going to be clerk user dot image URL. Okay, so these all are already present in the clerk user object. All right, so next what I will do is we need to have the points. So I will be having the points, and the points will be 0. After points, what we will do is we are going to have the initial user will be on level 1. Then we are going to have our current streak as 0. We are going to have our longest streak as 0. So we are going to get all the initial values for the new user, and we are going to have the last active as new, and we will be having the date. So we have this one. In the end, I'm going to have the returning here. So let me have the returning, and we need to return. So we have this new user. Now once we have this new user, we need to give the response back after inserting this new user into the database. And after that, we will be having a return, and let's return the response. So I will be having the next response dot JSON, and here we are going to pass the messages. So first we are going to have the success as true. After that, we will pass the user, and this user is going to be the new user. So we will be having the new user. After that, we will be having the message. So let me have the message, and this message will be user created successfully. Okay, so we have our next response. But if this is not the case, and let's say we found the user in the database, then we will just update that user with the new values. So here I'm going to have again a constant. I will be having updated user this time. This is going to be equals to the db dot. So this time we will not be using insert, we will be using update, because we are updating the user. So we will be having updating the users table dot, and then we will have the set, and here we can have our object. So the name would be name, email would be email, then we're going to have the username, and this username will be equals to the username. So I'm going to just copy this. So these values you can update it, and one more value you can update is the updated at. So you will be having the updated at, and this updated at will be, so I'm going to have here new date. Okay, so we have this one, and we need to update this user, so we need to have a where clause as well. So what I will do is here I'm going to have the where clause which I want to update. We will be using equal, and then we will be having the users dot clerk ID, which is equals to the user ID. Okay, and after that we will be using returning. Okay, so we have this one. Now what we will do is once we have this one, we will be using it in the response. So I'm going to copy this again, and after returning we will be having this, and here I'm going to use the updated user. So I will copy this and I will add it here, and we need to use the await here. So let me have the await. So we have this one, and this is going to be updated user, and here user created, it is going to be user updated successfully. But this is not the case, and let's say you get stuck into some error, then we will just have the error case. So I will be having the console.log, and in the log what we will do is we are going to have the user sync, and whatever the error we get, we will just have the error in the console log. Okay, we will also have the response. So I'm going to copy this response and I'm going to add it here, and this time instead of the success, we are going to have the error, and we will be removing all this, and just let me have the status here. So I will have the status as 500. So I'm going to cut this and I'm going to add it here. Okay, and for the error, let's have some error message here, and here I will have the failed to sync user, and then we will be having the details. So here I'm going to have the details, and on the details we will be having the error. Okay, so we have this API ready. It was pretty quick. Whatever the user is logged in, we take the user ID and the clerk user. Then if they are not available, that means the user is not logged in. We check whether the user exists or not. If the user doesn't exist, we are going to create the new user. If the user exists, we are going to update the user, and then we just return the response back. All right, now the another API which we want to use is the stats API. So this API is going to give you all the stats of the user. So if we go and if we check here, then if I logged in, so let me go and sign in here. I'm going to sign in with Dipesh. I'm going to click on continue. I'm going to give my password. And if I go to the inspect element, and in the inspect element, let me go to the network tab. Okay, and here I'm going to just do a refresh. Now when I do a refresh, you will see that we have this stats API, and this stat API basically gives us all the information about the user. So if I go here, you will see we call the user stats, and in the user stats we get this response back because it's a get API. So if I go here, it's a get API, and it gives you all the back. What is the username, what is its level, its total XP, its points, and everything, its recent activity and everything. Whatever you see, all this information on this dashboard page, we get them from the user stats. So this is the API that we need to build so that we can get all this information, and then we can display this information on our dashboard. You also see that we call a sync API, which is going to sync the user. So this time the user was already created, so it's just going to update the user. You will see here user updated successfully. So we already made this API. Let's work on the stats APIs. And here you will also notice that for the stats, you need to also have some information from the courses, some information from the progress, some from the enrollment. So you will have all this information here. So what I will do is I'm going to have the export async, and we will be having a function. This is going to be a get API call. So we will be having get here. Let's have our try catch block, and in the try block, what we will do is we are going to first get the user ID. So let me have the user ID. This we will get it from the auth. Okay, after the user ID, what I need is we will just simply check that if the user ID is not available, then we will just throw the unauthorized. So I'm going to have the next response unauthorized. Next, what we will do is we are going to get the clerk user for this particular logged in user. So to get the clerk user, what we will do is we are going to simply use the same thing what we have it in our sync API. So I will go back here, and in the sync API I have this one to get the clerk user. So I will copy, I'm going to put it here. Okay, so this is the same what we did it in our sync API, which is this one. After that, what we will do is we are going to find the user from the database. Now to find the user from the database, we can use a very similar this one. So let me copy this, and I'm going to put it here, and instead of this existing user, this time I will have the DB user. We are going to have our DB. Okay, then we have the query, we have the users, we do find first, where we are going to get the EQ equals to, and then we are going to have the users schema. So let's have the users schema, clerk ID, and then the ID. All right, so we get this. But what if the user is not available? So if a user is not available, so let me have that if we don't have this DB user, then in that case we are going to pass the next response with all the default values. So what I will do is let me copy paste the default values, and these are all the default values. The username level is 1, total XP 0, everything is set to the 0 and the basic values. All right, but if that's not the case, then what we will do is first we are going to get all the enrollments of this user. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and I will have first one is get enrollments. Okay, because based on the enrollments you will be able to know that how many courses the user is enrolled. So that's why we need to get the enrollment information. So I'm going to have the constant all enrollments, and this is going to be equals to the await DB query dot enrollments schema. So we are going to have the enrollments schema here, and then we will have the find many. So we are finding all the enrollments for this particular user. So we will be having a where, I will be having EQ, and this is going to be equals to the, so we will be having the enrollments dot, and in the enrollment we will be having a user ID, and this user ID should be equals to our database user which we have found it. So we will be having database user dot ID. So this is going to give me all the enrollments. Now once I have all the enrollments, I will be able to filter them which enrollments are completed and which enrollments are in progress. So if I go to the enrollment, then here you will see that we have completed. All those which are marked as completed, we are going to get it as the completed, and all those which are marked completed as false, those will be in progress. So we can get that one. So what I will do is I'm going to apply the filter and get these values. So let me do a copy paste. So here you will have the completed courses and you have the courses in progress, and you just check the flag whether the boolean is true or false. Next, we want to have all the completed lessons. So here I'm going to have the get completed lessons. All right, so now to get the completed lessons, what we will do is if we go to the progress, then in the progress you will see that all the lessons that has been completed, we will have it here. So I'm going to go back to my user stats, and here what we will do is we're going to have the constant completed lessons, and this is going to be equals to await. I will be having db.query.progress, and in the progress I will have the find many because I want all the lessons. And inside that, what we will do is we are going to first have the where clause. We will be having eq, we will be having the progress.user id. This will be equals to our db user.id, and here along with that I also need to have one more condition, that this eq, and I'm going to add a and here, and this is going to be inside the brackets. So we will have that this and this. So here what I will do is I'm going to have the progress dot completed, and I want to take all those completed true. Now we have this, we need to import the end. When we get all the completed, we will also need to get the course that has been completed. So we can have a width, we can have the lessons, and with lessons what we will do is we can also have the courses. So we'll get all these information. So I will be having this as true. So we get all the completed lessons, and then we will just apply the order by. So let me have the order by, and we're going to have the order by progress, and we will be having it in the descending order. So this is going to be an arrow function, and here we can have the descending. We will be having the progress dot completed at. All right, now if we go back here, we also have the today's goal, lessons, and all this. So we will also need to get the total lessons completed, and to get that, what we will do is we're going to have the total lessons completed lessons dot length. So we will just take the length of it and we will have it. After that, what we will do is we are going to have the calculate today's progress, because here we also have this today's goal, so we can calculate that. So what I will do is I'm going to have here calculate today's progress, and here what I will do is I will first have a constant as today, and here I'm going to have the new date. After that, I will have the today dot set hours, and we are going to set hours as 0 0 0 0. So it is the hours, minutes, seconds, and milliseconds. So I'm going to give all of them. After that, what we will do is we are going to have a constant, and I will have the today completed, and this is going to be equals to the completed lessons. We will apply a filter on it, and what we are trying to do is in the completed lessons we will have all the lessons that has been completed, but we will just check that what has been completed in the today's date. So we are going to get that. So what I will do is I'm going to just have a copy paste of it. So I'm going to filter them and filter them based on the completed, and we will just match it that the completed date get time is equal to the today's date. So that means these lessons have been completed today, and we need to set the goal here, because today if you completed 2 lessons, then you will have 2/3. So you have completed 2 lessons out of 3. So that's what we are calculating here. Next, what we will do is our daily goal. So I'm going to match the daily goal here. So I will be having constant our daily goal. So this is going to be a daily goal, and this daily goal is equals to 3. Now we will have our today's progress as today progress, and this is going to be equals to the, let's have a math dot min, and we will be using math dot round, and we will be having the percentage. So the percentage would be like this. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it here, and then I will just multiply it by 100. So that's why we will be getting the today's progress. Now after getting the today's progress, what we will do is how many are remaining. So I will be having constant remaining lessons today. So we will be having remaining lessons today, and this is going to be equals to the math max, our daily goal, which was 3. Then we are going to minus with the today's completed, and I will have it 0. Okay, so that was the remaining. And then we can also get the recent activities. And if we go here, we also get the recent activities. So we can also generate the recent activities. So in the recent activities, what you do is you take the completed lessons, you slice them. Only we need 5 of them. We take the ID of that lesson, the title. So I'm going to have this as dot lesson dot title, and this is going to be lessons course title, and then we have completed. And then we also need the level points. So if we go here, then we have this level and the points. So let me a constant, we will be having a level, and this is going to be equals to the calculate level. So we have created some utility functions here. So this is the function for calculate the level and the calculate next level points. All right, so I will show you how we do that. So here you will see that this is how the points are calculated. So let's say you have 0 points. So we are going to take a square root of 0 and then we divide by 100, which is going to get 0, and we then do 0 plus 1, we take it to the first level. When the user goes on the 100 points, so if a user has 100 points, then what we will do is first we're going to have the 100 divided by 100, and we take a square root of this one. So I will be having square root of this one, which is going to be equals to the 1, and then we just add 1 plus 1 to it, and this is going to get equals to 2. When the user reaches to 400, we are this time going to have 400 divided by 100, which is going to give us 4, and the square root of 4 is 2. So the user will go to the level 3. So that's how we are going to calculate for 100, 400, 900, 1600 and 2500. So this is basically these functions are the calculate level, and another one is this one. All right, so we have these two functions and now we can just make use of them. So I will go back here, and we will be having the calculate level, and in this we just need to pass the points. So we will be having our db user and whatever the points the user have. Okay, after that we are going to have the next level point. So I will be having a constant, we will be having next level points, and this is going to be equals to the calculate. So I'm going to have the calculate next level points, and here also you will pass the db user dot points. Okay, so we have these two. Now in the end we will just return the response. So I'm going to have the return, and I'm going to return the next response. So let me have the next response, and here I'm going to just copy paste the complete response that we are going to return. So I'm going to just copy, and I'm going to put the object here. Okay, and here it is going to be JSON, and this is what we have it. We have the username, we have the stats here, we have the stats from Unified, we have the total progress, and we have the activity. So that's how our complete response gets generated. And then with this response, you will display all the information on your dashboard. Okay, so if that is not the case, and if we get some error, then we will just have our error case. So I'm going to just copy and paste the error part. So let me have the copy, and I'm going to have my error part here. So you will have the unified stats, then you will have the next response and all the default values here. So we have both our APIs ready for the user part. So we have the sync, and we also have the stats part. All right, so we will have this ready. I will just close them. We will be able to see more when we use them in our project. So let me close all this which we don't want it. Okay, so I closed everything. Now the next part what we will do is the next API which we will be working on is let's work on the achievements. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be achievements. Okay, and in the achievements I'm going to create a route. So I will be having a route.ts. If you want to see the achievements one, what we will do is I'm going to go to the achievements. So first let me go to the achievements, and here if I go this one, then you will see that we have this achievements, and in the achievements you will have all the information that is related to the achievements. So here we have it. Okay, so here what we will do is let's have a function which is the export async function, and this is going to be a get call to get all the achievements. And in this, let's have the try catch block first. In the try block we will be having the same standard one which is going to be this one. So we will be just taking these two. I'm going to copy and I'm going to put them here. I will take the auth, and here I'm going to have the next response. After that what we will do is we are going to get the user first. So I will go back here, and we're going to get the database user. So I will go here and let's have the database user. We will be having DB, and then we will have the EQ, and here we're going to have the users schema. Okay, so we have this our DB user. Now if there is no DB user, then we will simply have that user not found. So I'm going to have it here as user not found, and this is going to be equals to the DB user. After that, what we will do is we are going to get all the achievements. Now to get all the achievements, what you will do is you're going to have the constant achievements, and this is going to be equals to, you will have the await, you will have a DB query, and then you will have the achievements, and we will have the find many. So this is going to be find many, and this is going to give us all the achievements that are available. Now once we have them, what we will do is we just need to filter out the achievements which are of the user. So we will be having a user achievements. So I'm going to copy this achievements from here and I'm going to add it here. Now let's get all the user achievements list. So I will be having a list. So we will be having await DB query dot user achievements, and this is going to be find many because there may be a many achievements for a single user. So here you will have your where clause, and in the where we will be having the EQ, we will be having that user achievements dot user ID should be equals to our DB user dot ID. Okay, so we have this one. Now after that, what we will do is we need to have the achievements that have been earned. So I will have a constant and which achievements the user has earned. So I will be having the achievements earned. If you go here, then you will see that you have all achievements, you have the earned here, and these are the locked ones where you haven't earned it yet. Okay, so we need that one. So we will have the achievements earn IDs, which is going to be equals to, we are going to have the new set. Okay, and inside that what I will do is I will be having the users achievement list dot map on it, and then I will be having that user achievement, and here I'm going to have the user achievement dot achievement ID. Okay, so that's how we get all the IDs here. Now next what we will do is we are going to have the constant, we are going to have the achievements with status, and this is going to be equals to I will just do a copy paste here. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here. Now here I'm going to change this to earn achievements ID. So here what we do is achievements with status. So we take all the achievements and in that we get an individual achievement. So we take all the states plus in the earned achievements we add the ID of the achievements that has been earned and at what time it was earned. So we're going to have the earned at. So that's what we have it. Now let's go and let's return the response. So I'm going to go here, I will be having return next response dot JSON, and here we will be having the achievements with status. Okay, if that is not the case and if we get into errors, so let me add the error section. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add the error part here. Okay, so that's a pretty simple achievements API. The next API that we want to write is for the courses to fetch all the courses. So let me go here. We have the users. Okay, so achievements will go in the API. So I will move them. So now we have the achievements and we have the users. And here I'm going to have the courses. Okay, inside the courses, I'm going to create a route.ts, which is going to give me all the courses, and inside that we will also need to have an individual course. So I'm going to have here course ID. So we will be having course ID, and inside the course ID what I will do is I'm going to have my route. So I will be having here route.ts, and for individual course you can also do an enrollment. So I'm going to have here the enroll, and you will have the enrollment API. So I'm going to have the route.ts. Okay, so let's start with first get all the courses. Now in order to get all the courses, what we will do is we can simply have the export async. We will have our function, we will be using get, and then we will simply have our same try catch block, and we have some common part which we are going to use it. So I'm going to copy that common part and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so for every API we're going to get the auth, then we will be having a next response if the user ID is not available. After that we will find the user from the DB for that particular user ID. So let me have the EQ, I will have my users schema. So let me have the users schema, and if this user is not available, then we just return it that user not found, or we just have an empty array. Okay, now after that what we will do is we are going to get all courses with enrollment status. Okay, now to get that, what we will do is first we will get all the courses. So let me have all the courses, and we get all the courses from the DB. We make a query on the courses. We will do find many. Okay, and then here we will have all the courses along with the lessons. So I will be having the lessons as true, and along with that I will also need the enrollments part. So I will be having here the enrollments, and for the enrollments for that particular user, so we will be having where I will have the EQ, then I'm going to have the enrollments dot user ID. This should be equals to the user dot ID. Okay, so this is going to give me all the courses along with the lessons and the enrollments. Now after that what I will do is I will simply transform the course for the front end display. So we will be having here constant formatted courses, and this is going to be equals to the all courses dot map, and we will get the individual course. And after that what I will do is and after that what I will do is we are going to have the ID and everything. So whatever information we need it, we will just format them as required. So I will just copy those information and I'm going to add it here. So I will add this, and I'm going to add one more bracket. So we have all these courses. So if we go here and if I go to the courses part, then you will see that we make the course API call, and this course API call gives me all the courses and the lessons along with their enrollment status. Okay, so let's go back here, and this is what we return for the user, like enrolled and not enrolled. So if it's an enrolled, we have the enrolled true. If not enrolled, then we have the enrolled as false. Okay, and this is what we also have this one, enrollments. Now let's return the response. So I'm going to have the return next response dot JSON, and I'm going to return all the formatted courses. Okay, but if there is any error, then I will just have the error part. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to have the error part. All right, so this is our simple course API which is going to get us all the courses. Now the next one is to get the individual course. All right, so if we go to the ID and if we want to get the individual course, so what we will do is we're going to have the export async function, and this is going to be a get call. We are going to use the same try catch block, and when you get a individual course, you will have a params here. So what I will do is I'm going to have the request. This is going to be a request, and here we are going to have the params. So I will be having the params, and this is of type params. So let me have the, okay, so I made a mistake. So this, I'm going to cut this first, and then this is going to be a function. Okay, so we have the params, and here we will be having the params. So I will have the params here. This is going to be a promise, and here what we can do is we can have the type. So this is kind of a course ID, and this will be of type string. Okay, so we have this one. Now after this what we will do is we can go here, and now we can have our try catch block so that we can get the ID. Now here I will do the same thing. I will copy and I'm going to put it here. Okay, this is going to be a auth, and this is going to be a next response. Okay, next what we will do is we are going to get the constant. We will get our course ID. This is going to be equals to the await. We will be getting it from the params. Now once we get the course ID, we're going to make the first, we will fetch the user. So let me have the user, and we will see that if the user is available or not. So we're going to fetch the user. Let me have the DB. We're going to have the EQ imported, and we have our users schema. Now if we have the user, then what we will do is we need to get the course with lesson. So we are going to have the get course with lesson. Now how we do that is we are going to make a query. So we will be having a constant course. This is going to be equals to the await DB. We will be having a query to the courses, and here we will be having the find first, and we will first have the where clause. So we will be having a EQ, so where we need to find that if the courses ID, this is going to match with the course ID, then we need to get all those. But when we get all those, along with that we will also need to have the lessons for that courses. So we will be having the lessons, and for this lessons we will just do them order by, and I'm going to have the lessons in the ascending order, and this is going to be an arrow function. I will be having this ascending, and in this I need to have my lessons order. So I will be having the lessons dot order. Now after that we need to check whether the user has enrolled into the course or not. So for that what we will do again is we're going to have a constant. We're going to make this enrollments. So I will have the enrollment, and this is going to be equals to the db query dot enrollments, and I will be checking find first. We need to provide the where clause, and we will be having end, and what our clause will be that we will be first having a equal. So if our enrollments dot user id is matching with our user id, so that's the first thing. No, this is going to be the user dot id. Okay, so that's the first thing, and along with that we will also need to match that if the enrollment, so we will be having the enrollments dot course ID, and this course ID matches with the course ID that we are looking. So we will be having the course ID. So if these two matches, then we need to get the enrollments. So this is for that particular course, and for that user who is on that course is enrolled or not enrolled. So that we get the information. Now we will also need to get the progress for that particular course. So what we will do is I will just do a copy paste for the progress part. Okay, so I will copy and I'm going to add it here. Now for the progress, what we do is get progress for each lesson if enrolled. So lesson with progress, so we are going to go first with our course. So if we have the course, then we will go for the lesson, and if we have the enrollment, so let me have the enrollment, and here I've missed here await, so let me have the await here. So this is going to be an enrollment, so I will just copy this and enrollment. So if there is an enrollment, then in that case we will be having the course dot lessons, then we get the lesson ID, and for all these particular IDs, lesson IDs, we need to get the progress of the user. So we go to the progress and we just check it there. So I will be having the progress schema, and then here it is going to be in array. So if it's an enrollment, we get the lessons with progress. If it's not, then we get this lessons with progress. All right, now let's go and let's get the response back. So I'm going to go here, I will do a return. We will be having the next response, and on the next response I will be having a JSON, and here we are going to have the all the courses first. So I will have the course, and after that we will be having the lessons, and this is going to be equals to the lessons with progress. Then we will also have the enrolled, and for the enrolled I will be having that if it's an enrollment. Okay, and then we will be having the completed, so I will be having the enrollment, and if it's an enrollment then we will be having completed. If not, then we will be having it false, and then we will simply have our catch block. So I will go here and then we have the catch. If we go and check, then here if I go to this particular course, then you will see that we have the course ID, and if I go to the response, then here you will see that you get everything. You get the ID, title, description, you get all the lessons, and you also have some information like completed or not completed. So this is how you look like. All right, you get all the lessons, you get the overview, your progress, your course detail, and everything. Okay, so that's why this is the course ID, and now we will just have the enrollment, which is allow the user to enroll and to unenroll. So what I will do is I'm going to have a export. We will be having async, we will be having a function, and I will be having a post. So this post going to allow us to enroll the user into a course, and if we want to remove the enrollment, we will just need to delete it. So I will be having a function, I will be having a delete, and we have this one. Okay, so I misspelled the function. Okay, so we have this enrollment and unenrollment, and what I will do is I'm going to go here and I will just copy all the information that is between here. So I will copy this, I will go here and I'm going to add it here. Okay, so we have this one, and this is going to be similar for removing the enrollment. So we will be having the same thing here. So I will copy these two here as well. Now here we will have the standard one where we will be having our try catch block. So let me go here, I will be having my try catch block, and in the try block we will first have the auth. So let me have the auth. Then if the user is not available, then the user is unauthorized. Now we are going to get the ID. So I will copy this, and here we are going to get the course ID first, then we will get the user for which we are checking. So I'm going to have the users schema, and I will also import the EQ. So we will have this user, and if the user is not available, we will say that user not found. But if this is not the case, then what we will do is we are going to check if course exists or not. So for that, what we will do is we will simply going to make a query and pass the course ID. So I will have a query to the courses, and I will just pass the courses.id if it matches or not. So if we want to enroll it, first we need to check whether the course in which we are enrolling is exist or not. And if the course doesn't exist, then we will simply have the same thing, that the course not found. Now first we need to see that whether this particular user is already enrolled to this course or not. So for that, I will have a constant. I will be having that existing enrollment, and we will be having a wait db. We will be having the query dot enrollment, and here we are going to have the find first, and we need to apply a where clause. Now here what we will do is we are going to have first end, and inside the end we are going to have that we will check the equal that enrollment dot user id if this is matches with the user dot id, and along with that we will have that if the courses. So here we are going to have the enrollment dot course id if this matches with the course ID, and here I will have a comma. If this matches, then we see that the user has already enrolled. So in this case we will have that if we have this existing enrollment, then for the user we are simply going to return a next response dot JSON, and here we will have a message, and the message will be that already enrolled. Okay, and we will have the enrolled as true. Okay, but if that is not the case, then we will be having a new enrollment. Now to create a new enrollment, I will have a constant. I will be having the enrollment, and this is going to be equals to the await db dot insert. We need to insert a new value in the enrollment, and we will be having the values, and the values object will be user id, which is going to be equals to the user dot id. After that we will be having the course id, so this is going to be equals to the course id. Then we will be having enrollment at, so on what date we have enrolled, so we will be having the new date, and then we will be having the completed as false. Okay, and last what I will do is I'm going to have here dot returning. So when we say dot returning, is that this API just returns the information what we have. Now after that, what we need to do is we are going to have our next response. So I will be having a return next response dot JSON, and in this what we will do is we're going to have the success as true. Then we will be having the enrollment as enrollment first. So this is the enrollment, so we are going to get this enrollment. And next what we will do is we are going to have a message, and the message will be successfully enrolled in course. Okay, and I will have the quotes here. Okay, we have this one. But if that is not the case, and if we have an error, then I will just do a copy paste for the error. All right, so we have this one. Now if we want to remove it, so if we want to delete it, then we will have a very similar. What we will do is first let's have the try catch block, and in the try block we will have all those information exactly how we had before. So I'm going to copy this and put them here. Now if we want to just remove the enrollment, what we will do is we are going to do the db dot delete, and where we want to delete, we want to delete in the enrollments, and you need to define a where clause what you want to delete. So what I want to delete is I will have a where, I will have an end, I will do eq, and this is going to be exactly the same what we have here. So I'm going to copy these two, and I'm going to go and I'm going to add them here. Okay, so this will be identical, and then we can simply have the next response. So I can just copy this response, and I'm going to put it here. Okay, and here this time we will have the success as true, and here I'm going to have the successfully unenrolled from course. So here I'm going to have the from course. Let's give the error part. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add it here. So we have this enrollment and unenrollment API also ready. So I'm going to close this. We have complete course API ready. The next API which we want to work is the leaderboard. All right, so I will go here and I'm going to create a new folder. I will be having here leaderboard, and inside that I will be having my route.ts. Now here this is also going to be a get API call. So what I will do is I will have a export function, and this is going to be a async function, and this is going to be a get Okay, so we have this get call. Now if we go here and if we go to the leaderboard, so I'm going to click on the leaderboard, and here you will see that you get this all the information. You get the entries where you have all the user names and their points and everything in the order, and you can also have the rank accordingly based on the points. So let's go back here, and the first thing we'll have the try catch block again here, and we will have those standard things. So what I will do is I'm going to have a copy and I'm going to put them here. We will get the auth first, so we have this auth, and let's have the next response. After that, what we will do is we are going to get the current user. Now this is going to give me the current user which is logged in. So I will be having a DB we will be using first, and we will be having query for the users. It should be equal, and we will be having the users.clerk ID going to be equal to the user ID. Now to get the leaderboard, what we will do is we're going to get all the top 100 users. So I will have the get 100 users by points. Okay, and this is going to be get top 100 users by points. So we will again query the users table only. So we will be having a leaderboard entries. This is going to be equals to the DB. We're going to query the users table again. So we will be having users, and we will be having find many, and what we need from there is we will be having the columns, and what columns we need is we need the ID, we make it true. After that we will need the name, we make it true, and here you can see all that you need: ID, name, username, avatar, points, level, current streak, and the rank. So these information you want to display it here, so you only need those information. Okay, so we have the name, we have the username. After that we will be having the avatar URL, then we will be having the points. After that we will be having the level, so this is going to be true, and after that we will be having the current streak, so I will have the current streak as true. So we have them. Now once we have them, what we need to do is we need to order them by the descending based on the points, so that we will get all the users based on the highest point to the lowest point. So I'm going to go here, let's have that order by, and we need to order by as descending. On which column? We will be having the column as users points. All right, next what we will do is we need to add the rank as well. So if you see here, we have the rank as well. So in the response we need to calculate the rank as well. So what I will do is constant, we are going to have the entries with rank, and we are going to get all the leaderboards entries dot we apply a map. So here I forgot to add a weight, and here we are going to have the map, and here what I will do is I'm going to get the entry and the index of it. Okay, now after that we are going to have the arrow function, and inside this we will take all the entry, and for the rank what we will do is, since the first rank will have the index as 0, so we are going to get the index plus 1. Okay, so we get all the ranks now. Now after that what we will do is we need to find the current user rank, and we need to display it, because that's what you will display it here, that your rank is 1, this is the current user. So here you will get the list, but this is the current user information you needed. So what you will do is you're going to have the let user rank is equals to null, let user points is equals to 0, let user, so we're getting some variables here, level equals to 1. So these will be the default, and let the user streak equals to 0. Okay, we have all these 4. Now what we will do is that if the current user, so if we have the current user, then in that case I'm going to have the user rank, and we can get this user rank from the entries with the rank. So I will have the user rank, we will get entries with rank dot, we need to find the index of that particular user. So I will have a e, so e dot id, and this should be equals to our current user dot id. Okay, and then we will get the plus 1, because we will get the index, and the index starts from 0, so we will get the rank of that user. Now for the user points, what we will do is we will be having the user points, and we will get the user points from the current user points. After that we will be having the user level, we will be getting it from the current user dot level, and then we will be having the, okay, this is going to be colon, and this is also going to be a colon. Okay, and the last we will be having the user streak, so it is going to be streak, I will just correct the spelling, and this is also going to be current user dot current streak. Okay, now let's create the response. So to create the response, what I will do is return, we will be having the next response, json, and in the JSON what we will do is we are going to get the entries first, which is going to be entries with rank. After that we are going to get the user rank, and this user rank will be user rank. If not, then we will be having null. Okay, next we are going to get the user points. After that we are going to get the user level, then we are going to get the user streak, and in the end we are going to get the total users, which will be equal to the leaderboard entries dot length. Okay, so we have all this. Okay, and we see that we have to add here equals to, because we are assigning the value, so we will have the equals to here. Okay, so we have this one, but if that's not the case, then we will simply have our response. So I'm going to go here and we're going to have the error part, and this is what we will have. All right, so our leaderboards API is completely ready. Now what we can do next is we can go for the streak API. So what I will do is I will go here in the APIs, and here I'm going to create streak, and in the streak what we will do is we are going to have the route.ts. okay, and here we're going to get all the streak of the user. So what I will do is I'm going to have the export async function, and this is going to be a get call. Okay, now in this we will be first having the try catch block. We will take the standard things first. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add it here. This is going to be auth. This is going to be next response. Then we are going to have here db. We will be having here eq, and we're going to have our users schema. All right, now once we have these, what we will do is we are going to calculate the streak. So usually we calculate the streak what we have done it in our users. So if I go to users, if I go to the stats, and here if you remember that we have calculated the streak like this, so we are going to copy this and we will be using it here again. Okay, now after that what we will need is we will need to have get all completed lessons, and this is will get it from the progress table. So what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will be having a completed lessons, and this is going to be equals to await db query, and we will query the progress. So I will be having progress, then I will be having the find many, and after that what we will do is we are going to have to add the where clause. So I will be having a where, and here I'm going to have the end first. Okay, and inside the end what I will do is I will have the eq, and I will be having the progress dot user id. Okay, and this is going to be matched with the user that we have it with the id of that user. Okay, that's the first condition. The second condition we want to match is the progress dot completed, and this is going to be a true. So whatever all the completed one, so this is going to give us the completed lessons. Now next what we want is we want the completed dates. So we will be having completed dates, and we want this to be a unique. We don't want to be have a duplicate. So what I will do is we're going to have a set of string. Okay, and in order to get the completed dates, what we will do is we are going to have the, we will use this one, and then on this we will have the for each, and we will check. So what I will do is I will just copy and paste here. So we have this completed lesson, and we go to the each of the lesson. We check that if lesson has completed at, then we get the date of it, and we set the hours, and then we have that completed date to ISO string. Okay, and these will all be the unique one. Okay, now if we want to calculate the streak, what we will do is we are going to have here calculate current streak. So here what I will do is we're going to have a variable. Let's have the variable as current streak, and this is going to be 0. After that we will have the another variable which is going to be the check date, and we are going to have the new date, and we will add the today's date. Okay, then what we will do is we're going to have a loop here. So we will be having while true, we're going to have a constant. We will be having date str, the date string, and we will see that the check date dot to ISO string. So we get the date string. Now we will have that if the completed dates dot has, and it has the date string. So we will be having the date string here. So if it has that one, then what we will do is we are going to have the current streak plus plus, and then we will have the check date dot set date, and we are going to set it as the check date dot get the date. and I will have the -1 here. But if that's not the case, then what I will do is we are going to have the else, and we will just do a break on the loop. So we are just checking that whether the user is continuously learning on the platform or not, and that's how we calculate the current streak, and we just keep on incrementing on that one. Okay, next what we will do is after that we are going to have our update user streak in the database. So now we have calculated the user streak, we need to update the users streak in DB. For that, what we will do is that we will be having that if our current streak is not double equals to the user dot current streak, in that case let's update it. So I will be having the await db dot update. We want to update the users dot set, and let's set the values. So we are going to set the current streak, which is going to be equals to the current streak, and along with that we will also have the longest streak that the user has maintained. So we will be having math dot max, we will be having the current streak, and we will be having the user dot longest streak. Okay, so we update both of them, and to update it we need to put a where clause, so for which we need to update. So we are going to have the eq where I'm going to have the user dot id equals to the user. So this user is going to be this one, so we need to match it with this user. So I will have this user dot id. Okay, so we have that one, and now let's return it. So I will be having a return, and in the return I will have the next response dot json, and I will have the current streak, and I will give the longest streak. So I will just copy this, and I'm going to put this here. Okay, and if that's not the case, then we will just have the error part. So I will go here and I'm going to add it here. So we have the streak as well. Now the only thing I think which is remaining is the progress, which is going to be a little long. So what I will do is let's go to the API. I will go here and I'm going to have this as progress, and in the progress I'm going to have the route.ts. All right, so now in the progress what we will do is we will first have the export, we will have the async function, and we will have a post. So we will post the progress. So I will have a request, and I will have this one. Okay, now if we go and check on the progress table, what we have here is if we go to the here, if I go to the progress, then the progress takes the user ID, the lesson ID, completed and completed at lessons, and the users. So this is what the progress takes us. And if we go and check once the schema of the progress, so if I go here, then we have this one, but it also have the progress relations. So whenever you have a progress, it has the user relation and the lessons relation to it. If I go to the achievements, we don't have anything relation with the achievements. If I go to lessons, a lesson has a relation with the progress. If I go to the course, it has nothing. If I go to the enrollments, it has nothing. All right, so let's do and let's work on that one. So I'm going to close all those which I don't need it, and I'm going to keep only the progress one. Now here the first thing what we will do is let's copy all those standard things. So I'm going to have my try catch block first here. So I will be having try and catch. Then we are going to get the user. So I will be having a user. This is going to come from the auth, and this is going to be the next response. Okay, so we have these two. After that, let's get the body part. So I will have the body. This is going to be a wait. We will be having the request JSON. Now if we want to check when we call this progress API, then what we can do is we can go and check here. So if I close this, and if I go to the dashboard, if I go to the courses, if I go to this course, okay, and now if I click on the enroll, then you see that I have enrolled it. Okay, and now let me go and check this. If I click on the complete, you see we call the progress. So when we call the progress is success, but in the payload you will see that what you pass it, you pass the completed true, and you pass the lesson ID on which you want to add it. So we're going to take these two. So if I go back here, we get the body. From the body what we need is we will be needing the lesson ID, and we will be needing the completed. This is going to be body. Next what we need to do is we need to get the user from the database. So let's get the user from the database. So I will go here and I will get the user from the database. Let's import the DB. I will import the EQ, and I will import the users schema. And if we don't find the user, then we say that the user not found. After that, what we need to do is we need to also get the lessons for which. So we have the lesson ID, we can fetch the lesson based on the lesson ID. So I'm going to have the lesson here, and this is going to be equals to the lessons dot id, and if we don't have a lesson, then we will have that lesson not found. Next, what we need to do is that, let's say if a user is not enrolled and he just want to complete the course, then we will just make him auto enroll. So first we will check whether the user's enrollment exists or not. So what I will do is I'm going to copy, and we will just add it here, that existing enrollment for the user. So I'm going to have the and we're going to have the enrollment. Okay, and if the existing enrollment doesn't exist, then we will enroll the user. So to enroll the user, we are simply going to insert a value into our enrollment table. So we have the db insert enrollment, and we pass the values, the user id, the course id, the enrollment at, and the completed at. Next, what we need to do is when we enroll the user, we need to update or create the progress of that user. So here we are going to have the update or create progress. So first what we will do is we are first going to take the existing progress. So I will have the existing progress, and you will see that these existing progress, you also need it here for this one. So you have now 17% completed. Now if I go here and okay, I will close this. Now if I click on complete on the second one as well, then you will see that we make an API call and the progress gets updated immediately. So here we did another API call and the progress gets updated. So that's why we need to get the existing progress first. Now to get the existing progress, we will have a await db, we will have a query dot progress, and we will be having the find first. Okay, we need to add the where clause. So I will be having where, I will have the end, and I will have the eq. So the existing progress will be progress table dot user id, and then you have your user dot id, and you will also check the other thing, which is the eq. You will be having your progress dot lesson id. This should be equals to the lesson id that we have in the request. Okay, so this is going to give us the existing progress. Now next, what we need to do is that if we have this existing progress, then we are just going to update our progress table, and if not, then we are just going to have our new progress inserted in the database table. Now to update it, what you will do is you're going to have the await, you will have the db update, and you will update the progress table. You will have the set and what values you want to set while updating. So what you will do is first you will have the completed, then you will have the completed at. So here in this you will be having that if completed is true, then you will have a new date, and if not, then you're going to have the null. Okay, and for this one, which record you want to update, where you will have a where clause, and in the where clause you will again have the end, and in the end you will again use the same thing. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so that's how you update it. But if you don't want to update it and it's a new the first time, then you will need to insert it. So I will have a await db dot insert, and I want to insert in progress. I will be having my values, and the values would be, so I will just copy paste the values. We will have the user id, the lesson id, completed, and completed at. So we have these two. Now the next thing what we need to do is that we will have to do a couple of things while doing or calculating the progress. First, we will have that if the lesson is completed, we need to award the points to the user, we need to update his streak, and we need to check his achievement. So that is what we are going to do it. First, if the completed is true, then what I will do is first I will have the award points. Okay, now to award the points, we need to first find out what points are assigned for each of the course. So if we go to the schema of the courses, then for every course you have a point here. If we go to the lessons, for the lessons we don't have any point, yeah, but for the course we have a point. So we need to get that point and we need to award this point to the user. All right, so what I will do is first let's get the course with lesson. So I'm going to have a constant, I will have the course with lesson, and this is going to be equals to the await. We will have a db query dot courses find first, and we will be having a where clause where eq. Here we are going to have our courses dot id, and this should match with our lesson dot course id. Okay, so if that matches, along with that what I want is we will be having the with, and here we are going to have the lessons, and I will make it as true. Okay, so we get the lessons. Now what we will do is that if we have it, then I will just do a copy paste. So I'm going to have a copy and I'm going to add it here. Okay, so now here you will see that if the course with lesson exists, then we need to get the points per lesson. And how we calculate that? We will have the points, total points, divided by the total number of lessons. So if I go to the courses, and here you have the points, and here you will get the lessons. So in each course, how many lessons you have? So you have a total points divided by number of lessons. So this is what we are doing, it total points divided by the length of the lessons. After that we will do the db update user, and then we will have the set, and here we're going to run the SQL query. So we will be having the SQL. Okay, we take the user points, and on the user points we are just going to add the points per lesson for this particular user, and that's how you award the points for completing a lesson. All right, now after this what you will do is you need to also have the streak updated. So I will have the update streak, and along with that you will have the check for the achievements. Okay, so we need to do these two things, and once we have these two, what we can do is we can just return the response. So I'm going to go here, I will have a return, and we will return the response as next response dot json. We will have the success as true. Okay, but if there is any error, then let's have the error part. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to add the error here. Okay, now to update the streak, what I will do is I will create a function which is the, so I will have a await. I will create a function here, update user streak, and I'm going to pass the user dot id. Similarly for the achievements, I'm going to have a wait. I will have check and award achievements, and here also I will pass the user dot id. Okay, so in both these I will pass the user id. Now what I will do is I'm going to create these two functions here. So first let's create the update user streak. So I'm going to go here, I will have a async function, and my function name is this one. My parameter is the user id, and the type is a string. Okay, so I have this one. Similarly I'm going to create another one. So I will go here, and the other one will be this one, and I'm going to add it here. Let's write this function first. So here what we will do is first we need to get all the completed lessons. So to get the completed lessons, we can go and query the progress, and we can check for all the lessons which has a progress completed as true, and we get them. So I'm going to just copy it, and we get it because we did this couple of times. Okay, we get the completed lessons. After getting the completed lessons, what we will do is if the completed lessons length is 0, then we just return it. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here. Okay, next what we need to do is we need to get the unique completion dates. So we can also get it from here. If you see here, then we have here also the unique completion dates. So I'm going to go and set here. So we are going to copy paste and use the exact same. So either I can copy this, okay, and I will go here and I'm going to add it here, and now we will just sort them. So what I will do is I will be having the sorted dates, which is going to be equals to the array dot from, we're going to have the completed dates dot sort dot reverse. Next what we will do is we will have the calculate the streak. Now to calculate the streak, we usually do, if I go back to the streak, we will have these two. So I'm going to copy them, I'm going to go here and I'm going to have it here. So here I'm going to have first one is the calculate streak. Let's have the streak as 0, and let's have the today's date. So I will be having the today here like this. Okay, after that what we will do is we are going to have the today dot set hours, and we will have 0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds, and 0 milliseconds. Next we are going to have the yesterday. This will be equals to the new date, and we're going to pass it today. After that what we need to do is we're going to set the yesterday date. So I will be having the yesterday dot set date, and this is going to be yesterday dot get date -1. So we will be having today's date and the yesterday's date. Next what we will do is we're going to have the last activity date, and this is going to be equals to the new date. We will be having the sorted dates. Okay, and here the sorted dates, the index will be 0. Okay, because we have already sorted them, so the 0th will be the last activity date. Now here also we can have the same, we can have the last activity date set hours. And now to calculate the streak, what we can do is, so we have two ways. So either we can go to the streaks and we can have this one, or I will just add a copy paste logic here to update the streak. So I will have the copy and I'm going to add it here. All right, for the streak, and then we can just insert this streak into the database. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add it here. So here you can just insert it into the users table. And what this is the same thing we did it here as well. When after we're doing this, we just insert it in the user table. So we are also inserting it in the user table, the current streak, the longest streak, and the last active. So we have this function ready. The next function we want is the check and award achievement. So let's go and let's work on that one. So I'm going to go here, and here what we will need is, first thing is we will get the user, and if there is no user we will just return it. Okay, all right, next what we will do is we are going to come here and we will be getting all the completed lesson results. So we will have the completed, and we need this because if we go to the achievements, then here you will see that we have the lessons, the completion percentage, the total XPs we received, logged, unlogged, and everything here. Okay, so we will have the constant completed lessons result, and this is going to be equals to the await db dot select, and we need to get the count. So here we are going to have the count. Now after having the count, what we will do is we need to have from where we need to get this count. So we need the count from the progress schema. After that, what we will do is we are going to have the where clause. So we will be having the where, and here we will simply have the progress what we have used so far. So I'm going to copy, and in the where clause we will just add this one. Okay, so I'm going to have this as end, and we get the count here. Now after getting the count, what is the next step we need to do is we are going to have the constant, we will have the lessons completed, and this is going to be equals to the, we're going to have the completed lesson result. We're going to take the first index, and if it's there then we're going to take the count of it, and if not then we're going to take it 0. Okay, after that what we will do is we are going to get the completed course result. So here we got the lesson results, now we're going to get the completed course results. So I'm going to just copy and paste it for the course, because it's going to be a very similar pattern. You have the db, you can select from, this time you will get it from the enrollments, and you have this one. Okay, like lesson completed, now we will also have the course completed. So I'm going to copy that one and I'm going to have it here. Okay, next what we will do is we're going to get all the achievements. So we will be having get all achievements, and to get all the achievements we can simply go and get it from the here. So we will have the get all achievements. So I'm going to get these achievements. So I will copy, I will go to my progress, and I'm going to add it here. Now after getting all the achievements, we need to get all the achievements that has been earned. So that also we can get it from here. So we have the achievements that has been earned. So we are going to get this copy, and basically we can just copy both of these two. So I'm going to copy and this, and I'm going to go to the progress, I'm going to go here, I will have them here. Okay, so we have the user achievement list, and this is going to be user achievement schema, and this is going to be user. So we have our user as user, so I'm going to change this to user. Okay, after having this, what we need is we need to get the earn achievement IDs, which is a new set. We have our user achievements and we have the ID. Okay, so far we have the similar what we have did it in the achievements table. Now after that we need to check each achievement. So what I will do is we're going to have the check each achievement. Now for each achievement, what we will do is first we are going to have a for loop, and we will be having a constant achievement, and this is going to be of all achievements. Okay, inside that what we will do that if we are going to have this earned achievement IDs dot has, and we are going to have this as the achievement dot ID. Okay, so if that matches, then we are going to have a continue. Okay, and then what I will do is let should award, and this variable will be a false initially. After that we're going to have the criteria to award So basically we are trying to award these points 150. If someone achieves the first step, then he need to get some points here. So we need to get that one. So I will have the criteria, and this is going to be equals to the achievement dot criteria as any. Okay, and after that we will have a switch case. So let me copy paste the switch case. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add the switch case here. Okay, so in this, if the criteria dot type is lesson completed, then based on that we will award something. If it's for the streak, then we will award something. And now in any of the case that if should award, if that is true, then what we will do is we are going to update the user achievement. So we will be having db insert. We need to insert in the user achievement because user have achieved that. We're going to have the values. Okay, and in the values what we will do is we're going to get the user id, which is going to be equal to the user dot id. After that we are going to have the achievement id, which is going to be equals to the achievement dot id. Next what we will need is we need to have the earned at, and this is going to be equals to the date. Okay, so we have that one, and after that what we will do is we are going to have the award points also. So we need to update the points for to the user. So to update those points in the user, so we will be having the db update. We need to update our user, and we're going to have the set, and in the set what we will do is we are going to set the points. Okay, and we are going to use the SQL to calculate those points. Okay, and this is going to be, first we will have our user dot points, and then we are going to add them with the achievement points that has been achieved. So we will be having the achievement dot points. Okay, so we will have this, and we need to add a where clause. So for this one we will be having a where, we will be having a eq. Okay, and in the eq we will be having that the users dot id should be equal to the user dot id. Okay, so we have this one, and in the end we can just add a console. So I will just copy paste the console. So we have this one, and I'm going to add the console. Okay, so we have our complete API ready. So in this API we are doing a lot of things. So we also have this award check and award achievements, and along with that we also have this streak update. Okay, and then we have our progress API. All right, so now we have all our APIs ready. So we have created the achievements API, courses, get course, enrollment on a course, leaderboard, progress, streak, and the user, where we have the sync user and the stats. All right, so now the next part what we need to do is we need to start consuming these APIs, and we need to create our different pages like the dashboard page, the courses page, the leaderboard, the achievements page. So we need to work on this UI part after we have the APIs ready. First we will set up the query client provider from the TanStack query so that we can use it to make the API calls. So what I will do is I will go to the components folder. So I will minimize this, and inside the component folder I'm going to create a new folder with providers, and inside the providers I'm going to have the query provider, and I'm going to have it as tsx. Now in this what we will do is we're going to make this as a client component. So I will be having the use client, and after that we are going to have the export. Let's have a function, and the name of our function is the query provider. Now this query provider is going to accept children. So what I will do is here we are going to have the prop as children. So let me destructure the children, and the type of this will be children of react dot react node. Okay, now inside this what we will do is we need to return something from here. So to return, what I will do is I will take the query client provider. So I will be having the query client provider, and in this we're going to pass the children. So whatever children we have, we are going to pass the children, and apart from that we will also need to have our client that we are going to have. So the client will be our query client. So we will create this query client. Let me have first this query client, and we will create this query client, and here I'm going to have a constant. I will take the user first, whoever user is logged in. So we will get the logged in user information from this hook, which is the use user hook, and this comes from the clerk. So we will get that. Now after that what we will do is we are going to create another constant, and the name of my constant will be query client, and this is going to be equals to we are going to create a initial state for this query client, and in the initial state what it will do is we're going to have a arrow function, and in this arrow function we will be having a new instance of the query client. So we will take this query client instance, and in this instance we are going to pass some default options. So let's have the default options, and the options will be what options you need to have for your queries. So we will have this stale time, and we're going to have it for 1 minute. So I will be having a 60 into 1000, which is 1 minute. Then we are going to have the refetch. So I will be having the refetch on mount. So I will make it as true. So whenever the component mounts, we need to refetch. And there will be one more option which I want to give you is refetch on window focus. So we are going to have this refetch on window focus, and I'm going to give this as true. So we have these options. Okay. Next, what I want to do is I will have to clear the cache when user changes. So whenever a user changes, we need to clear the cache. So we need to do this invalidate queries, which is going to clear everything from the cache value. So what we will do is we are going to run the use effect, and this is going to be an arrow function. What we will do is if we have a user, then in that case we are going to have the query client dot invalidate queries. Okay. And then other thing what we will do is we are going to just clear it. So we will be having a query client dot clear, and we want to do this whenever we have that user, and if the user has an ID, or if our query client changes. So we're going to have the query client. Okay. So this is our simple query provider we will be having, and we will be using it into our layout. So let's go to the layout part. So I'm going to go to I will just minimize this. I will go to the app, and inside the app we will be going to the layout. Now in the layout here, what we will do is we are going to have the clerk provider. We will be having the HTML body, and we have our children here. So here I can have my query provider. So we will be having our query provider from here, and inside this we can put the children. So I'm going to cut this. I will be adding a children here. Okay. Now we see that the query provider is having some error. Property children is missing in type children. Okay, so what we can do is we can go back here in our provider, and in the provider we did a mistake, and the mistake is that this is a spelling mistake. So we will be copy this. I will be having it here, and I will be having it here. So if I go back here, and here we see that it's all good now. Now the next part what we will do is we are first going to design our home page for our application. So currently our page just shows BuildSpace, but we need to transform this page into the home page, which looks like this one. So if we see, then this is how our page looks like, and we need to build this page like this. So this is going to be the landing page for our application, and some of the data is just the static data. So we are going to just use the static data so that our application looks little nice whenever the user lands on the page. Here you can also see we go to the sign in and we go to the sign up. So we're going to do all this thing, and if I go here, then we just right now have only the build space. So let's go and let's work on that. So first what we will do is there are so many datas you see on this page. So we are going to create a data folder, and we will have all that data in the project. So I'm going to minimize this, and I'm going to minimize this. Now just below the API, what we will do is we are going to create a new folder, and the name of the folder is data. Now inside this, create a new file, and this is going to be index.ts. Now in this, I'm going to copy paste all the data that we will be having. So here you will see that what we have is we have the stats. These are the stats which we see it here. So these are all the stats. Now after the stats, we have the next one is the features. Then we have the testimonials and footer links. So if we go, then we have these features, we have how it works, testimonials, and then we have the footer links. So let's go and let's work then, and we will also be using the framer motion. So if I go here, then you will see that there are some animations on this screen. So if I refresh it, then you will see that as I load, there are some elements on the screen which are getting animated. So we will be using a framer motion for that. We have already installed the dependency for it. So let's go to the page first. So I'm going to go here, and I will be going to the page. Now in the page, what we will do is some of the code we will just do a copy paste, because we don't want to write all the JSX by ourselves. Okay, so I'm going to have this one, and what we will do is instead of the home, I'm going to have this as landing page. Now in the landing page, what we will do is in the return we can have our JSX. So first what we will do is we are going to start with a div, and this div will have some classes which will be the min height screen, background linear, from purple via white to indigo, and then we have the overflow hidden. Now after this, what we will do is first we are going to have the animated background. So I will be having here the animated background. After animated background, the next thing we will have is the navigation. So we are going to have here the navigation. Okay, so next I'm going to have the hero section. So let me have the hero section. After the hero section, we are going to have our features. So I will be having features section. So let me have the section. Next, what we will do is we are going to have the how it works. So I'm going to have here how it works. After how it works, we are going to have the testimonials. So I will be having testimonials section. After that, we have the call to action. So I will be having CTA section. And then at last, we will be having the footer. So I will be having the footer. So this is how it's gonna look like. So let's go first and let's work on the footer part. So here what I will do is for the footer, we will be having this footer, and to the footer let's have some classes. So we will be having a footer with relative. We will be having the border as top. Next we will be having the border as gray 200. Then we will have the padding Y on 8, and then we will be having a Z index of 10, and we have the background white as 50. So let me have it as 50. If we go and if we check here, then now we don't see anything, but soon we are going to start see the footer part. After the footer, what we will do is we are going to have the div, and I'm going to have a class to this div. So let me have the classes as container and max auto as 8. Under that we need to have another div, and let's have classes to this div as flex column, and we're going to have the justify center. After that we need to have another div. So I will be having a div. Let me have the class names. So we're going to have the class name as this one, the flex and flex item center. And after this we are going to have a div with a code icon. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to put that JSX here like this. Let's import this code which is becoming from the Lucid React. If we go and check, then we see that we have this icon here. Alright, now once we have this icon, what we will do is next we are going to create a span. So let me have a span, and in this span I'm going to give the name as BuildSpace. We can give some classes to this span as font semi-bold and text gray. Once we have the span, next is the div is closed. Then we are going to have another div, and let me give some classes to this div as flex, and we will be having gap as 6. Now inside this we need to have all our footer links. So if we go to the data section and in the data we have the footer links, so we need to display those links. So what I will do is I'm going to have the footer links, then I'm going to have a map on that. Inside the map I will need to have a link and the index. After that we are going to have the arrow function, and here what I will do is I'm going to use an anchor tag, and on the anchor tag we will be having a key, and the key will have the index. Then we are going to have the href, and the href would be link.href. Okay, next what we will do is we will provide some classes. So our classes will be the text gray, on hover you will make it as purple. We need some transition colors, and here we will need the actual label. So we will be having the link.label. Okay, then we have our anchor tag closed. Now after this we are simply going to have a paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag we will be having this. If we go here, then we will be having simply this 2024 build space. So I will just copy this text and I'm going to put the text here in the paragraph. Okay, we can give some classes to this one, text as sm. We will be having text gray 500, and we can go and check. So if I go here and let me zoom out, then this is how it looks like. So we see this one, and they all are in the same line, so they are not in a proper sequence. So we're going to fix that. So here we see that we have this as font semi bold, and where we also see that we have missed spell here, so this is going to be a flex. Okay, now if we go and see, then we see that we have a proper footer which looks very similar to like this one. All right, now the next part we will be building is we will be building this call to action. So let's go and let's work on that one. So I'm going to go here. So I will just minimize this, and on the call to action what we will do is we're going to have this as a section, and on this section what we will do is let's have the classes. So I will be using a relative. We will be having a container. After the container we will be using max auto, padding on x-axis as 4, padding on y-axis as 20, and a z-index of 10. Once we have the section, what we will do next is we will be using this framer motion. So I will be using this motion, and this motion should be imported from the framer motion. So I will go up here, and what I will do is I will have the import, I will have the motion, and this motion will be coming from the, we will be having a framer motion. Now we can just use this motion dot div, and this is going to give us the div. We will go and check what is basically, you see here there is this motion happening on this limited time offer. So that's where we need the motions. Now on this div we will need to add some initial properties. So what I will do is first we are going to have the initial, we are going to have the opacity as 0, and we will be having the scale as 0.9. So I will have a 0.9 here. Apart from the scale, what we will do next is I will also need to have a while in view. So when it is in the view, I will need to give the opacity. So let me have the opacity as 1, and I'm going to have the scale as 1. And now this is basically what will happen is when it's not in the view, and when this comes in the view, this is going to get animated. So let me go and let me show you again. So if I go, then here you will see that the call to action that comes in the view, when it comes in the view, it becomes the opacity as 1 and the scale as 1. Then we are going to have the transition, and we want to add the transition as duration. So the transition duration would be 0.6, and after that we will be having the viewport. So for the viewport we will have once. So this is going to happen only once when it comes in the viewport, not every time. So now if I go back here and if I come, it will not going to animate. So that is the true once. And then let's apply some classes to it. So I'm going to add the classes. Okay, so we have the classes here. Now inside this, what we will do is next we are going to create another div, and on this div I'm going to give the classes again. This time this class will be absolute. I'm going to use the inset as 0, then I will have the background as black. Now after this, inside this div we will have another div, and on the another div what I will do is we are going to give the classes, I will be having relative and z-index as 10. Now inside this we will be using another motion div, and this motion div will be basically for this limited time offer. So let me have this motion div. On this motion div what we will do is we are going to provide the animate, which is going to be equals to the y-axis. We need to animate it on the y-axis. I will have the 0, -5, 0. Next property will be the transition, and the transition will be on the duration for the transition. So we will be having the duration as 2, and we will have to keep on repeating. So I will be having a repeat as infinity. After that we will again have some classes on this div. So let me have the classes. Now once we have this, we are going to have this sparkle icon and the text. So to get the sparkle icon, we will be having the sparkle. Okay, let's give some classes to the sparkle. So I will be having width as 4, height as 4. We will be having text white, and after that we can have that span. So in the span I'm going to have some classes, and the text of the span will be limited time offer. So we will be having limited time offer, and in the classes we will be giving the text. We want it in a white color, and we want the text should be in SM, and we want the font medium. Okay, once we have this one, the next what we will do is we are going to have the h2 tag, and on the h2 tag we are going to add this ready to start your journey. So I'm going to add the h2 tag, and there will be some classes on the h2 tag. Okay, after that what we will do is we are going to have the paragraph tag. So this is the paragraph tag. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to put it here. We're going to give some classes to this paragraph tag, and I'm going to have my classes here. Okay, once the paragraph tag is done, next we need the sign up button, get started for free. So for that one what we will do is we will be using the sign up button, and this sign up button will be coming from the Clerk. So I will be having that button. I want the button to be in a modal, so I can use the mode as model, and inside this what I want is I need my motion div. So let me have a motion div, and on this motion div what we will do is when we hover on it, so it will be a while hover, and on hover I just want to scale it to 1.05, and along with that what I will do is while tap. So you will be having while tap, and when you tap on it, what we want is I want again a scale of 0.9, 95. Okay, so that was our div. Then we will be using a button inside that so that we can have that we will be having this button, and on this button we will be having a size. I will be having a size as LG, and we will provide some classes to it, and inside that we need to add our text. So our text will be get started for free, and then we have a trending icon. So here I'm going to have the get started for free, and we need a trending icons. Okay, now if we go and check, then we see that we have this one here. So we have the footer part, and we also have this call to action. Now next we will be having our testimonials. So let's quickly work on the testimonials part. So I'm going to go here, and I will go here, and I'm going to create the testimonials. Now in the testimonials, what I will do is I will just copy this div for the section, so it is going to be same. So I will have one more section. Now inside this section, what we will do is we will need the same framer motion. So I'm going to copy this as well, and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so we will be having the initial, we will have the opacity, but here instead of the scale, what we will do is we want it on the y-axis, and on the y we want it as 20. Then we will have the opacity one, and this is going to be on y, but this time it's going to be 0. Duration will be same, this will be once, and we will just remove the CSS from here. Okay, we don't need the CSS, and instead of that we will just have the text as center and margin bottom as 12. Okay, next in this div, what we will do is we are going to have the h2. So I'm going to copy the h2, and I will also copy the p. So I will copy these two, I will come here, and I will add them here. Now here I'm going to copy this text, and we're going to put this text as like this. Then we will be having this one, so I'm going to copy the paragraph text as well, and we will be adding the paragraph text here. Okay, now we will just need to add the classes. So this will be for Excel font, and here I'm going to have the text as gray 900, and for the paragraph tag we will be having the text as, so I'm going to remove this all, and instead of this I will simply have the text gray 600, margin top as 4. Okay, after the paragraph tag we will close the motion div, and then what we will do is next we are going to have a div. So I will have a div, and this div is going to have the grid. So this is going to have 3 columns. So let me have that grid. So I will be having the class name, we will be having the grid for medium devices, we will be having the grid call as 3, and then we will be having the gap as 6. Next, inside that what we need to do is we need to have the testimonials. So I will be having the testimonials from our data, we will be applying a map on it, and then when we apply the map we are going to get the testimonial, and along with the testimonial we will also take the index. This is going to be an arrow function, and inside that what we will do is again we are going to use our framer motion. So I'm going to copy the framer motion, and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so we have this framer motion where we define initial, while in view, and everything. Inside that what we will do is we are going to have a div. I will be having the class to this div as flex, gap will be 1, margin bottom as 4. Okay, and now here we can just apply the array, and then we can have our data. So what I will do is I'm going to copy, and I'm going to add this here. Okay, we will just have the star icon, and after this div is this is basically give us all the ratings and everything. So here you will see that you have the rating, the star rating. So this is what this rating is. After the rating, what we will do is we are going to have this div closed, and then we need to have the content, and we need to have the name and that one. So what I will do is for the content we will just have a paragraph tag, and in the paragraph tag we will be using the testimonial dot content. So I'm going to give some classes to this. So I will be having the text gray as 700 and margin bottom as 4. Okay, if we go and check, then we have this here. Okay, I will also need the quotes before the content. So here I can have my content, so I will be having a quotes here. Okay, now to get the UI for the name and for the role, what I will do is I will copy paste the JSX, and this JSX is basically going to give us the testimonial name and the testimonial role. Okay, so if I go here, then we see that we have this one. All right, the next part what we need to build is we need to have how it works and the features. So let's go and let's do that one. So I'm going to go here, I will minimize this, and we have come to the how it works section. All right, so the section would be the same. So what I will do is I will just copy the section, and I'm going to add the section here. Okay, so we will be having relative container, max auto, and so this is going to be pretty standard. Then we will also have our motion, so I'm going to take that as well. So what I will do is I'm going to go to my this one here. I'm going to take the motion h2 and the motion div. So I'm going to copy this div, put it here. So this is going to be initial. We will be having the same opacity, transition, once, margin bottoms, and this is all same. Now for the text, what we will do is we will be having the text for Excel, and we will just use the how it works text. So let me add the text. So I'm going to go here and we will be using this one. So I will copy this and I'm going to add this here. Okay, and then I will also copy this one and I'm going to add that one here. Okay, so we have these two ready. Now after these two, the next thing is we need to have the div and we need to have the another framework motion. So what I will do is I'm going to just copy this one. So I will copy this div, copy, and I'm going to put that here. So we will be having this here and I will copy this here. Okay, now here what changes I will do is first we need the 4 columns. So we are going to make this change. This is going to get 4 and the gap would be 8. So we will be having the gap as 8. After that, we are going to have the steps instead of testimonials. So I'm going to have my steps data, and here I'm going to have the item and the index. Then we will have the framework motion. I will have the key. Initially we need to have, instead of the scale, what I will do is we need to have the x-axis, and this x-axis I want initially at 30. Then when it is in the view, I want opacity as 1 and the x-axis as 0. Then we have the transition duration. So I will be having it as 0.5 and we put as once, and while on hover I can just remove while on hover. So I will remove that, and we will have the class names. So for the class name, what I will do is I'm going to change this, and here the class name would be text center and I will be having it as group. So we have this div ready. Now inside this, what we will do is we simply need to have this chevron icons. So what I will do is I'm going to take this out, and instead of that I'm going to use that chevron icon. So let me have the chevron right icon. All right, now once that div is done, what I will do is now I can just remove all this. We don't want this paragraph. I also don't want this div and everything. And here we can just display the icon, then our number and the content. So what I will do is I will go here, and here I'm going to have a div. I will give some classes to this div. So we will be having this classes, and after the classes, what I will do is first I'm going to have the item, and we're going to have the item dot step. Now after the item dot step, what we will do is I'm going to copy this again and I'm going to add it 2 times. So first one, this is going to be an h3 tag. So let me change this to h3 tag, and instead of the steps, this time it is going to be a title, and we will be having the classes. So I'm going to change the classes here. Okay, and after that, the last one, it will be the paragraph tag. So I will change this to paragraph tag, and here instead of the steps, it is going to be the description. So let me add the description and need the classes here. So the classes would be I will need the text gray as 600. Okay, and then I will need the text as SM. Let's go and let's check. So if I go back here, then we see that we have the how it works as well. And the next one we will work is on the features part. So I will just minimize this and let's go and let's work on the features. So in the features, so we will be having a very similar the section. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put the section inside the section of the feature. We will be having the same framework motions. So let me copy this one and I'm going to add it here. So this is going to be initial. I will have y20. So this is all going to be the same. Then we are going to have the h2 tag, and on the h2 tag what we will do is we are going to have the text as y choose build space. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add it here, and for the text I'm going to copy the text here and I'm going to add the text here. Okay, so we have these two, and after these two what we will do is we are going to have the grid. So the grid will be 3. So I'm going to copy this grid. So I'm going to copy this thing and we can use the same thing here. Okay, now here what we will do is we're going to have 3 grids. Instead of testimonials, we will be using the features. This is going to give us a feature. So I will have a feature and an index. After that we will be having the framework motion key. We will be having initial. So this is going to be y, and we need the initial y as 30. And when it's in the view, we will need it as 0. Then the transition, I will make this as 0.5. viewport we keep it as once, and while on hover we want y here we want as -10, and we will be having a scale of 1.02. Okay, then we have some classes, so let me add the classes. Okay, now once I have the classes, next what we need to do is we need to get the feature title here, and we need the feature description. So I'm going to go here and I will just remove this. We don't want that now, and I will also remove this. So I will remove all this. Okay, now in this what we will need to do is let's have a div. I'm going to give the class to this div as relative. Inside this div we're going to have another div. We will give some classes to this div, and in this div what we will do is we're going to have the feature icon. So I will be having the feature dot icon, and on this icon what we need to do is we need to give some classes. So let me have the classes and make it as a self closing. So I'm going to remove this one. In the classes we need to have the width as 8, height as 8, and we need the text purple 600. So let me have the text purple 600. We will also give some classes on this div, so let me add the classes here. Okay, after we have the feature icon, the next we need is the h3 tag. So let me have the h3 tag, and in this h3 tag we will be having the feature dot title, and after h3 we will be having a paragraph tag, and in the paragraph tag we will be having the feature dot description. Let's give classes to the h3 tag. Okay, and we will also need to give the classes to the paragraph tag. So let me have the classes on the paragraph tag as okay. Let's go and let's check. So we go here and we see that we also have our features. All right, so we have all this one. Now after the features, the next thing comes up is the stats, and then we have this hero section. All right, so let's go and let's work on that one. So I'm going to go up here. I will go to my hero section, and in the hero section what we will do is, so here we missed out. We will need to have the stats first. So I'm going to have the stats here, and for the stats what we will do is, so I'm going to go here, and in the stats we need a motion div. So I will copy this motion div. All right, I will go to the stats and I'm going to add the motion div here. Now here we will have the initial here instead of y20 I will be having y40. Then we will be having an animate. So I'm going to remove this. I will be having here animate, and how we want to animate is we will be having the opacity as 1 and we will be having the y as 0. Okay, after that we have the transition. We need to give duration as 0.6, and we will also have a delay here as 0.3. So I will be having 0.3. Then what we will do is I will just remove this, and let's give the classes here. So for the classes I'm going to have a grid. I will be having the grid call as 2 columns, and then for the medium devices I'm going to have the grid column as 4 columns, and after that we will be having the gap as 8 and margin top as 20. Okay, next what I will do is I'm going to copy this. So let me have this here, and I'm going to copy this thing here. So I'm going to have the, I will remove these two and I'm going to add it here like this. Instead of the feature, this time it is going to be stats. Okay, and this is going to give us a individual stat. I will be having the index, then I will keep the key motion div as it is. Key will be like this. Opacity I will be having here as scale, and I'm going to change the value as 0.5. While in view the opacity will be 1 and the scale would be 1. Then we have the transition. I will have a duration as 0.4. Delay would be 0.4 plus index. Viewport I will remove it because it will be already in the viewport. While on hover I'm going to have my scale. So let me have the scale for the hover as 5, and then I will have the y which is going to be -5. We need to provide some classes, so I'm going to copy the classes and put it there. So I will copy and I'm going to put the classes here. All right, after the classes what we will have next is the stat icon and the divs, where we will have the stat color and everything. So what I will do is I'm going to just remove this and I'm going to add it here like this. Okay, so this is going to be stat icon, then we have the stat value, and then the stat label. So if we go here, then we will see that we have these stats like this. Then we see that the stat is also the part of the section of the hero section. So what we will do is I'm going to close a section here. So let me have a section here closing, and the start of this section would be in the hero section. So I'm going to have the hero section. So what I will do is I will copy this, and this stat is going to be part of the hero section. Okay, so now if I go here, then we see that we have this proper one. So we have this hero section. So here also we will start with the motion div. All right, and we will also have one more motion div closed here. So we will have the hero section motion div. Initially we will have it the opacity 0 by 20. We will have the animate opacity as 1 and y-axis 0, and we don't use here while in view because this will be already in the viewport. The next we have another div for the motion. So if we go here, and here you will see that we have this one in the motion, and when I refresh it, then you see that this section a little bit goes upwards. So that's where it goes on the y-axis. Okay, after that we have the another motion div, and inside this motion div what I will do is I'm going to have a zap icon. Okay, I'm going to give some classes to this div. I'm going to have the width as 4 on the icon, height as 4 on the icon. We will be having the text purple 600. After that we will be having a span, and on the span we will be having the class names as so we will be having text as SM, text purple 700, and we will be having the font as medium. Now inside this we will be having a text as launching soon. So let me copy this, and I'm going to have the text as launching soon. And after that what we will do is we are going to have our h1. So let me have copy paste of the h1 and the paragraph tag. So the h1 will contain learn by building, and then we have the paragraph tag. Okay, so we have these two. After the paragraph tag we need to have this button, the learning start learning free. So this is a very similar button what we have it here. So we can just take a reference and copy paste of that. So I'm going to copy that and I'm going to add that button here. Okay, we're going to have the arrow right, and we have the motion div here because this is also if you go and check, then this is also moving a little bit. So that's where we have this one. The last thing we need to do is we need to get our navigation here. So let's go and let's work on the navigation. So I'm going to go here, and here we are going to have the navigation, but before that I will just put the background JSX. So I will copy and I'm going to put the animate background here. Okay, so this is going to give us the animate background now, and let's go and do the navigation. So in the navigation also we will be using this same motion navbar. So let me have the motion navbar, and along with the motion navbar we will also be using the same build icon. So this one, so we can also copy this part as well. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add the navbar here. All right, and here I'm going to just add the closing motion nav. So we have this initial same animate and then transition, and we have a very similar on this one where we have the icon and everything, and this is actually rotates. So if I go here, and then you will see that this basically rotates our logo. So that's where this motion div, it's just doing the rotation of 360 when you hover on it. All right, now next what we need is we need to have this sign in and the sign up button. So what we will do is we will go here. I'm here going to have a div. I will be having a class to this div as flex. I will have the items as center. I will have the gap as 4. Now inside this I need a sign in button. So let me have the sign in button, and this sign in button will be coming from the clerk. We will be having the mode as modal, and after that we will be using our button. Now in this button what we will do is we will be using a variant, and the variant will be ghost. After that we will be having the classes to this div. So let's have the class name text gray 700. Then when you hover on it, the text color will change to the purple. So this is going to be coat, and here it's going to be coat. Okay, so we will be having the purple 600. Now inside this button what we will have is we are going to have the text as sign in. Okay, so we have this sign in. Now after that we also have the sign up button. So I'm going to have the sign up button, and this is also going to be having the mode as modal, and inside that we are going to have a motion div so that we can have the get started. So I'm just going to copy that and I'm going to put it here. Okay, so we are going to have the motion div because if you go and see, then this basically have some animation. So that's what we have it. We just have the scale animation on it, scale from this to this, and then we have the get started. All right, so now if we go here and if we check, then our page is completely ready. So we have the build space, we have the sign in and the sign up. If I click on it, we see that we have the modal, and we can also navigate between the pages. And if we go here, then we also have this ready. Now here we need to have some features and functionalities. So what I'm going to do is whenever the user sign in, we need to take the user to the dashboard page. So what I will do is first we're going to have a constant, and we will have that is sign in, and we will have another one is the is loaded, and both of these, if they are coming from the use user hook, all right, and this is going to be signed in, then what we will do is we are going to check first that let me have the use effect, and this is going to be an arrow function, and here we will check that if is signed in and is loaded, if it's a true, then in that case what I want is I want to route the user to a dashboard page, and this is going to be having a dependency on the is signed in as well as is loaded, and whenever the router changes, so to get the router, what we will do is we are going to use a constant. I will be having router and we will be using the use router hook. So let me have the use router from the next navigation, and now we can just use it that we need to have a, I will have it router. We will also have a dependency on the router, so whenever the router change, the use effect run, and here we can have our router dot push, and we want to push the user to a dashboard page, so I'm going to have the dashboard page. But let's say if the user is not logged in, then we will just remain it on the same page. So for that, what we'll do is that if this is loaded is not true, so that the user is not logged in, then in that case we will just simply return a JSX. And let me copy that JSX. So I'm going to copy this JSX and I'm going to have the JSX here. So this is basically a framer motion 360-degree rotate. Okay, so if I go back here, let's say if I create a user, so I am going to create a user as the page @test.com, and I'm going to give a password. And if I click on continue, then it says the password has found in a breach. So what we will do is to overcome this, we will go back to our clerk, we will go to the configuration, and in the configuration what we will do is we are going to go and have it in the password, and in the password we will say that here I'm going to update the password requirement. We will have the 8, but we need to have reject compromise passwords. Okay, I'm going to click on the update and I will save it. Apart from that, I also want that we don't want a verify email because this is a development, so we don't need it. So we will be having email verification off. So I'm going to save this. Now if I go back here, and now this time if I try to continue, then we see that the user is created. We also go to the dashboard page, but the problem would be that if I go to the here, if I go to the users, you will see the user is created, but we go to the database, and if I go to the users, we don't see any user creators because the sync between the clerk user and our database is not happening. So that's why that we need to work on it. So what I will do is I will just delete this for now because there is no sync. So this user is kind of a dead user. There is no reference of this user in our database. So let's go back here. We need to get this page ready for the dashboard. All right, so now what we will do is we are going to create all the pages. So I will go to the app, and inside the app what I will do is I'm going to create a group of dashboard. So I will be having dashboard. Now inside this dashboard what I will do is first I'm going to create a layout. So I'm going to have the file as layout.tsx. Inside the layout.tsx, what I will do is I'm going to create a folder which will be achievements. Next, I'm going to have my courses folder. All right, then I'm going to have my dashboard folder, and after that I'm going to have my leaderboard. So I will be having a leaderboard. Now in all this we are going to create our page.tsx. So here I'm going to have my page.tsx. Then for the courses I'm going to have my page.tsx. For the dashboard I'm going to have my page.tsx, and for the leaderboard I'm going to have my page.tsx. Now first I will work on the layout. So let me go to the layout, and in the layout what I will do is I will have the export default function. I will be having this as a dashboard layout, and here what I will do is I'm going to have my children, and this is going to have a children of type react node. Okay, now after the children what we will do is we are going to have this as a function. Now this is going to return a JSX, so this is going to simply return a skeleton. So I will be having a div. Now this div is going to have some classes like flex, height, screen. We are going to have the background as gray 100. After that we will be having the dark background gray 950. Okay, inside this we are going to have our dashboard sidebar. So I will be having a sidebar. We need to create a sidebar. And after that what we will do is we are going to have another div, and inside that div we are going to have a class name. So we will be having a flex as 1.
then we will have the flex as column, and then we will be having the overflow as hidden. Okay, and inside that we are going to have our dashboard header. So I will be having a dashboard header component, and then we will be having the main. So I will be having a main. So I'm going to show you what this structure looks like. So I will be having some classes to it. We will be having the flex as 1. We will be having the overflow y as auto. We will be having padding as 4, and for medium devices we will be having padding as 6. And then inside that you can have your children. So we need to create two components, which is a dashboard sidebar and a dashboard header. So if I go here, okay, so we will look into this later on. What I will do is I'm going to go here, and if I click on the sign in and let me go to the page, I'm going to have my password, and if I log in, then here you will see that we have here one, we have the sidebar here which is on the left hand side, then we have the header part here where we have the hello the page and we have some stats here, and then in this center we have this as the main part where all the dashboard, the courses, the leaderboard, everything will get loaded, but that will be loaded in this main section, which is this one. So let's create the components for the dashboard and the header. So I'm going to go here in the components folder, and in the components folder I'm going to create a new folder, will be the dashboard. So I will be having a dashboard here, and inside this dashboard what I will do is first I'm going to create the header.tsx. Oops, this should be tsx, so I'm going to rename it as tsx. And then the another one which is I'm going to create is the sidebar.tsx. So I will be having the sidebar.tsx. Okay, so we have these two. Now what I will do is first let's create the sidebar. So for the sidebar what I do is I'm going to have some data here. So I'm going to go here and we are going to create the data of routes. All right, so this is how it's going to look like, and here we see that the home icon is not available, so we can just import it. So I will be having a home icon here. So we have the routes here. Now we can just use this routes in our sidebar. So first this is going to be a use client, and after that we will be having our export. So let me have the export function. I will be having a dashboard sidebar. All right, and here first I will take the constant path name. So let me have the path name. This is going to be equals to the use path name. Okay, I will use it later on. Now what we will do is we are going to return the JSX from here. So I will be having a div. Now inside that I'm going to have another div. So let me have another div. I'm going to give some classes padding as 6. After that I'm going to have another div. So I'm going to have the class name here, and this class name would be flex items center, and I'm going to have the gap as 2. Okay, inside that what I will do is as you see we have this BuildSpace icon, and this is very similar what we had in our home page, if you remember. So what I will do is I will just copy paste that section. So I will copy and I'm going to add it here. Okay, so this is going to be a motion. I will have the import motion. This will be coming from the frame of motion. Okay, then we will need the code icon. So this is going to come from the Lucid React, and this we can change this to linear. So I will be having a linear. So we have this one. Okay, next is we need to loop through all the routes so that we can get our navigations. So I have the class name, and this is going to be flex1, padding on x-axis as 3. Before doing this, what I will do is I will go back to my layout, and in the layout now this time I can have the dashboard sidebar. Okay, so it's got imported. Now similarly we will also need to have the dashboard header. So I'm just going to create that as well quickly. So here I will have the export function. I will have the dashboard header. All right, and now we can just use that in the layout. So I will be having here dashboard header. Okay, and this is not returning any JSX, so let me return a JSX as well from here. So I will have a return. I'm going to return a header. Okay, now I will go to the layout, then we should be having no issues here. Now if we go and check, okay, we see that we have an error for the dashboard page because we don't have any JSX in that page. Let's go there. So what I will do here is I'm going to create here export default. We will be having a function, and here we will be having dashboard page. So I'm going to change this to page, and in this what we will do is we are simply going to return a simple JSX. and here we are just going to have the dashboard. Now if I go and check, then we see that we have here dashboard, and we also see we have here the header. Now next what we need to do is we need to create this routes so that we can have our sidebar. So if I go back here, and we are going to create the routes. So let me go to the sidebar, and here in the sidebar what we will do is we are going to take the routes first. So I will be having the routes, and these routes will be coming from the data that we already have. So if I go here, and if we go and check, then we already have the routes here, these routes. So I will go here, I will have the routes dot map, and this is going to give me an individual route, and this is going to be a arrow function. Inside that what I will do is I'm going to use a link tag which is going to coming from the next navigation, and this link tag will have a key. So I will be giving here a key, and the key would be the route dot href. After that we will be giving the href. So we will be having this href, and this href is going to be the route dot href again. Next what we will do is we are going to give some classes here, and these classes will be conditional classes. So I will just do a copy paste of the classes. Okay, so we have the classes here, and these are conditional classes based on the path name that we have. After that, inside this what we will do is we are going to have the route icon. So if I go here and if I show you, then we have an icon, and then we have the label of our route. So we are going to do the same thing. So I will be having here route dot icon, and on this we are going to have some classes. So I will be using my classes here. So I will just remove this, and I will add the classes. Now we can make this as a self-closing tag. So I will just use this one, and then for the label we can simply have a span here, and inside the span we're going to have our route dot label. We can go and check. So if I go here and if I come here, then we see we have this one. Now next what we need to do is we need to create the user button. So if I go here, then you see here you have a user button where you have a profile and a setting, and you click on it, then you see this one. So we're going to create that one. So I will go back here, and here what we will do is after this div we are going to create another div. We're going to give some classes to this div as padding 6, and we will be having the border top. Inside that div we are going to create another div. For that we are going to have the classes as flex, items as center, and a gap of 3. Then we will be using a clerk component which is going to be user button, and this will come from the clerk. After that we are going to have another div, and on this div we will be having a profile and a setting. So if I go, you see profile and you have a setting. So what I will do is I will just copy paste this JSX. So I will go here and I'm going to add it here. Now if we go and check, so if I come here and if I go here, then here you will see that you have this Next.js icon, but you see that you have a profile and you have a setting, and if you click on it, then you will see that this is the user logged in and everything. So our sidebar is ready. The next thing we need to do is the header part. So we are going to work on the header. So I will go back here and I'm going to go to the header. So now inside this header, what we will do is first we are going to start with the JSX part. And in the JSX, what we will have is if I go here, then first you have the hello and everything. Then you have the streak information, you have the XP point level, and then you have the user button. So we're going to have this one on the left side and all these 4 things on the right hand side. So let's go back here, and here in the JSX, I'm going to first start with the header tag. So I'm going to go here. I will be having a header tag here. Now this header tag will get some classes. So I will be having the classes here. Inside the header tag, we are going to have a div. And on this div, we are going to have the flex. We will be using the items to be in the center, and we want the items to have a justify between. Now inside this, we will be having a div, and in this div, we will be having the h2 tag, and then we will be having a paragraph tag. So I'm going to go here and I will just see what we have. So we have this h2 tag for the hello the page. So we are going to go here, and here we will have the hello, and we will be having here a display name. So I will just write a display name. We will see how we can get the display name later on. After that, we will be having here the text, which is going to be keep learning, keep growing. So I will copy that and I'm going to put it here. Now here we will also have an exclamation mark, and we will have that hand icon of the hi-fi. So I'm going to have that here. Let's give some classes to the h2. So we will be having text as XL, font as semi bold, and we will be having some classes for the paragraph tag as well. So here we're going to have the text as extra small. We will be having text gray 500 and margin top as 0.5. If I go here and if we go here, then we see that we have error because we don't have the display name, but for now let's keep it like that only. Now after this div, what we will do is we are going to create another div. Okay, and in this div what we will do is we're going to give the classes as flex, items will be in the center, and we need a gap of 6. Now inside this we are going to first have the streak information, so I will be having the streak information. Then we are going to have the information about the XP points. After that we will be having the information about level, and last we will be having the information about the user button. So let's start with the streak first. So on the streak what we will do is I'm going to have a div. We will be having them classes to this div as flex, items as center, and gap of 2. Inside that we will be having a icon, so that is going to be a flame icon, and on the flame icon we are going to give some classes. So I'm going to add the classes here. Next, here we need to get this current streak. We will get it later on. After that we will be having a current streak and the days of the streak. So for that I will just do a simple copy paste of the JSX. So I'm going to go here and put it here. So here you will see we have the current streak text, which is this one, and then we have the day. So for the days what we are doing is we are checking the current streak day, and then based on the condition, if it's equal to 1, then we will have a day. If it's more than 1, then we'll have 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. So that's where you have this conditional S. So now this is done. After that what we will do is we are going to work on the XP point. So for the XP also I can simply do a copy paste. We will just have to display the value. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add it here. So here what we have is we're going to have the award icon, and then we have the total XP points. So here you see the award icon, then you have the total XP points. Then we will have the level. So I'm going to go here, and on the level what I will do is I will have a div. I will have some classes to this div. So I'm going to have the classes, and inside this div what we need is we are going to create a span to display our level. So I will be having a span, and on the span I will give the classes as text SM. We want font to be in medium size. The text color will be blue 700. And after that what we will do is we are going to display the level, and here we are going to have our level. So we need to find how we get the level as well. And lastly we will be having this user button, which we display it here. So let's have that user button. So this user button is very similar how we had it in our sidebar. So for that I will simply do a copy paste for the user button. So I'm going to have the user button here. Okay, I will be importing this user button from the Clerk Next.js. Alright, so we have all this. Now what we need to do next is we need to get all these values which can be displayed on the header. So what I will do here is first let's get the information about the user which is logged in. So I will be having a user here. This is going to be use user hook. Okay, now this use user hook we need to import it, so we get it from the Clerk Next.js. Since we are using the use user hook, we need to make this as a client component. Now after that what I will do is I'm going to create a state variable as constant, and I will be having here cached stats, and this is going to be set. I will be having cached stats here as well, and this is going to be equals to the use state, and here we are going to define it as null. The initial state is null. Okay, after that what we will do is we are going to make use of a use effect hook. So I will be having the use effect hook, and this is going to be an arrow function. The use effect what we'll do is we are going to first check whether there are any user stats available in the local storage or not. So I will be having a constant. We will be using the saved. This is going to be equals to the local storage dot get item, and the name is user stats. After that what we will do is we will check that if we have a saved, then in that case we are going to use the set cache stats as whatever the stats we can fetch. So I will be having the JSON parse and whatever the information we have fetched. Okay, use effect on mount, we are going to fetch the user stats, but there should be a way that how we store the user stats into the local storage. So for that what we will do is we are going to create an API call, and when we get the data from the API we are going to store them in the local storage. So I will be having here constant. I will have a data here. I will be having stats here, and this is going to be equals to the use query. Okay, now inside the use query we need to import this. So I will be having the use query. Now inside this what we will do is we're going to first have the query key, and the name of our key will be stats. So I will be having the stats, and these stats will be based on the our user and our user ID. Next, we will have the query function. So I will be having the query function, which is going to be a async function, and this is going to be an arrow function. Now here what we will do is we are going to have a constant. We will be having a response, and we're going to make a fetch call. So I will be having here a wait fetch, and we will be fetching from the slash API slash user slash stats. After that, what we'll do is we're going to check that if the response is not okay, then in that case we are going to throw new error, and the value of the error will be failed to fetch stats. After that, what we'll do is we are going to get our data. So this is going to be await our response.json data. Now once we get the data, we are going to store this data into the local storage. So we will be having local storage.set item, and name of our key would be user stats. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to put this here, and after that we will be having the json.stringify, and we will pass the data here. After this, what we will do is we are going to return our data from here. So I will be having a return, and we return the data from here. Now here we will also need to add the enabled. So when we want to enable this is if there is no user, and other one is we need to have the stale time. So I will be having here the stale time as 30,000 milliseconds. Now next what we will do is we will go here, and we need to get those values, the display name and everything. So for that, what we will do is we are going to have a constant. We will be having a display stats, and this is going to be equals to the stats, and if there are no stats, then we will be having the cache stats. All right, so we have this one. After that, what we will do is we are going to have a constant. We will be having a display name, and this display name will be coming from that if we have the user, and this user is what we got it from the use user hook. Okay, so if we have the user, then we will have the username. If we don't have the username, then we are going to take the user's first name. If we don't have the user's first name, then we are going to take the user's email address. So this is going to be coming from the 0th index dot email address. If it's there, then we will just split that. We will split it with the @ and after the split we will just take the 0th index. If this is also not available, then we are just simply going to add learner. Okay, so our display name is resolved. Now we need to just calculate the streak and level with the total XP. So what I will do is we're going to have a constant. We will be having the current streak, which is going to be equals to the stats that we have obtained from our API call. So when we do the API call, we get some stats, and within the stats, if I go here, then in the stats you will see in the response what you get. You get the total XP, you get the level, and you get the current streak. So we can just take all of them from there. So we will be having the display stats. If it's available, then we are going to have the current streak, otherwise we will have it 0. Okay, then we are going to have the total XP. So I will have the total XP. This is also going to be coming from the display stats dot, then we will be having the total XP, and we're going to have it at 0. Okay, and next what we will do is we are going to have the constant level, and for the level what we will do is we are going to have the same. We will be having the display stats. If it's there, then we will also have the level on it, and if it's not available, we'll give it the level as 1. If we go and if we check, and if I refresh it, okay, we are on the courses page. So I will go back here, and I will go to the dashboard. Okay, then we see that we have the hello learner, we have the current streak, we get some number here, we get the level 5 here. So now this is a little strange that from where we are getting the level. So what I can do is I can simply have here console.log, and I will log the display stats, and let me have the display stats. Okay, now if we go here, and here I see the display stats, and I see the username is the page, level is 5, this is the XP, next level is this. Okay, so we can get all this because of the local storage that is logged in here. It could be. So if I log out from here, and now if I go here and if I refresh it, then if I go to the memory, I will go to the local storage, and in the local storage I will just delete them. Okay, because they both are running on the same browser, so we get the local storage. Now you see that we get 0, and the level is also 0. All right, so we might get run into some troubles if we have a logged in user here different, and in this one is a different, then we will have some issues. So what I will do is I will just change the name here. So here I'm going to give the name as user stat for tutorial, and I'm going to use the same here so that we don't create any confusions. Let's go and work on the dashboard page. So we will go to the dashboard page and we're going to work on this one. So what I will do is I will just close everything which I don't want it. So I'm going to close everything. All right. So now on this dashboard page, first what we will do is we are going to sync the user. Whenever we create a user in the Clerk, we will sync it with our database, and we already have this sync API. So we are going to make use of the sync API whenever the dashboard gets rendered. So what I will do is I will go here, and here I will first have a constant, and this constant will be for the user, and this is going to give us me is loaded. I'm going to alias this with the is user loaded, and we are going to get this from our use user hook, which is coming from the Clerk Next.js. Now once we get this, what we will do is we are going to do the sync user mutation. So I will be having the sync user mutation. Now in this I will create a constant. I will have my sync user mutation, and this is going to be equals to the use mutate. So we will be having this use mutate, which is going to come from the React query. And inside this, what we will do is we will start the mutation. So I will be having my mutation function, and this mutation function is going to be an async function, and here this is going to be an arrow function. After that, what we will do is we are going to have a console here, and I'm going to just log it that we are syncing the user, and this is user going to be synced from the Clerk user. Now to sync it, we need to make an API call to our sync API. So we are going to have a constant. We will be getting a response back. We will be using await, and let's have a fetch call. Now our API is /API/user/sync, and this is going to be a post API, so we need to pass the method. So our method will be a post method, and let's pass some headers as well. So we are going to have the headers. So I will have the content type as application JSON. Alright, now after that, what we will do is we don't need to pass any body, because if we go to the sync, it already takes the user ID and the Clerk user from the auth and the current user, which are coming from the Clerk Next.js. So this will provide us all the information about the logged in user. Now after this, what we will do is that if we don't have a response.ok, then in that case we are going to have a throw new error, and here it is going to be failed to sync the user. Okay, but if this is not the case, we are going to get a constant data, which is going to be equals to the await. We will have our response.json. Okay, and we can just log this. So I will be having a console log, and in the console log, what we will do is we will be having user synced, and we can have our data. We will run it and we will check it in some time. Then we are going to just return this data. So we have our sync mutation function. Now next, what we will do is we need to make a call, and on the same dashboard we also have. So if I go here and let me log in, so I will be logging with the page. I will have my password. Okay, now on the login we make two API calls. The first API call is for the sync user, which is just going to sync the user, and the second one is the stats, so which is going to give us all the stats which are displayed on this page. So let's make a call for the stats as well. So what I will do is here I'm going to have a constant. I will be getting my data for the stats, then I will be having this is loading, and then I will be having a refetch. Okay, and all this will be coming from the, we will be using the use query, and this is going to be a object here. Now inside this object, what we will need to do is first we need to have the key. So this is a very similar how we were doing it on the headers. So if I go to the headers, then in the headers also you will see that you have the same stats and everything. So it is going to be very similar. So I can just do a copy paste from here. So I will copy this from here, and I will go back to my dashboard, and in the dashboard I will add it like this. Apart from the stats, I will also be using is loading and refetch. So I will be having here is loading, and I will have the refetch. So we have everything here, stats, and this is going to be user.id. We already have the user from our use user hook. Okay, after that we will be having a query function, and this is going to be an async function. We will be making a call to the stats. Then if the response is not okay, we will give an error. If we get the data, then here we don't want to store it in the local storage. We will just return the data. After that we will be having this enabled. So here what I will do is we're going to have that is user loaded, and if not, then we will be having the user here. Okay, so we have some issue. I did a spelling mistake here. So this is going to be is user loaded, which we will have it here. Now what we will do is we are going to make use of a use effect, and then we will just call the sync user function. So I'm going to go here, and here I will be using the use effect to make that sync call. So I will have a use effect, and in this what I will do is if user loaded, and if we have the user, then in that case we need to sync the user. So this is going to be first sync user to database. Okay, and to sync the user we will be making a call to the sync user mutation function. Dot, we will be using mutate, and in this what we will do is we are going to have first the variable. So I will be having it as undefined, and then we are going to have the object or a callback which is going to be on success. So whenever the mutation is success, what I need is I will be having an arrow function, and I will be using the refetch stats. So after the user is sync, I need to make a call to fetch the stats of the user. So we have this as well. Now if you want to test it, what we can do is we can go here, and here just before returning I will just have a console.log, and I will log the stats. So I will have the stats, and this is going to be stats. It is going to be data. Now let's give a try. So before giving a try, what we need to do first is we need to create a new user as well. So we get an error. Let's make this as a use client. So I will be having a use client, and now I don't see any errors. So what I will do is I will first go to the proxy and check the proxy first. So we will go to the proxy, and in the proxy we need to have some changes. So what changes I will do is first I'm going to go here, and here I will have a constant is public route. So we need to have the public route. I will have a create route matcher, and this is going to be a object, and here I'm going to have that this one is a public route. Then we are going to have the slash signed in, and we will be having dot asterisk, which is going to be a public route. After that we will be having the slash sign up, and this is not going to be object, this is going to be a matcher route. So this is going to be an array. So I'm going to have it like this, and this is going to be the same. So I'm going to copy and add it here. And apart from that, what else I will have is I'm going to have one more which is going to be slash API slash public, and whatever we comes here. So I will be having a asterisk here. So we have these four routes. After that, what we will do is we're going to have this middleware, and in the middleware I'm going to be using a sync, and then it is going to have a auth and request. And after that we're going to have that if this is public route and having a request. All right, if that doesn't matches, then we are going to have the await auth dot protect. So whatever is not present in this, we want to protect it. Okay, so I will have the protect, and what we will do is we have this use effect, and we need to run this use effect only if we have the user loaded. So what I will do is I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to add this here, and also I will have this if there is a user and we have the dot id. Okay, so we have these two. Now what we will do is one more thing I want to do is I will go to my page. So we have this, and here what we will do is if we have is signed in. So I'm going to have that if is signed in, then in that case we will simply have a return, and we will return the null from here. Now I can go back to the dashboard, and I can just give a try. So what I will do is I will first go to the home page. All right, and I'm going to click on the get started, and here I'm going to create a new user. So I will have it the page test, and I will have my password here. So let me have the password, and I'm going to click on continue. And here we see that even if we are logged in, we are still getting redirected to the sign in. So what I will do is I will just get this, and I'm going to go to the dashboard. And on the dashboard, if we go and check, if I go to the sync, then we see here that the sync is complete. So if I go here, then we see that the sync is complete, and we also have the response of the sync. If I go to the stats, we also have the stats for the page, and currently everything has the default value. So we see something like this. And if we go to the console log, then in the console log also what we can see is if I go and check, then we have this sync user. So here we have the user synced, which is the sync user information, and we should also have the display of the stats. So if I go and check for the stats, then if I let me refresh on this page. So if I refresh it, then we see display null, we have the sync, and we also have the stats. Now next what we will do is if we go here, then we are going to build this welcome back the page, and we are going to have the styles and everything, the JSX part. So let me go back here, and on this dashboard we will go next here, and what I will do is we are going to start writing the JSX part. All right, so in the JSX what we need is first let me have this brackets here, and here I will have a div. We are going to give some classes to this div, and let me have this space y as 6. After that we will have another div, and we are going to have some classes to this div, and inside that what we will do is we are going to have this h1 tag, and on this h1 we are going to have the welcome back, and we are going to do a display name. So we are going to display the name of the logged in user. So we will be having here display name. I will have an exclamation mark, and I will have this hand icon. Now we want this display name. What we will do is I'm going to create a constant here. I will have my display name, and this is going to be equals to, we are going to have our stats. So we can take out from the stats username. If it's not available, then we are going to use our user, and from this user we will be having this first name. So let me have the first name, and if that is also not available, we are just going to give it as a learner. Okay, now we can use this display name here. After this display name, we will be having a paragraph tag, and on the paragraph we will be having a level, and we are going to display the level. So here you will see the level 6 and the XP points. So I will be having the level, so we will use again the stats. We will take the level from the stats, and if it's not, then we are going to keep it as 1. After that stats, we take this total XP, we do the locale string, and if it's not there, we will just do it 0. Now we can give some classes to this h1. So on the h1 what I will do is I'm going to have my text as 3XL, and I will have the font bold. Okay, next what I will do is we are going to have the paragraph tag. On the paragraph tag we are going to have the text as purple 100 and margin top as 1. Okay, after that we need to create that grid. So let me just get that grid. So I will go here, I will have a div where we are going to create that grid for our stats. So we're going to have this 4 column grid. So here I'm going to have the grid. We will be having gap as 4. For medium devices we are going to have the grid call 2, and for the large devices we are going to have the grid, we will have the column as 4. After that what we will do is we are going to use the card component. So for all these 4 I'm going to put the card component here, and let me import this card. Okay, so this is coming from the Shadcn UI, and then I'm going to have this trophy icon. So let me import that. We will be having this badge which is going to come from the Shadcn UI, and then we have this one. So we have the card, we have the card content. Inside the card content what we will do is we are first going to have this text as total XP. So we have this paragraph for the total XP. After that we have the stats numbers. So this is the number. Then we are going to have our trophy icon, we have the badge, and we have the level. So this is pretty straightforward. We don't have anything much to do here. We will just replicate this card component, and we're going to add it one more time here. All right, we again have the same thing, but instead of the paragraph, this time we are going to have the courses. So I'm going to change this to courses, and then for the course number what we will do is we will be having the stats, and I'm going to remove this, and this is going to be courses in progress. I will just remove this. We don't want this to be purple. Okay, after that we will be having the icon. So for the icon I will be having the book open, and the color of the icon will be blue. So I will change this to blue. Now on this one, this is also going to change to the blue. Okay, I will change this as well to blue, and we have the rounded full. After that we will be having our stats. So here I will have my stats, and if we have the completed course, if this is greater than 0, and if we have the courses, then in that case what we will do is we are going to have this class name here as text -xs. We will be having text green 600, and we will have the margin top as 2, and inside that we will be having the stats dot completed courses, and we will be having here completed. If I go and check, so if I go here, then here you will see that we have the 0, and we also have a 0 here. All right, and we need this in progress. So let's have that in progress one. So here I will go and I will have a paragraph tag, and I'm going to give some classes to this paragraph tag. So it is going to be text xs. We will be having the text gray 500, and here I will have the in progress. Okay, So we have this in progress. Now we will having the other two as well. So let me go and let me create them. So for the next one, I will just do a copy paste of this card. And what I will do is I will also minimize it so that it doesn't look so messy. So I will go here. Okay, so here we're going to have the same thing. Here we will have the div. Here instead of the courses, this is going to be current streak, and instead of this stats in progress, I'm going to have here the current streak. Okay, then we will be having days here, so I'm going to remove this, and here I will have the days. After that we will have the icon, so I'm going to have the icon as flame, so I will just remove this one. And if we go and check, then we have this flame here, we have 0 days, and we have the current streak. If I go here, then we have the current streak 1 and days here. Okay, so the color is different. Let me go and fix the color. So I will go back here and I'm going to fix the color. So this is not going to be a blue color. Instead of blue, I will be having a orange. So I will have the orange here. This is also going to be orange, and if we go and check, then we have this orange. We also need this 0 to be an orange color, so this is going to be here. So here I will have the text hyphen orange 600. Okay, and here everything was blue, so I will go and change that. So if I go here, so if I go and we see this is a 0, so I'm going to have this text green 600. And now the last one, which is the completed, so I'm going to copy this again and I'm going to have it here. All right, and here what I will do is we will be having, instead of the current streak, this is going to be today's goal, and then here it is going to be today completed. And if there is not, then we will have the 0, and I will have that today completed of 3, and here we are going to have the color as green. Okay, and we have the color as green, so I'm going to change this to green. Okay, after that we will be having here days. Here instead of the days we will be having lessons, and then below, instead of the flame icon, we will be having a calendar icon, and this is going to be green, and I'm going to change this to green color, and this is also going to be green color. Okay, so we have everything green, and after that we will be having a progress. So I'm going to have here progress coming from the Shadcn UI, and on the progress I will be having the value. So the value would be our stats. If we have the stats, then we are going to take it as today progress, and if it's not available, we will do it as 0, and we will give the classes to it as height as 1 and margin top as 2. Okay, so this is the class, so I'm going to remove the brackets from here. And if we go here, then we see that this is not going to be a green color. Instead of the green, we are going to make this as a blue, because this is going to be blue. So I will have a blue color. If I go back here, so if I go here, then we don't see a progress bar here. Let me go and check once again. So if I go here, then I have the progress bar where I have the total. Okay, this is not going to be like this, and I see that we have this one should come here. Okay, and now if I go and check, then we see the progress bar here as well. Now after that, we just need to have this recent activity, so let's do that one. So what I will do is for the recent activity, we are going to have the same card again. So I will copy this card, and then I will go to the div, and I'm going to add the card here. Okay, so I will be having the card first, then I will be having the card header. So let me have the card header, and on the card header, what I will do is I will be having a card title first. So in the card title, we will be having classes. So let me give the class as flex, items as center, and we will be having the gap as 2. Okay, after that, what we will have next is we are going to have the award icon. So let me have the award icon, and we are going to give some classes to that award icon. So I will have the height as 5, width as 5, and I will be having the text yellow 500. Okay, next, after the award, I'm going to have the text, which is going to be recent activity. Then our card header is done. Then we have the card content. We will not have anything on the card content. After the card content, what we will do is I'm going to just remove this, and I'm also going to remove this, and here I will just loop through all the recent activities. So I'm going to just copy paste for the recent activities. So I will copy, and what you will do is you're going to have this recent activity, So if its length is greater than 0, then we are going to just loop through all the recent activity. We'll take the activity from it, and then we will have the key first. Then from the activity, we're going to take the title. We have the course title, and then we have the date at which the activity is completed. But if that is not the case, then we will just display no activity yet and complete a lesson to get started. So if I go back here, and if I go here, then you see that we have the recent activity, no activities yet, complete a lesson to get started. All right, so our dashboard is done. Now the next thing what we will do is we will go and work on our courses page, where we will be displaying all the courses from our database. And we haven't created any page for the courses or any route. Oh, we have the route, but we don't have the page. Let's go and let's work on that. So I'm going to go to the courses, and before we start with the courses, what I will do is I have created some skeletons. So I'm going to just add those skeletons. So if I go to the lib, and inside the lib, I'm going to create a new file, and this file name would be skeleton.tsx. Okay, and I'm going to copy paste some skeletons here. I created a skeleton for achievements skeleton and for a leaderboard skeleton. Now if I go back to the courses, and let's start working on those courses. First, I will create a simple function. So I will have a export default. We will be having a function, and the name of our function will be the courses page. Now on this page, we are going to have, first I have a constant, and I'm going to create a state variable for the search. So I will have a search set search, and I will have the use state, and initially I'm going to keep it as an empty. Since we are using a use state hook, we need to make this as use client for a client component. Now next we need to fetch all the courses. So to fetch, what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will have my data of the courses. I will have the is loading, and I'm going to have the error section. All this will be coming from our use query. Inside the use query, we first need to give the query key. So our query key would be courses. So I'm going to have this as courses. Then we need to create our query function, and this is going to be a async function. So I'm going to have this arrow function here, and inside that what we will do is first let's have a constant response. This is going to be equals to the await. We will make a fetch API call to our courses. So we will have the slash API slash courses. Okay, so this is a simple get call. Once we get that, if we don't have a response dot okay, then in that case we are going to throw new error, and our error will be failed to fetch courses. Okay, after that what we will do is, if this is all okay and we get the response, then we will be returning the response.json. Now once we have this, what we will do is next thing is we need to filter out the courses. So those courses will be filtered out based on the search keyword that we are adding. So what I will do is I'm going to have my constant. We will have the filtered courses, and how you will filter is, first you're going to take the courses. So I will have my courses here. Then on this courses, if it's available, I will apply a filter, and this is going to give me a individual course of type any. Then I'm going to have my arrow function, and after that what I will do is I will have a constant matches search. So whatever you type in the search, if it matches, so to make it match, what we will do is we are going to first take the course dot title. So we take the course title, we make this title to a lower case first so that we can compare it. So I have a lower case, and once we lower case, we will do is we're going to use the includes, and if this is include in the search term that we have typed. So I have the search to lowercase, and I will have a or here. So we make this search, or we can also make a search on the course description. So we will be having a course description dot to lowercase. So we are going to have this same. So I will copy this, put it here to lowercase, and in this also same. If this is included, so I will have the dot includes, and if this is included into the search dot to lowercase term, then in that case we are going to match them. So whenever you do type anything on the search bar here, so if I go here and if you type anything, then this is going to only filter it on the title and the description. All right, so we have this one, and once this is done, what we will do is we are just going to return the matches. So I will have the matches search. Now let's create our JSX here. So I'm going to have the return. We will have our JSX, start with a div, give some class to this div as space y 6. After that, we are going to create another div. We are going to have an h1 tag, and on the h1 we will be having here explore courses. We give some classes here, so the classes would be text 3xl, and then we are going to have the font as bold. After this one, we will have a paragraph tag, and on the paragraph tag the text would be discover courses and start learning today. So I'm going to copy this, give some classes here. This is going to be text gray 500, and I will have the margin top as 1. So we are done with this. Then we are going to have our search bar. So let me have the search bar here. So we are going to have our, oops, this is going to be search bar, and we will be using the input for the search bar. So let me have first a div. I'm going to give some classes to this div as relative, and after that we will be having the max width as medium device. So I will have the MD. Next, what we will do is we are going to have our search icon, and here I'm going to give some classes to the search icon. So let me add the classes. Okay, and after the search icon we're going to use our input. So with this is input going to be coming from the Shadcn component. So we have this input. On the input we will be first having the placeholder. This is going to be search courses, and then we are going to give a class name here. So the class name would be PL. I'm going to give the padding left as 10. We're going to give the value would be the search, and we're going to have an on change. So whenever you type something, what we will do is we will keep going to update the state. So I will be having the set search, and this is going to be event.target.value. So we have our input as well. Now the next what we will do is we will be using this show 18 courses and our course cards. So we are going to go here, and here I'm going to have that if is loading. All right, if that is true, then we will display something. If that is false, then we will display something else. So first here what I will display is I'm going to display a skeleton. So let me copy paste that skeleton. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add that skeleton here. So I will be having this skeleton coming from the Shadcn UI, and then inside this skeleton we will see that if there is any error, then in that case we display something, and if not, then we're going to display some other JSX. So for the error first part, what we will do is I'm going to go here, and here I'm going to create a card component, and inside this card component I will be having the card content, and on the card content I will give some classes, and this will be text as center, and I will have the padding on y-axis as 12. Okay, inside this I'm going to have a paragraph tag where I will be having failed to load courses, please try again. So in case we are not able to load the courses, we are going to display this one. I'm going to give some classes to this one as text red 500. Next what we will do is we are going to have a button as well to reload this page. So I will be having a button, and on this button I will have a on click. So let me have a on click, and on the on click what I will do is I'm going to simply have a window dot location dot reload. Okay, and then what I will do is I will give some classes to it, and I'm going to have it here as a retry button, and let me give some classes to this. But if that is not the case and everything is fine, we also get the data and everything, then we are going to display our filtered courses. So here if I go, then here I'm going to have my filtered courses. So I will have the filtered courses if we have the length of that, and that length is equals to 0. That means if we don't have any filter courses, then we again display something, and if that is not the case, then we again display something. So let me show that if we search something and we don't find any result, so I'm going to show here, and if we search something like we don't find us any result, then we display this screen and we clear this search. So I'm going to go here, and here I will again have a card component, and inside the card component we are going to have the card content. Inside the content we are going to have a paragraph tag, and I will have here no courses found. And on this what I will do is I'm going to give some classes here. So I will be having a class name here, and this is going to be text. We will have the center, and I will have a padding on y-axis as 12. And for the paragraph tag where we have no courses, I'm going to have the classes as text gray 500. After that what we will do is we have a search, then in that case we will just clear the search. So I will be having a button, and the button will be clear search, okay, and we're going to have an on click. So I will be having a on click to it, and whenever we click on the on click, we're going to have the set search as an empty. We need to give some classes to this button, so let me have the class name. So I will have the classes here as it is. After that, what we will do is, if that is not the case, then we are going to actually display our cards. So to display our cards, what I will do is, I'm going to have a empty fragment, and inside the empty fragment I will first have a paragraph tag. So if I go back here, you see here showing 18 courses. So let's have this one. So I will be having here showing, we're going to have the filtered courses, okay, and the filter courses, I'm going to have the length, and here I'm going to have the course, okay. I will give some classes to this paragraph. So I will be having the text as sm text gray 500, okay. And after that, what we will do is, we are going to also have this here. I'm going to have the filter courses dot length, and if this length is not equals to 1, then in that case what I will do is, I'm going to show it as courses, and if it's not, then I will just show it as it. After that, we just need to display our course card, which is going to have all our courses. So I will be having a div. We are going to give the class name to this div as, we will be using grid. We will be having gap as 6. We will be having md as grid column 2. After that, we will be having, for large devices, we are going to use the grid column 3. And under this, we are going to have our, that if we have the filter courses, we're going to use the map on it. We will be getting the individual course, and then we will be having an arrow function. Now inside the arrow function, we are going to create a card which is going to be course card, and this course card we are going to provide the key. So let me have the key as the course dot id. And another thing what we will have is, we are going to pass this course as a prop. So I will be having dot 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 course, and I will just give this as any. Now we need to create this course card which is going to display all our cards here like this, okay. So what I will do is, I will go to the components folder, and inside the components folder I'm going to create a new folder which is going to be common. Now inside the common, I'm going to create a new file which is going to be my course card.tsx. Now here what I will do is, first let me create an interface, and this interface will be course card props, okay, and this is going to be a object. So here I will have my id first, which is of type string, then I'm going to have my title of type string, then we will be having the description of the course which is of type string. After that, we will be having the thumbnail. If it's available, it can be an optional of type string, or it is going to be a null value. Next, what we will do is, we will also get the duration. So you want to see the course prop, it is better that we can go and check for our course schema. So if there is a course, then we get this, all this duration, points, created at, and everything. So that is what we are getting it here. So we will be having a duration, and this duration would be of type number. After that, we will be having the progress. If there is a progress, we will be having it as a number, and last we are going to have the points. So if there are points, we will be having them as a number. After that, what we will do is, we are going to create our function, export function. We will be having the course card, and this course card is going to take the props. So let me have the props as the same. So I'm going to copy the props like this, and these props will be of type course card. So I will be having the course card props, okay. Then we have this function here, okay. Now in the function, what we will do is, we are going to have our JSX. So I'm going to return the JSX, and this JSX is going to be, first we will be having a link, because every card component is a link. You can click it anywhere, and this link is going to have an href. So our href will be, so we're going to have a backtick. We will be using slash courses slash dollar, and we are going to have it as an id. So it is going to take us to a course page. After that, we are going to create a card component. So let me have a card component, and I will give classes to this card component. So I will import this card, and I'm going to give the class names here. So we are combining these classes. So I will have the cn coming from the lib, okay. Now inside the card, what we will do is, we are going to create a div, and inside this div we are going to have the image of the course. So I'm going to have this thumbnail here. So I will be having the next image. Now this next image will accept some props. So I will be having first the source, which is going to be thumbnail, Okay, next what I will do is, so we see that the thumbnail is undefined. So if we see that if this thumbnail is available, then we are going to display the thumbnail. If not, then we'll keep it as an empty, the source. After that, what we will do is we are going to have the alt, and on the alt I'm going to have the alt as title. Next what we will give is we are going to have the fill. After that, we are going to give some classes to it, and then next what we will do is we are going to give the sizes. So what I will do is I will first add some classes to this div. So I will be copy and add the classes on this div. So I will be having the class name and the classes like this. Okay, next for this one we will also need to add the classes on the image as well. So I'm going to have the classes as like this, and then we can have the sizes. So I'm going to give some sizes, and these sizes will be depending upon the viewport where you are viewing the course card. The sizes will be adjusted accordingly. So we have this one. Next what we will do is next we are going to have a div, and on this div I will give some classes. So this is going to add a overlay on the image. So I'm going to have the image and then add the overlay on that image. Once we have the overlay, next what we will do is we are going to have our card content. So here I'm going to have the card content, and in the card content I'm going to give some classes padding as 4, and in the card content what we will do is we are going to display the title, description, the time, and the XP points. So the first we start with the h3 tag where we can have the title. So here I'm going to have the title. After the we're going to have the paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag we are going to have the description. Okay, let me give classes to the h3 and the paragraph tag. So here I'm going to have the classes here as font semi bold, text large, margin bottom 2, and line clamp as 1. And for the other one, for the paragraph, we are going to have the classes as, so we have this one. So if you want to check, what we will do is first we will go to the courses, and here I'm going to import it. So I will be having the course card, and if I go here, then we get an error, and the error is that invalid source prop. We have this one on next image host not configured under images. So we have something issue here. So what we can do is I have an idea. We can go here and we can first create a URL. So I'm going to go here. I will have a constant image URL which is going to be equals to, so we will be having the thumbnail first. If it's there, then we use it, but if there is no thumbnail, and if the thumbnail includes, let's say, example.com, okay, then in that case we will be having the thumbnail, and if not, then I will be just using unsplash URL. So I will copy this and I'm going to add it here. Okay, now we can just use this image URL here. So I'm going to go here and add it here like this. If I go and check now, then we see that we have the /courses. Although we don't see anything here, maybe if I go and check in the network tab, if I go to the courses, if I see the response, then we see that we have all the courses here. But somehow we are not able to see any course content here. So we're going to check that later on. All right. If I go to the console also, we don't see any errors. So we will check it. So I have the title and I have the description. Now after description, we will be displaying the duration and we will be displaying the XP points. So for that, I will just copy the JSX. Okay, so we will be having this clock and I will have this star. Now here I have simply the duration which I am listing and the XP point. Now if we go here, then we see this error and it says that invalid source prop on next image host, this is not configured under the next config. So we need to configure the image pattern in the Next.js config. So let's go and let's do that. So I'm going to go to the next config, and in the next config what we will do is I'm going to have my images, and on the images this is going to be an object. I'm going to use the remote pattern, and here we can have all the patterns that we want. So what I will do is first I'm going to have the protocol as HTTPS, and then what I will do is I'm going to use it host name as asterisk. So I want to allow it from all the host names. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing for HTTPS and HTTP as well. So I will copy it and here, and you will only allow whatever the host name of your images is wherever your static images are available on the server. All right, now since we have changed the config, what we will do is we are going to rerun our application. So I'm going to run the application again. All right, now if I go and check, And if I go to the courses, then here you see that we have the courses now. So we have listed the courses, so we don't see any gap here, and also there is a problem with the scroll on this page. All right, so let me go back here, and here what we see is that this gap, we misspell this, so this is going to be a gap as 6. And for the scroll, if we go and check here, so everything is good here. If I go to the layout, then here we missed out the flex, so let me add the flex here. All right, if I go back here and if I refresh it now, and if I go to the courses, then this time we see that we have all the courses available here. All right, we can also make a search on the courses. Now if I click on individual course, then this is going to take me to a course landing page. So if I click on it, then it is going to take me the course ID. So we need to create this page. So let's go and let's work on that one. So if I go here, I'm going to close everything. Okay, and I'm going to go here on the course. I will create a new folder as course ID. Okay, and I'm going to have this one, and inside this course ID, what we will do is we are going to create a page.tsx. So that is going to create the landing page for our course. All right, so if we go back here and if I go here and if I click on it, then here what you see is, first you see this header part, and then you see the lessons and the overview, and here you will see the progress bar and the detailed courses. So let's design this page, and let's have this enrolled and unenrolled button. So I will go back here. All right, so what we will do is, first let's have the export default function, and we are going to have the function name as course detail page. Okay, now in this we are going to have this a function, and this course detail page, first it's going to have the course ID. So I'm going to have the course ID, and this is going to come from the use params. Okay, now this is going to be a client component. So what I will do is I'm going to have a use client here. After that, we are going to make a API call to fetch the course details. So I'm going to have here constant, I will be having query client, and this is going to be equals to the use query client hook. Okay, next what we will need is we will be having a constant, and I'm going to have a state variable for selected lesson and set selected lesson. This is going to be a use state, and the initial value would be null. And what I will do is we need to import this. So I will be having this as use state. I will copy this and I'm going to add this here so that I don't make any spelling mistake. Then we make an API call. So I will be having a constant. We will get the data of the course, then we will be having is loading, and then we will have the refetch. Now all this will come from the use query, and in this we will be first having the query key. So let me have the query key as course, and this is going to be course ID. So I will be having the course ID. Next what we will do is we are going to have the query function, and the query function would be an async arrow function. So we will be having the async arrow function. Then we can have the constant response as await. We will make a fetch API call to the get course. So I'm going to have here API slash course says, and then we are going to have the dollar, and here we are going to have the course ID. Okay, we can check the courses API. So if I go to the API, we have this courses, then we have this course ID. Next what we will do is, if we don't get any response, so if this response is not okay, then we are going to throw new error, and we are going to have here failed to fetch course, and if we get it, then we will just return the response. So we will be having here return the response.json. Okay, so we have the response.json. Now I will just cut this and I'm going to put this here. Now on this page, if you go here, then we also check that if you click on the enroll, then you have a button here where you can go and click on completed. So if I go to some other course, let me go to the other course. So if I go to this course, and in this course you will also see that you have a complete button which is going to complete your lesson. So we are going to create another mutation which will be the complete lesson. So I will go back here, and here what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will have complete lesson mutation, and this is going to use the mutation. So whenever you make a change, you make it a mutation. So changing a state is mutation, and in the mutation what you will have is you will have the mutation function. So when you want to fetch something, you make a query. When you want to update something, you create a mutation. So here you are going to have the async arrow function. So I will be having async arrow function, and in this what we will do is we are going to have a constant first, then we are going to have a response. I will be having a wait, we will be having fetch, and when you do a fetch you will make an API call for the progress because you need to update the progress. Now to update the progress, it is going to be a post API call, so we will be having a method as post, then we will be having the headers, and our headers will be content type, and we are going to have the content type as application JSON. Next we also need to pass the body, so we will be having body as JSON.stringify. Okay, so now for the progress, what we will see is if we go and check, if I go to the progress API, then this progress API is a post API and accepts a lesson ID and a completed flag. So what I will do is I'm going to have here lesson ID, and I will also have the completed flag as true. So we're going to pass these two. We need to find from where we will get the lesson ID, but we'll check it later on. Now here what we'll do is that if we don't have a response.ok, then again we are going to throw new error, and the error would be failed to update progress. But if that's not a case, then we will simply going to return the response JSON. Now here what we'll do is on success, what we'll do is that whenever this mutation is successful, we need to do two things. So we will be having a success callback, and the first thing will be that we have our query client dot invalidate, because when you update something you immediately need to get the refresh data. So you will be having that invalidate queries, and which query you will have to invalidate is you need to have your query key. First one is the course, because you need to make a change on the course, that the course is completed now, and we need to pass the course ID. And the second you want to make is on the stats. So when you make a complete, your stats gets updated. So what I will do is I'm going to have the query, we will have the invalidate, we will be having a query key, and our key would be stats. Now these stats will be from the dashboard. So if I go here and if I go here up, then here we have created the stats. So I'm going to copy the stats, I will go here and I'm going to add the stats here. All right, now next what we need to do is we have this lesson, so we will have this mutation lesson here. All right, and this is going to be of type string. Now after that what we will do next is we are going to have a constant, we will be having handle enroll change. So if you go here, you also have this button of an enroll. So if you click on it, you will be getting unenrolled from here. If you click on it, you get again enrolled here. All right, so we need to have this change. So I will have the handle enroll change, and on this what we will do is you will first get the enrolled flag as a argument, and this is going to be an arrow function. Whenever you change it, you need to just do a refetch. So you will do a refetch of courses. So let's do a refetch, and here also you will need to do the invalidate queries for the stats, because the stats is going to get updated. All right, now what I will do is I will also have another one that if we have this is loading, then in that case I will simply going to display a spinner. So I will copy and I'm going to add it here, and I'm going to create one more function which is a get YouTube ID. So I'm going to go here and I'm going to add a function here, and this function is get YouTube ID. So you will get the URL, and then based on the URL it is going to get the ID of the particular YouTube video. Next what we will do is we are going to get the JSX. So I will have a return, and what we will do is first let's have a div. I will be having a class name to this div as space y as 6. After that what we will do is first let's have the course header. So I will be having the course header. Now in the course header you will see that we need to create this kind of an header. So let me have a course header as a div. I'm going to have a classes to this div as relative height should be 64. We will have the rounded XL, and we will have the overflow as hidden. After that we will have another div. I'm going to give the classes to it as absolute. We will be using inset 0. Then I will have the background as gradient. So I will have the gradient to right, and after that we can also change this to linear, I think. So we will have this as linear. Okay, and after that this is going to go from purple 500 to indigo 600. Okay, now next what we will do is next we are going to have a div again inside that, and on this div I'm going to have a classes. I will be using absolute. We will be having inset 0. we will be having the background black 50. Okay, so we have these three. Next, what we will do is next we need to display the time, and we need to display the XP points. Okay, so what I will do is I will go here and I'm going to create another div, and I will add some classes to this div. And after this, for displaying the time and the XP point, what I will do is I'm going to copy paste the JSX here. So I will copy the JSX and I'm going to put the JSX here. Okay, now here what we will do is we are going to get the badge from the Shadcn UI, and then we will have this clock icon. All right, so this has the badge, this also a badge UI, and we have the clock icon, and here we have the award icon. So let me add the award icon here. Okay, after that we have the course title and the description. So we have this course title and description. Next, on this here you will see that you have the enroll button. So for the enroll button, what we will do is we are going to create a reusable component. So I will go here, we are going to have a div. I will give some classes to this div as margin left as 4, and inside that I'm going to create this enroll button. So I will be having this enroll button, and this enroll button accepts some arguments. So first let's create this enroll button. So I'm going to go to my common. So I will go here, and in the common I'm going to create a new file as enroll button.tsx. Now here what we will do is I'm going to have a export function. I will be having this enroll button, and this enroll button is going to accept some props, and here what I will do is I'm going to have a return, and I will have here enroll button. Now let's pass that prop. So I'm going to go here, I will be having the enroll button, and the props which I want to pass are, so first we will pass the course ID, and this is going to be equals to the course ID as string. Okay, next what I want to pass is I will be having that is enrolled, and this is going to be the course dot enrolled. If not, then we will pass it as a false. Next what we need is we have the on enroll change. So we will be having this function, and this is going to be handle enroll change. All right, and the last one is the size. So we will be having the size as LG. Okay, so this is how our enroll button will look like. Now if I go to the enroll button here, then what we will do is let's create first an interface. So I'm going to copy and I'm going to add the interface here. So I will go here and I'm going to add this interface here. Now after this interface, what we will do is we are going to get the course ID, then we will be having the is enrolled, and this is going to have the initial enrolled. Okay, next what we will do is next we are going to have the on enroll change, then we are going to have the variant, and this is going to be default, and then we are going to have the size, so which is going to be a default, and this is all going to be of type enroll button props. All right, and this is going to be an equals to, as this is going to be an identifier expected. All right, so this is how our enroll button looks like. Now what we will do is if I go back here, then here we don't see any errors. Now let's write this enroll button first. So here I'm going to have a state. All right, I will be having a constant. I will have is enrolled, and I will have the set is enrolled, and this is going to be equals to the use state, and here we will get the initial enrolled. All right, now after that what we will do is we are going to have a loading as well. So I will create another state variable. This is going to be is loading. We will be having set is loading, and this is going to be equals to the use state. I will give the initial value as false. Next what we will do is we are going to create a constant. I will be having a router, and we will be using use router. So this is going to be used for the navigation. I will tell you why we use this router, but afterwards. Now the first thing we need to do is we need to make an API call to handle the enrollment. So I will have a constant, I will have the handle enroll, and this is going to be a async arrow function. Now first thing I will do that set is loading to true. After that we are going to use a try catch block. All right, now in the try block what I will do is I will have a constant res, I will use the await, I will have the fetch, and we are going to use the /API/ courses $course ID. So we will be having the course ID, then we will have /enroll. So this is what our endpoint looks like. After that we need to pass here the method. So we will be having the method as post, and then we need to pass the headers. So our headers will be, I will have content type, and the content type would be application/JSON. After that what we will do is we need to pass the if we will have the response is okay, then in that case what we will do is we will be having that is set enrolled will become true, so that the user is enrolled. After that we will have the on enroll change. If that is there, then we're going to have it as true. Next what we will do is we're going to have our router, and then we will just do a refresh. So that's why we wanted this router dot refresh. So we have this one, and then what we will do is we're going to have the catch. In the catch I will simply have the console.log, and here I will have failed to enroll, and we are going to have here error. And then we will just use the finally to make the set is loading false. So I will have the set is loading, and I will make it as false. So this has happened for the handle enroll. Now we also have one more function, which is the handle unenroll. So what I will do is I'm going to just copy this and I'm going to paste it here, and this is going to be handle unenroll, where we will have the set loading as true. Here we will be having a same endpoint. Instead of this post, we will be having delete here, and I can remove the headers now. Now if the response is okay, what we will do is we are going to have the, so I'm going to just remove these two as well, and I did a mistake, so this is going to be a semicolon, and I will remove this and this. Okay, and these three I'm going to copy them, and I'm going to put them here as well, where set is enroll will become false, on change is going to become false, and we have the refresh. If it's a error, we will have the failed to unenroll, and in the finally we will have the set is loading as false. Next what we will do is let's have the JSX. So here in the JSX what I will do is I'm going to have a button which is coming from the Shadcn UI button. Alright, and in this button we will be having the text as enroll now. Now here what we will do is first we are going to have a on click, and on the on click we will be having the handle enroll. Then this button is going to have a disable, we will be having is loading here. Then we will be having a variant, so the variant would be whatever the variant we have, and then we will be having the size, whatever the size we have. Next what we will do is we're going to put some classes to it. So I will be having some classes, and let me add the classes here. Okay, so I have the classes. This is going to be a quotes, so I'm going to replace the brackets with the quotes. After the classes what we will do is we are going to have here a condition that if we have is loading, and if this is loading is true, we need to display something, and if that is false, then we need to display something. Okay, now here in the something what I will do is if it's loading, then we are going to display a loading spinner. So I will have a loading spinner here, so I will have the loader 2. But if that is not the case, then I will just have a book open icon. So here I'm going to have the book open. And what next we will do is we are going to have that if it's an enrolled, then we need to make a different button. So here if I click on the enroll, now then you see we have this enrolled here, so we need to have that button as well. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and here I will have that if is enrolled, then in that case I will return a button here, and this is going to be a button. So I'm going to just copy the same button here, and I'm going to paste the button here. Now instead of this we will be having a unenroll here. We will be having disable loading, we will be having here it as an outline. So let me change this button to an outline. We will be having the size, we will have the classes. So I'm going to just copy and paste the classes. So I will go here and I'm going to add the classes. Okay, next what we will do is that if it's loading, we will have this loading spinner. If it's not loading, then we are going to have the check circle. Okay, so we have this one, and the name of our button will be now enrolled. So I'm going to change this, and we will be having this as enrolled. I will go to the course here, and I'm going to save it here. All right, now if you want to go and check, then what I will do is I will go here, and here you see that we have this Node.js, Docker, Kubernetes, we have this enroll button as well. Now the next we need to build is we need to build this list here. We need to have the progress and the course details. All right, so let's go and let's do that one. So now next we are going to create the two columns. One will display the list and another one will display the progress and everything. So what I will do is I will have a div here, and on this div we will give a class name. So we will be creating a grid. The gap will be 6. For larger devices, we are going to have this grid as column 3. Now inside this we are going to create another div, we are going to give the class name. So I will be using, for larger devices, the column span would be 2, and we will have the space y as 6. Next, what we will do is we are going to create the tabs. So if I go here, then you will see we have two tabs, the lessons tab and the overview tab. So let's create those tabs. So I will be having here tabs component, which will be coming from the Shadcn UI, and in this tabs component we will be having some values like we will be having the default value as lessons, then we will be having the class name. Now inside that, what we will do is since it's asked for the lessons, okay, and here also we are going to have the quotes and not the brackets. Now inside the tab, what we will do is we are going to create a tab list, and on this tab list we will be having a tab trigger. So we will be having this tab trigger, and in this tab trigger the value would be, we will have the lessons, and here I'm going to have the lesson, and then the another tab trigger would be the overview. So I will have here overview, and this is going to change to the overview. Now the next what we will do is we need to have this tab content after the tab list. So I will be having here tabs content. Now the first tab content will be for the lessons, so I will have the value, and the value would be lessons. Okay, we will give some classes to it, and the classes will be space y equals to 4. Now the next tab content will be for the overview. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put this here. This is going to change to the overview. So I will copy and commit here. Okay, and I will just remove this. We don't give any classes to the overview. So we will create the tab contents afterwards. After that, what we need to do is since we are creating this grid, so this one was the first one, and then we will have the second one. So for the second one, we are going to have a div. I will be having the class name. So this is going to be space y6. So this div is for the progress one, the your progress and the course details. So we are working on that part. So here I'm going to have my card component, and inside the card component we are going to have the card header, and inside the card header we will be having the card title. So let me have the title, and the title will be your progress. I will make this r lowercase. Now after the header you will be having the card content, and inside the card content what we will do is we're going to have the courses. So I will be having the course. If this course has enrolled, then in that case what we need to do is we need to display some JSX, and if it's not enrolled, then we need to display some other JSX. And for time being, I will just keep an empty fragment in both of them. Now if it is enrolled, then what we will do is I will just copy paste a JSX here. I will import this progress from the Shadcn UI, and we need to define the progress. What is the progress? And we will also need to have the completed lesson and the total lesson. Okay, here I'm going to have my check circle, which is coming from the Lucid React. Now let's get these values, the progress, the completed, and everything. So if I go up here what I can do is I can create a constant. I will be having completed lesson, and these completed lessons will be equal to, we have the courses. Now if this courses has lessons, and if this lesson has a filter on it, then we are going to get an individual lesson of type any. So I will be having an individual lesson of type any. Then I will just filter that if l dot completed, then we just return it. And then what I will do is we will just take the length of it, and if not, then we'll keep it as 0. So this is going to give us the completed lesson. Now here for the courses, if we go up, then the courses we have got it. Now if we want to just check what is there in the course or not, so what I will do is I will go here. I will have a simply console.log, and I will log the courses data is, and let me have the course here. Okay, and let's see what happens. So if I go down here for time being, okay, let me first get all these values, and then we will see what we get in the course. Now the second one is the constant total lessons. So we will be having total lessons, and this is going to be equals to the course, and inside this course we have the lessons, and then we can get the length of the lessons, and if it's not available we make it as 0. And the third constant we need is for the progress. So the progress will be equals to, we have the total lessons if they are greater than 0, and if it's true, then in that case what we will do is we're going to have the completed lessons divided by total lessons, and we multiplied by 100. So this is going to give us the percentage of the course, and if it's not, then we get 0. Okay, so we have this 3. If I go here and if I check, So let me go to the console log. All right, and in the console log you will see the course data. So if I go here, you have this course data, and in the course data you have the lessons, and with this lessons you basically create your completed lessons. So here you will see what is completed and what not completed, and then you get the total lessons, which is the length of this lessons, and third one is the progress. So we have all these three. Now if we go here, then you see you have your progress, but you don't have the data. So let me get that data as well. So I'm going to go back down here, and here it is going to be your progress. Okay, but if this is not the case, the next thing what we will do is we are going to show an enroll button, because this is only when a user is enrolled. But if you are not enrolled in this course, then what you will do is you're going to display an enroll button here. So what I will do is I'm going to have a div. I will be having a class name on the div as text center, padding y as 6. Okay, after that what we will do is I'm going to create a lock icon. So we will have it from the Lucid React. I will give some classes to it. After that we are going to have a paragraph tag. So let me have a paragraph tag. I will give the class to it as text gray 500, and here we are going to have the content as enroll to track your progress. Now after this we can use our enroll button component again. So we're going to have the enroll button, and in this enroll button we need to pass few props. So we will be passing the course ID, which is going to be, so what I can do is I can just copy the same thing which we have used it before. So I will copy this and I can use it here again, and here we will have the course as course ID. Here the enrollment is false, and then we will have the on enroll change as handle enroll size, and we can also pass the variant, and the variant will be default. Okay, if I go here, then we see that we have this enroll and the lock and everything. Now if we go here and if we do an enroll, then you see here we have the same thing. Now let's get this course detail as well. So if I go down, then I will have another card here, and now this another card will contain the card header and the title. So I will just copy that part here and put it here. Okay, you have the course detail. After that you will need the card content. Now for the card content, it will be pretty standard. We have most of the fields we have already calculated. So if I put this here, then here you will see that you will have the total duration first, which is going to be the course we have, and there is a duration property. Then we have the lessons, which is the total lessons. Then we will be having the total XP points, where we have the course, and on the course we have the points, and last there will be a certificate. Now what we will do is we will just go and work on our tabs. So if I go here, if I minimize this and if I expand this, then we have these tabs, but there is no content in this tab. So let's work on that part. So first we are going to work on the overview tab. So in the overview, let's have a card. Inside the card, again we are going to have the content, and I'm going to give the classes to this as padding 6. Now below this there will be an h3 tag, and inside the h3 tag there will be the content as about this course. So we will be having about this course, and after that let's have the paragraph tag. So I'm going to have a paragraph tag, and in the paragraph tag we will be having the description of the course. So we will be using the course, and there is a description on the course, so we will be using that description. For h3 we can provide some classes, so I'm going to add the classes here, and for the paragraph tag also we will need some classes. So let me add the classes here as well. Okay, next what we want is we will be having here that if don't enroll the course, and we will display this. So this is going to be a div. You will have a class on this div, so I will add the classes, and inside this what we will do is we are going to create a paragraph tag, and we will have a text as click the enroll now button above to start this course. Okay, I will give some classes to this one as copy, and I'm going to add the classes here. Okay, so if I go and check, so if I go here, then you will see that click the enroll button above to start this course, and this is the description, and you can also click on the enroll and then you can enroll it. And if I go here and if I go to overview, then you see we have something similar here. See that there is no space here, so let's get that space as well. So if I go back here, then we need to take this inside the content. So I'm going to cut this and let's take this inside the content so that we get the spacing as well. So now if I go here, you see that you have the space properly here. Okay, now we need to get all the list of the lessons that are available in the Node.js Docker Kubernetes course. So let's go back here And first we will see how the UI looks like. So if I go here, if I go to the lessons, then in the lessons you will see that you have the numbers, then you have the video icon, and you have the title, then you have the lesson 1 of 17, you have the enroll course, and you also have this. If you click on it, you see a pop-up Modal is open, and then you can start your courses. So this is how the course gets started. Okay, so we also need to create a model on this one. So I will close this and let's go back. So if I go here and I will go and minimize this, and we will start working on this one. So first we need to loop through. So I will be having the course, and if there is a lesson on the course, then I will have to do map on it. I will get the lesson of type any, and I will also get the index of type number. Okay, I'm going to create an arrow function. Now after this, what we will do is we need to get that lock icon as well. So for that I will have the is logged, and we will see that the course not enrolled. So if a user haven't enrolled in the course, then and we will have the index greater than 0. Then we keep this lock as boolean as true. After that we can have a can start constant, and what this constant will do is we're going to have our course dot enrolled, that if you have enrolled in this course, then what you will do is you're going to have the if the index is equals to 0, or the course dot lesson, so we will have the index -1 dot completed. Okay, so here we are going to have the lessons, and this is going to be indexed. So I'm going to have this one here like this, and I will remove this one. So this is a can start. Now next what we will do is we're going to check first that if they has a video. So I'm going to go here, and if a particular lesson has a video, so I will have a has video constant, and this constant is going to be equals to that if you have a lesson dot video URL, and then you get the YouTube ID of that video. So I will have a get YouTube ID of this URL. So I will be having the lesson dot video URL. So we already have this function here, which is basically a regex, and which is give you the ID of that particular video. So if we have that one, then we have the boolean as has video. Now after that we will return a JSX from this. So we will be having a return, and let's create the JSX. So first what I will do is I'm going to create a div, and I want to make this div clickable. So I'm going to have a props on this div. So I'm going to have all this thing, and here I'm going to just let you know what is this. So let me have this cn first from the util, and here what we are doing is we are providing the classes based on some conditions that the lesson is completed, then we will have some classes, and we are doing that when you click on it, you will have that set selected lessons as lesson, and you based on that set selected .id you display some classes. And here I see that id. Okay, so what we can do is we can go and check the state variable, and in the state variable we can have here any, and let me have here an empty object, and now we should be able to see that there is no error. Okay, now after that what we will do is we are going to create another div inside, and in this div we're going to give the classes as flex. I will have the items as center, and then we will have the gap as 4 with flex 1. Now inside this div we are going to create another div, and on this div we are going to have the conditional classes. So let me copy paste the conditional classes. So I will go here, and we are going to have this conditional classes. Now if we go and check, so if I go here, and first let me enroll it. Okay, so this is going here, so let me enroll it. Now after I enroll, you will see that if you have already completed the lesson, okay, then it becomes green. So if I have already completed the lesson, then it's a green background, but if it's not, and if it's logged, then you will see it has a purple. So that's what it is. Now after this what we will do is we are going to have this div. Now inside this div we are going to have that if lesson dot completed, then we will display some JSX. If not, then we will display some other JSX. So if the lesson is completed, then in that case what we will do is we are going to have the check circle icon, and I'm going to give some classes to this div. So we're going to have the h5 width as 5 and text as white. But if this is not completed, then in that case what we will do is we are going to have the lock icon. So I will just copy paste the lock icon. Okay, so this is the lock icon, and I will also do one more thing, that if it is completed, then we are going to display the check circle, and here we can check for the is logged. So if it's logged, then we are going to display something, and if it's not logged, then in that case we are going to display one more JSX here. And what we will do is I'm going to simply have a span index plus 1. So I'm going to add the span with an index plus 1. So if we go back here, and if I go here, then right now we still don't see anything. But if we go here, then we will see that we have the index plus 1, which is this basically the lesson. After this, what we will do is we are going to have another div. So I'm going to go here and have a div here again, and on this div what I will do is I will have the classes as flex1, and in this div what I will do is let's have one more div here which going to have a classes as flex. We are going to have the items as center, and we will be having gap as 2. Inside this div what we will do is we are going to check that if it has a video, and if we have to display this icon, so there will be a video icon if it has a video. So I'm going to just import the video icon. After that, we are going to have an h3 where we are going to display the lesson title. So I will be having here the lesson title, and then we will be having a paragraph as well. So let me have a paragraph, and in this paragraph we will be having lesson. Here we will have the index plus 1, and we will be having of total lessons. I will give some classes to this h3. So I will have the font medium, and on the paragraph tag I will be having classes as text sm. We will be having the text gray 500. If we go and check, then we should be able to see something here, and we don't see anything. So let me go back here, and what I will do is here we have this return, and here we have this course. So I can go here and I can just have a course dot length course dot lesson dot length. Okay, if I go back here, then we see that cannot read a property of undefined. So something is not defined here. So what I will do is paragraph tag here, and I can just cut this. I can go here, and here I can just have a JSON dot stringify, and I just have to stringify this. So if I go here, then we still don't see anything here with the JSON.stringify, because the course data is undefined and we are not able to get the course data. So if I go back here, okay, so I see the problem is that this is lessons, and we are having here lessons. So I'm going to have lessons here, I'm going to have lessons here, and now if I go, then you see we get some data started coming. So there are small typos, we can have it. So what I will do is I will remove this, we don't want it now. Okay, and if I go here, then we see that we have this one. So we have the lesson 1, and here we have the lesson 2. All right, let's go and let's do the continuation of this one. So I'm going to go back here, and we were working on this part where we have the paragraph tag, and here we had this one. So we want to just cut this here, and we will just put this here so that we get it underlined. So we will have now below the title lessons 1 of 2. All right, so if we go here, and next we need to have this icon, and we need to have this complete button if it's not completed. So let's go and let's do that one. So I will go here, and here I'm going to have a div. I will give a classes to this div as flex. I will be having items as center, and then I will have the gap as 2. All right, and after that what I will do is I will just do a copy paste here. So I will be copy, and I'm going to put this here. Okay, now let's go to it one by one. So if the courses is not enrolled, we need to display that enroll to start button. Okay, let me have this button imported. Okay, but if the lesson is not completed and you cannot start it, then you will have a button which is going to say it completely. So let me have this play circle, then you will have a complete button, and in the end you will just have the file text. So I will be having file text. Okay, so you have everything here. If I go back here, and if I go here, then you see you have a enroll to start. So if I click here, then we see we have the enroll to start. If I click here, then it should be completed, and as soon as we complete it, we still see that this is not getting updated. We are going to check it later on, and then we have everything here. Now let's go back, and if you click on it, then you need to, so if I click on it, we need to display this modal, and we need to have this YouTube video inside that. So let's do that one. So I'm going to go back here, and what we will do is let me go down. So I will go down here, and then I will minimize this one, and here we are going to have the lesson modal, and it is going to be a simple version. So here what we will do is first we are going to have that if we have this selected lesson, then we need to display this. If you select it, then only you will have that one. And here I'm going to have a div. Okay, now inside this div, let's have some classes. So I'm going to give the classes. All right, now after this classes, what we will do is we are going to have a card component, and we will be having classes on this card component also. So I will be having the classes as max w4xl, full width, overflow y auto. After this, we will be having the card header, and in the card header we will be having the card title, and after the card title we are going to have the video icon. So I will be having the classes height as 5, width as 5. I will be having the text purple 600. Okay, so we have this video. Now for the card title, we will give classes, and the classes would be, we will be having the flex, we will be having the items as center, and we will be having the gap as 2. Okay, so we have the video and everything. Now after the video, what we will do is we are going to have the selected lessons dot title. So we will get the title of our video. Now after the card title, we will be having this card header, and after the card header we will be having the card content. Inside the card content, we will have this selected lesson dot video URL. If it's available, then what we will do is we are going to have the get YouTube ID of that particular video. So we will be having selected lesson dot video URL. Okay, and if it's that is also there, then what we will do is we are going to have the component which is going to be YouTube video, and in this component we will be passing the video ID first, and the video ID will be get YouTube ID of that particular selected URL. So I will just copy this and I'm going to add this here. I will just have an exclamation, and apart from that, what we will do is if we also pass the title, then we are going to have here selected lessons dot title. Okay, right now we don't have this component, but we will create that component soon. After that, what we will do is we are going to have a div, and we will be creating this close button on this div. So we will be having a flex, justify as end, and we will be having gap as 2, margin top as 6, padding top as 4, and we will be having the border top. Now inside this we will be using the button component. So we will have this button. On the button we will be having the variant, and the variant would be outline. After that we will be using an on click on it so that we can close it. So when you do an on click, you will have the set selected lessons. So I will be having set selected lessons as null so that it will get closed automatically, and then the label of the button will be close. Next, what we need to do is I will just comment this out for now. Now next what we need to do is after the button we will have to see that if the course and if it's enrolled, and apart from them if the selected lesson dot completed, okay, and then in that case what we will do is we are going to create another button. So I will just copy this button and I'm going to put this button here, and the variant of this button, I will just remove the variant. We will have the on click. So on click, what we will do is I'm going to just remove this, and on this on click what we will do is we're going to have this completed lesson mutation dot mutate, because we want to update that the particular lesson is completed. So we will just mutate that. So I will have the lesson and its ID. All right, and along with that I will also have the selected lesson as null. Okay, and we will also give some classes to this button. So I will go here, we will be having some classes. So I will have the background purple 600, and then when you hover on the button you will be having the background purple 700, and the label of this button will be mark as complete. Now what we will do next is, so if I go here and if I click here, then you see we have the video and everything. We can also have a mark as complete if you are completed, but if not, then we will just display the YouTube video here. So let me have that one. So I'm going to go to the here, and I want to create this new component which is the YouTube video. So let's go to our common components. So I will go to the components, I will have the common, and I'm going to create a new file as YouTube video.tsx. So we will go here, and in the YouTube video.tsx what I will do is first let me have a export function YouTube video, and when we do this what we get is we get something, and here we are going to have the YouTube video. So I will just copy this and I'm going to have it as here props. Okay, we need to create this props. So I will go here. I'm going to have the interface of the props, and in this what we will do is we are going to just get the video ID and we get the title. So I will have it like this. Now here we are going to have the video ID and we are going to have the title. Now once you have this, you can create your function. Now in this what we will do is first let's have a constant. I'm going to create a state variable as is loading. I will have the set is loading, and this is going to be use state, and I'm going to make it as true first. Now after that what we will do is we are going to have the constant. We will be having is full screen, and then we are going to have the set is full screen. Now this is also going to be a state variable, so I will be having a use state and I will make it false initially. All right, next what we will do is we are going to create the URL for our YouTube video. So I will be having the embed URL, and I will just copy paste that URL what we will be creating. So I will be having this URL, and this is the YouTube URL embedded one. We get the ID of the video. Next what we need to do is we need to have a constant. So when you do a full screen, so you will be having handle full screen. This is going to be an arrow function, and here what I will do is I will be having a constant. We have a iframe, so we will be having a document query selector. You select that iframe because when you do this embedded, it opens inside the iframe. So if we get this iframe, then and if this iframe dot request full screen, then we just do the iframe dot request full screen method. Okay, so we have this one. Now let's display the JSX part. So I will go here, and we are going to have this as return, and what we will return is first let's have a div. I'm going to give classes to this div as space y4. Next inside this let's have again a card component. Now inside this what we will do is we're going to give some classes here. We will be having the overflow hidden, and we give it as relative. Inside this we will be having that if is loading, if it's true, then we will display a loader. So I will just copy paste the loader here. Okay, we will need to have the loader too. Okay, so we will have the loader spinner, but if that is not the case, then we are going to have a div. I will be having the classes as relative. We will give the padding top, and I'm going to give the padding top a custom value. So I'm going to have the 56.25%. Next we are going to have this iframe. So for the iframe what we will do is we are going to provide the source, and the source of our iframe will be the embedded URL that we have prepared. So this is going to be embedded URL. Along with that we will have a title for the iframe, which is going to be title, and if it's not, then here we are going to have the YouTube video player. So I will be having the video player. Now apart from that, what else we will give is we are going to give the allow, and on the allow what we will do is we are going to have some values here. So let me copy and paste those values. Okay, so this was the allow property. Now after that we will also give the full screen. So when you want to allow the full screen, so we will have the allow full screen. We're going to give some classes to it, that absolute. We're going to have the top as 0, left as 0. We will be having the full width, and we will be having the full height. So I will be having the height as full. Okay, and then we will just have the on load. So we will be having this on load. Whenever it gets loaded, we need to make that is loading should be false. Okay, so this is should be set is loading. So set it loading as false. Now after that what we will do is we are going to create a button for the maximize screen. So I'm going to copy that button, and I'm going to add the button here. Okay, so I will just have the button imported, and this is the type of the button variant. This is the size. We have some classes, and we have this function which is the handle full screen. We can have this maximize icon, and at last in the bottom we will just have the title displayed. So I will be having here the title displayed. Now we can use this here. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. I will be having a YouTube video component, and we see that we have some problems. So this is again, this is going to be a bracket, and this is going to be a bracket. Okay, so we have this. If we go and check, so if I go here and if I click on it, then we see that this is not coming up properly. So maybe we did some mistake here. And if I go here, then we see that, okay, so we have this mistake, and now we see that we get it properly. All right, you can also run this and it works fine. We can also do a close. and if I go here, then we can see this as well. Now what we will do next is when we click on complete of this button, then here you see that as soon as I completed here, this is not updating. We need to check that. Next, what we are going to do is we're going to work on this leaderboard. So if I go here and if I go here, then this is how our leaderboard looks like. So we are going to build this UI. So let's go and let's work on that one. So I will go back to the Visual Studio Code, and here if I go to the leaderboard, what I will do is we have already the page.tsx. First we are going to start with an interface. So let me copy an interface and put it here. So this is an interface for the leaderboard, and these values are exactly, you will find it same in our API. So when we created the API for the leaderboard, this API also gave us the response in the same format. So you have the user rank, points, levels, streak, and total users. So if I go back here, so you have this streak, level, points, avatar, username, and everything. Now let's create a function. So I will have the export default. We will be having the function, and then we will be having a leaderboard page. So this is going to be a function, and what we will do first here is that we're going to create a constant. We will get the user first from our use user hook. Since we are using the use user hook from the clerk, we will need to make this component as a client component. So I will go here, we will be having use client. Now after that, what we will do is we need to make an API call to get all the leaderboards information. So I will have a constant. We're going to get the data. This is going to be leaderboard is loading, and we are going to use the use query hook. So I will be having the use query, and inside this use query, first we are going to have the query key. So we will be having the query key as leaderboard. Okay, next we are going to have the query function. So we will be having the query function, and the function would be an async function. We're going to have this arrow function, and then we will be having the constant response. We will be having a wait, and this is going to be equals to, we will have the fetch, and our API is the /API/leaderboard. After that, what we will do is that if this response is not okay, then we are going to just have throw new error, and we will be having here failed to fetch leaderboard. Next, what we will do is if all is good, then we will just going to return the response.json. Now how to get the rank? So what I will do is I will have a constant get rank icon, because every user will going to have a different rank icon. So you will pass a rank as a number, and then in return you're going to get the rank. So I'm going to use different icons here. So if it's a rank 1, we are going to get the trophy icon. If it's rank 2, we are going to get the medal, and if it's rank 3, we are going to get the medal, but the colors will be different. Next, what we will do is if we have this is loading, then we are going to just display the skeleton. So I will be having return, and I will be returning the leaderboard skeleton. We already have the skeletons in our util. So if I go to the util and skeleton, then we have the achievement skeleton and we have the leaderboard skeleton. So we use it directly. Next, what we will do is we are going to go here, and we are going to create the top 3 entries because we need to display the top 3 entries like this. So if I go here, then we have this top 3 entries. Okay, so I'm going to go to the leaderboard now. We have the leaderboard page available, and let's create the top 3 entries. So I'm going to have the constant. I will be having top 3 entries. This is going to be leaderboard. If it's there, then you're going to have the entries on it. Then you will just do a slice on it, and you need from 0 to 3. If not, you will have an empty array. Next, you're going to have the rest entries. So all the rest of the entries. So this is going to also be same. So I will just copy and put it here. Okay, and this leaderboard is basically the response which we get it. All right, and then we will also need the current user rank. So that is going to be constant current user. We will be having the rank, and this is going to be equals to the leaderboard dot user rank. So we have a leaderboard dot user rank on. Now next, what we will do is we're going to return the JSX from here. So let me have the return JSX, and in this what we will do is first let's have a div. I will give the classes as space y as 6. Next, what I will do is I'm going to create another div, and inside that I will be having a h1 tag. and on this I will be having a leaderboard, and below leaderboard I will be having a paragraph tag, and in this I'm going to add the text as top learners ranked by total XP. Let's give some classes to the h1. This is going to be text 3xl. Then we will be having the font bold, and on the paragraph tag what we will do is we are going to have the class name, and this is going to be text gray 500, margin top as 1. Next what we will do is we are going to display the rank. So here it's going to be your rank card, and after that we are going to display the podium for the top 3. So here we are going to have the top 3 podium, and the last we are going to have the rest of the leaderboard. So I will be having here rest of leaderboard. So let's start with the current rank, and in the current rank we will simply have a card component, and we are going to just use that. So what I will do is I'm going to go here. We are going to have this current rank, and if we have it, then we will just display this. And here we are simply going to display the card component, and I will just do a copy paste on this component, and then I will just walk you through. Okay, let me change this to linear. This is going to be the card content. So we have the card content, and we display some UI here. We have this your rank, and then we have the hash current rank. After that we have our username and the full name if it's available. Then we have our points and everything, and our level, and lastly we display the badge. Okay, and then we have the star icon. So let me have the star icon. If we go and check, so if I go here, then here you will see that you have the hash rank, it's u, then you have your XP, your level, and then you have your days of streak. So if I go back here, and then we have the leaderboard user streak. Next we are going to display the top 3 on the podium. So here what we will do is we will be using this top 3, and if its length is greater than 0, so if we have the length greater than 0, then in that case we are going to display this JSX. And here what I will do is we are going to have a div first, and in this div I'm going to have the classes. So we will be using the grid of 3 for medium devices. So I will be having the grid. I will have the gap as 4, and for medium devices I'm going to have the grid call as 3. Okay, inside that what we will do is we are going to have the top 3. So I will be having the top 3 dot, we need to map, and we need to get each of the entry. So the entry would be of type leaderboard entry, and then we will have the index of type number. Okay, this is going to be an arrow function. And did I do something wrong? So we are going to remove this, and here we are going to have this one. Okay, and inside this what we will do is we are going to again have a card component. Now this card is going to have a key, so we will be using the entry dot id, and after that what we will do is we're going to have some classes to our entry card. So I'm going to add those conditional classes. So I will just do a copy, and I'm going to put this here. Okay, so we have this conditional. I'm going to change this to linear. So if the index is the 0, then we need to have a different color. If the index is 1, then we need to have a different color, and if it's 2, then we need to have a different color. After that we're going to have our card content. So let me have the card content. I'm going to give classes to this card content as padding top 6. Inside the card content what we will do is we are going to again have a div. I will be using some classes. So we will be having text 4xl, margin bottom as 2. Okay, and inside that what we will do is that if this index is equals to 0, then we are going to have the emoticon like this, and if it's not, and if it's the index is equals to 1, then we are going to have something else, and if not, then we are going to have something else. So here it's going to be a question mark. So I will copy the silver emoticon, and then I will copy the bronze one. So I will copy, and I'm going to put this here. Okay, so we have this 3. Then we close this div. After that what we will do is we are going to have this avatar. So if we go back, then you see this avatar, then you have the name. So we have this avatar. Okay, and inside this what we will do is here we are going to give some classes. So I will copy, and then I'm going to add the classes, and here what I will do is I will just copy paste the avatar. So I'm going to copy, and I'm going to put this avatar here. Now in this what you will see is you will be having the avatar image, which is the entry avatar URL, and then you have the fallback. If it's not, then you will just use the entry name and then the username like this. The first letter you will just use that one. Okay, so let's say if in our case we don't have this URL, then if we go and check, here, then what we see is this is the D, the name of the first person. So we can use this as well. And if you want to have image, then you can have the image as well. Now the next what we need to do is we need to display the username. So below the avatar, I'm going to have a paragraph tag, and in this paragraph tag I will be having the entry dot name. If it is not available, then we will be having the entry dot username. We are going to give some classes to that. Okay, and the next thing what we will do is we need to display the points. So I will again have a paragraph tag, and here I'm going to have the entry dot points dot to locale string. Okay, and then we will have the XP here. So we will also give some classes to this one. So I'm going to copy and add the classes, and the last one is the streak. So we will be displaying the streak of the user. So we will be having the entry current streak, and we are going to have the day streak. So if I go and check, then you will see that we have this everything here. Now the last one is the all ranking. Top 3 will be here, then all the other will be going there. So let's create that section as well. So I will go back here, and we are going to go to the rest of the entries, and in this rest of the entries, let's start with first creating the card component. So I will be having the card. Inside the card, we will be having the card header. Inside the header, we will be having the card title, and the title will be all ranking. And after the header, we are going to have the card content. And for the content, what we will do is we are going to have a div. I will be having classes on this div as space y as 3. Then we will be using our rest entries. We will have the dot map, and while having the map, what we will do is we are going to have the entry here as leaderboard. This is going to be an arrow function, and then what we will do is we are going to have a div here, and this div is going to contain the classes and the key, because this is going to get repeated. So I will be having a div with the classes and the keys. Now inside this, we need to create another div, and for this div we will be having classes. So it is going to be flex. We will be having items center and the gap of 4. Now inside this, what we will do is we are going to create another div, and this is going to have the classes. So we will be having width as 8, text as center. So this is going to be like this, and after that we will be having the font semi bold. Next what we will do is we will be having the get rank icon, and we need to pass the entry dot rank. So based on the rank, we will get the icons. All right, after that we will again have that avatar. So I will be having the div is closed here, then we will be having the avatar. So I will just copy the avatar part from here. So I will copy this, and I'm going to add the avatar again here, but this time this is going to be 10 and this is going to be 10. Now after that, what we will do is we are going to again same have the entry name and everything. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to add the same here, which is going to have name, level, and then lastly we will be having the points. So if I go here, and we will have the name, level, and we need to display the points here. So here we will not see anything because we don't have much users now. Maybe when we have the users, we will see something here. So we have this paragraph, and here I'm going to create another div, and here we will be having this class name. So this is going to be text, right? And inside this, we are going to have our paragraph tag, and we will be using the same, the purple one. So I will go here, and I'm going to copy this. I will go back here, and we will be using this one. Now here, the font to Excel, I will just remove it. We will be having the font bold. We will be having the text purple 600, and we will not be having this. All right, so now we see that we have this one, then we have the another div, then we have the another card. And what we will do is since now if we go here, we see that we don't have any users. So what I will do is I'm going to just have a condition here, and this condition is going to be that if I have the rest entries dot length, so let me have the length, and if this length is greater than 0, then only I display something like that. So I'm going to have this, my card, I'm going to put my card here, and if I go here, then I don't see anything here. All right, now after this we will have that if there are no users at all, then in that case what we will display is, so I will be having here leaderboard. Then if there is a leaderboard, and if we have the entries dot length, then if this is equals to 0 and here we are simply going to display a card that will show you that you need to complete a lesson in order to get some XPs in the dashboard. So no leaderboard data yet, complete the lessons and get the XPs, and then you appear here. All right, now this part is also done, the leaderboard part also done. Now the next part is the achievements. But before we go to the achievements, what we need to do is, if we go here and if we go to the achievements, then in the achievements, it's a kind of a static data of the achievements. So you need to have these 5 achievements in your database. If I go here and if I go to the achievements, right now I don't have any data in the achievements. What I'm going to do is I'm going to seed this data of the achievements. So to seed that data, we need to first go to our fetch YouTube content. Now in this, what we did is if I scroll up, then we had this seed course playlist. So I'm going to minimize that seed course playlist, and above that we had this fetch playlist videos, and above that we has the fetch playlist channel. So just after this, what we are going to do is we are going to have the seed achievements, and in this seed achievement, what I will do is I'm going to create an async function again. So I will be having the async function, I will be having seed achievements, and to seed the achievements, what we will do is let's have some data here. So I will be having here console.log, and we will be having here seeding achievements. Okay, after that, what we will do is we are going to be using for loop. We will be having achievement, and here we are going to have the of seed achievements. Okay, now this seed achievements will be coming from the data which we have. So if I go here and if I go here, then we don't have any data here. I need to add this data. So I will go in the end, and here I'm going to add this data. So we will be having this seed achievement data like first step, quick learner, course master, streak starter. So we need this one. So what I will do is I will take this achievements data and I'm going to go back to this one, and this is going to be achievements data. So I will just check whether I have exported it or not. So I have exported it, so I can just use that. So this is going to be achievement data. Okay, so this is going to be here, and we need to define this as a constant. Now after this, what we will do is we're going to have that constant. If it's an existing, then we will be having await db.query, and we will query the achievements. So we query the achievements and we do find first, and we will have the where achievements, and this is going to be equal. This is going to be an arrow function. We will be having the equal, and then we are going to have the achievements dot name will be matching with this achievement dot name. Okay, then we have the existing, and if there is no existing, then in that case we will just insert them. So I will be having the await, we will be having db insert, we insert into the achievements dot values, and the values will be the achievement value. So this is going to happen like this, and if it's not the case, then we will be having else, and I will just copy the console log. All right, so we have this one. Now we need to amend this one a little bit. So what I will do is here I'm going to have my async function, and we will be having this seed function. Now in the seed function, first what we will do is we are going to have that console log. So I will be having console.log, and I will be having starting. Okay, and after that, what I will do is I will have the await seed achievements. Next, I will be having await seed course from playlist, and then I will be having console.log, and I will be having completed. Okay, apart from that, what we will do is we need to call this seed function. So I will call it like this, and I will do a catch, and if there is any error, I will just do a console.error. Now what we will do is we will just run that. So to run it, I will be using this one, npm run fetch YouTube. So if I go to the package JSON, then we have this fetch YouTube. So I'm going to hit enter. So you will see here that whatever was already there, it just have skipped it. So we have the 18 course playlist, and then the courses got skipped because they already exist. All right, so we have the 0 import and everything. Now if we go and check, so if I go here and if I click on the courses, we have all the courses. If I click on the lessons, we have all the lessons. If I click on the achievements, now you see that we have the achievements here. Now once you have the achievements here, it becomes easy for us to create this achievement page. So here you will see that we have all achievements, the earned achievements, and we have the unlocked achievements. All right, so let's go and let's work on that one. So I will go back here. I'm going to close everything now. We don't need them, and we only need the achievements page. So I will go, and then I'm going to go to the achievements, and I will go here. I will minimize this. So we start with the export default. We create the function, and we will be having it as an achievements page. Now this is going to be a function, and in this what we will do is we're going to make this as a client component. So I'm going to have the use client, and now we need to fetch the data from the API. So to fetch the data, what I will do is I'm going to have a constant. I will have the data, I will have the achievements, and we will be having is loading. Now this is going to be equals to the use query. Now in this use query, what we will do is we are going to first have the query key, and the key would be achievements. So I'm going to have here this achievements, so I will add it here. After that, we will be having this query function. So this is going to be an async arrow function. So I will be having here arrow function. Then we will be having a constant response, and we will be using await fetch. And let's make the API call. So this is going to be /API/achievements. And this is a get call, so we don't pass anything. And if there is not response.ok, then in that case, we are going to throw new error, and our error will be failed to fetch achievements. But if this is not the case, then we are simply going to return the response.json. So we will get the data from the database. Now after this, what we will do is we need to check that what we have earned, what are the total count of the achievements, and what is the progress. So if I go back here, we get an error, we will resolve it. And if I go here and if I go to the achievements page, then in the achievements plate, it's divided into a couple of sections. You have the title and everything, you have this stats, you have the overall, and then you have total earned 2, and you have logged as 3. Now if we go into our table, then in the table we only have 4 because in our data. So if I go back to the data, then in the data also we only had 4, but that's okay. You don't need to create 5 achievements. 4 will also be enough. So what we will do is we are going to have this earned count. So if I go here, then we have this earned, and then you have the logged. So this is what the earned count we need to find. So what we will do here is that we will be having a constant. We will be using earned count, and before the earned count, I want to log the achievements here, whatever the achievements we receive. So I will be having the console.log. We will be having the achievements, and then we will be having whatever the achievements we have received. So here I'm going to again have the achievements. Now to make this component work, we need to do a return, and we need to return the JSX. We will also have that if this is loading, then in that case we will display the skeleton. So I will already have the achievements skeleton. We are going to display that. Next, what we will do is we are going to create the JSX part, and in this div we are going to have first a div. I will be giving classes at space ys6, and after that we will be having another div where we will be having the h1 and the paragraph. So I'm going to just copy that part, and I'm going to put this here. Here you will see we have the achievements, and we have the track your milestones and accomplishment. Now let's see what value we get for this achievement. So if I go back here, if I go here, then we have this one, and if we go and check, then we see that on page 16 we have achievements. So let me go back here, and this is going to be like this. Okay, so it should make an API call this time, and we see that we have the 4 achievements. Now on this 4 achievements, you also have a earned as true, and you have the earned as false. So based on that is what we are going to get the earned. So let me go back here, and here what we will do is first let's have a constant, and I will be having here earned count, and this count is going to be equals to the achievements. You will apply a filter on it. So I will be having a filter, and in this you will get an individual achievement of type any, and here we can just filter. So what we will do is we are going to have that if a dot earned, if it's there, if it's a true, then we have the earned count, and we are going to get the length of it. If there is no length, then we are going to have it 0. Like this, we can also have the total count. So I will be having total count, which is going to be equals to the achievements dot length. So I will be having the length of it, and if it's not available, we are going to show it 0. All right, we can also have the progress. So I will be having the progress. This is going to be a constant, and this progress will be, we will have the total count. If that is greater than 0, then we are going to calculate the progress. So we will be having earn count, we divided by the total count and we multiplied by 100. So this is going to give us the percentage, and if not, we will keep it as 0. And after that, what we will do is we can also have the earned achievements and the logged achievements. So that will be very similar. So I'm going to copy this and I will come here, and this is going to be earned achievement. So I will be having earned achievement, and this is going to be whatever you have earned it. I'm going to remove the length from here. And if you want to go for the logged one, you will just have the same thing. So here I'm going to have the logged achievement, and this is going to be negate. So anything which is false is a logged achievement. Okay, so we have these two achievements. Now what I will do is next we will continue to work on our JSX part. So in this, the first thing you will do is you need to get the stats here. All right. Now these stats are very similar what you have here in the dashboard. So we can just do a copy paste of the JSX and it will be very similar. So I will copy the stats and I'm going to put them here. It's a pretty straightforward. You will be having a grid with a gap 4 and you need 4 columns. Then you will create the card component from the Shadcn UI. You will have the card content, and in the card content what you will do is first you will need to have, so I go to the achievements, you will need to have all the icons. So let me have the icon here. The first one will have the icon as award, then the second one will have the icon as lock. Now third one, the icon would be check circle, and for the fourth one, if we go here, the fourth one just has the XP points, so there is no icon here. Now after the icon you will be having the count, so earned and logged, and then you have the completion, and then you have the label. So for earned one we already have that, so we will be using the earned count and we have the label. So this is sorted. After that we will be having the lock, so we're going to have the logged achievements. So if I go here and I'm going to use this logged achievements, and this is going to be earned achievements. So I'm going to copy this earned achievements and we will use it when it's required. So we have this logged one. After that we have the completion, so we have the progress dot to fixed and we give the percentage. Okay, and the last one is the XP points. So you have the total XP points which you have earned using the achievements. So with the achievements, whatever you have earned, you will display that. That's the total XP point. If we go here, then we see that we have this one, and this is the total points that we have achieved with this. So we have earned one achievement here, and if we go and check and we have the 50 points, that means we have earned that we have completed our first lesson, and that is the result. We get 50 points and we display here the 50 points. Now next it's going to show the overall progress. So let's go and let's work on that one. So I will go back here. So I will just minimize this for now, and here we are going to have our progress bar. So I will be using the card. Under the card we will be having the card header. After the card header we will be having the card title. And this is also, you can also take a copy paste from the course ID. In the course ID also you will have the progress. So if I go and check your progress, then you have a very similar, you will have all this thing. So I will just copy this and I can just put it here. So I will go here and we can have this here like this, and I will have it like this. Okay, so we have the your progress, and we will change the label as overall progress. After that we are going to have the card content. So let me have the card content, and inside the card content we will be having a div. Let me give some classes to this div. This is going to be flex, items as center, we will be having justify as between, and margin bottom as 2. Below that we will be using a span, and in this span we will be having here the earned count, then we will be having divided by total count, and here we're going to have the achievements. Okay, so this is for the span. We will be having some classes on this span, so let me give some classes here. So I will be using text as SM, and then we will be having font as medium. Okay, after this span we are going to have another span for the percentage. So what I will do is I'm going to go and add one more span. We will be having here text SM, but here the text color would be gray 500, and what we will display here is here I'm going to have the progress dot to fixed, and we will be passing 0 here, and then we have the percentage. All right, and then we just need to display the progress bar. So I will go here, and here we will have our progress component from the Shadcn UI. Now this is going to contain the value, and then you will have the class name, and then you can just close this. So our class name would be, we can give the height, so height will be 2, and here the value can come as progress. Okay, so you have this one. If we go and check, if I go here, then you see you have 1 of 4 achievements. And next we need to have this tab. So you have all earned, and you have these 3 tabs. So let's create the tabs quickly. So what I will do is I'm going to go here, and to create the tabs, I'm going to just have the tabs here. You can simply have the tabs. So let me have the tabs from the Shadcn UI. Now inside the tab, what we will do is we're going to have the tab list. So let's create the list first. So I'm going to copy the list and I'm going to add the list here. Okay, we need to import the tab list. So I will be having tabs list, and we will be having the tabs trigger. So I will be having tabs trigger. Okay, and here first we will have the all achievements tab. Then we will be having earned with an earned count. We will be having locked with the locked count length. So we have this one. Now each of the tab, we will also need to get the content of it. So what I will do is we will be having the tabs content, and first we will be having the value as all. Okay, and this is going to be a string and not a variable value. After that, we are going to create a div. I will be having a classes on this div. So we will be having grid gap 4, and we will be having for medium devices, we will be having the grid column as 2. Now if we go back here, then we will be having first all achievements. So here we have 5, then here we will be having earned, and here we will be having the locked one. So that's why we create the grid. Now what we will do is we are going to first have the achievements, and here we are going to display all the achievements. So I will be having achievement dot map, and when you do the map, you will get an individual achievement of type any, and after that you will be having an arrow function. And then what we will do is we are going to simply have the achievement badge. So we will be creating a component which is called the achievement badge, and that badge is going to look like something like this. So you see, this is a box and you have this. So here I will be having the achievement. So here I will just change this to badge, achievements badge, and this achievement badge is going to take a key first. So the key would be achievement dot id, and then you will pass whatever the achievements information you have with you. So I will be having the achievement information. Okay, so this is the first tab content. Now you will just repeat it for the other one as well. So what I will do is I'm going to take this tab content, I will copy this one time, and here again. Now here instead of all, it's going to be earned, and this is logged, so this is going to be logged. Rest of the information would be same. And here instead of the achievements, we are going to use the earned achievements. So we will be having earned achievements, we're going to keep it everything same, and here the logged ones, so we will be having the log achievements. Oops, not here, but we will be having here. So here we will be having the logged achievements. So this page is almost done. We need to create this achievement badge. So what I will do is let's go to the common. So I'm going to go here, and here I'm going to create a new file, and the name of the file will be achievement badge.tsx. Okay, let's create this achievement badge. So here what we will do is first we are going to create the interface. So I will just copy paste the interface. So this is the information, we have it on the achievements, and you can check this information when you do the console log. So if I go and check here, then you have this achievement, and here you will find this criteria, description, earned at, icon, and everything. So this is what we have, some basic information. Now let's create the export. We will be having a function, and this is going to be achievement badge. Okay, this is going to accept the props. So I'm going to copy the props here, and these props would be of type achievement badge props. After that, we are going to have this arrow function, and we need to just return the JSX. Now in the JSX, we will be having a card component. We will apply some conditional classes on this card, because this is going to get changed based on that you have a earned achievement or you don't have it. So I will just copy the CSS, and I'm going to add the CSS here. Okay, we're going to import the cn from utils. Now here you will see that if you have earned it, then you will have some kind of classes to it and the opacity, and if not, then you will just have whatever the classes you have provided. After this, what we will do is we are going to have another div, and here also I will have some classes. So I'm going to just copy paste those conditional classes. Okay, and here you will display the icon. So whatever the icon is, so I will be having icon here. So if we go back here, and if I go here, then you see the icon. So here is the icon which we are displaying. Okay, now after the icon, we will have the content. So what I will do is we are going to go here. We will be having a div, and on this div I will be having a class name as flex 1. Inside that we will be having an h4. I will be having the class name as font semi bold, and here we will define the name. So I will be having name. After the name we will be having a paragraph tag, and inside the paragraph tag we will be having the description. We'll give some classes to this paragraph tag as well. So I will be having here text sm text gray 500, and then we will be having the description. After that, what we will do is we are going to display that if it's earned, and you will be having earned at. All right, and if you have both, then you display something. In this we are going to have a paragraph tag. Let's give some classes. Text as xs extra small, then we're going to have the text gray 400 and margin top as 1. After that we are going to here have the earned on, and we will display the date. So here you will have the new date that is going to be earned at, and then you will be using to locale date string. So that's how we will get that earn that and at what date you have earned it. Now once you are done with this, in the end what you will do is that if you have the earned, then you will also display the award icon. So I will be having an award icon, and I will give the classes to this award icon height as 5, width as 5, text I want yellow, and it should be 500. Okay, so we have this component ready. Now if we want to use this component, what I will do is I will go back to my achievements and I'm going to import them. So here I will be having the achievement badge, and we will import it. Now let's go and let's check. So if I go back here and if I go here, then now you see we have all the achievements, which are 4. I have earned only 1 achievement, and 3 of them are logged now. Achievement page is completely ready. Now what I will do is I will go back to the courses, and in the courses, if I click on the brand new, this is React testing tutorial. First we need to fix this one, but before fixing that, what I will do is we will try to enroll it. So I will go and I will enroll it first. Now here you will see that as soon as I enroll it, I will click this one, which I can watch it and I can mark it as complete. Now as soon as I mark it as complete, I see that this selected lesson is not a function. So we have one issue here which we are going to solve. Here it's already marked as complete. If I mark it as complete this one as well, then you will see this is also completed, but here the values are not getting updated. So let's go and let's check. So I'm going to go to your progress, and I will go to this page. I will go for the your progress first. All right, and in this your progress, what we use is we will have this completed lesson which is coming 0. If I go back here, you see 0 of 2. It should be 2 of 2 because we have completed 2 lessons. So that means the value of completed is not getting updated. And if I come here, then we see we have the course and we have the lessons, and here we misspelled the, so I'm going to have it here as lessons. If I go here, then you see now I have 2 of 2 completed and it's 100%. So we fixed that first issue. Now if I go back to my dashboard, the numbers getting updated. I have 3 courses in progress. Streak is day 2 because I am being now using this application continuously for 2 days. You have 3 on 3. You have your recent activities are also coming here now. So you have your recent activity. Let's go back, and you also see the level also now got 6. If I go to the courses again, if I click on this one, we need to fix this one, that why this is coming as an empty. So let's go and let's check that one. So I will close this, and when I close it, it gets closed. I will go to some other courses. So I will go to this one where we have a couple of more lessons. So let's go and let's check this one first. So if I go back here, and if we see the modal, so if I go here, and this is where my modal is. Okay, so we see that whenever we load this page, there is some value which is getting here, and that could be the reason that the modal is getting open. We can check the state here. So if I go up, then here instead of an object, we will make it as null, and that will, I think, prevent the modal to get open. We can go and check here. So if I go back to dashboard, if I come back to courses, if I go to this one, then now you will see that it's not getting open. The modal is not getting open. So we will fix that. All right. Now, if I click on this complete, then you will see this progress is getting increased. Now this is 29%. Now if I open it, and when I open it, and if I click on here mark as complete, we see that we get an error, and that is the selected lesson is not a function. So we need to fix that one. So let's go back, and if we go on the modal, so I'm going to have the modal, and inside this modal, what we will do is when we click on the complete, so this is the place where we do the complete, and here what we have is we have a course. If we have a course, we enrolled, and if not, then we have a selected lesson dot completed, and we have this button. After that, we have this mutate. We take the selected lesson and id, and we do the selected lesson as null. Okay, so this should be set selected lesson as null. So this was one of the mistake we did it, and we set it as a null. Now we can go and try. So if I go back here, and if I open it again, if I click on mark as complete, then you see it's getting completed, and you also have that 4 of the 7 lessons has been done. So we have our application is almost completely ready. We have the leaderboards as well. So here you will see the leaderboard. We have the achievements as well. You see you have a quick learner because we have completed 5 lessons total, and these are 2 earns, this one are 2 logged. Let's create another user. So I will go here and I will sign out. Now as soon as I sign out, I will come to this page, which is my landing page. Let's create a new user. So I will get a new user. I'm going to create a new user as Nathan@gmail.com. Let's give the password for this one. I'm going to click on continue, and you see that as soon as we created, Nathan is logged in. Nathan has a level 1, 0 XP, no activities, all the stats are clear, 0 streak and everything. If I go to the courses, we see all the courses available here. If I go to leaderboard, you see now Nathan is on the second place because he is the second user and he has 0 XP. If I go to the achievements, he has 0 earned, all 4 are logged for him, 0% completion, and total XP is 0. And here you don't have anything to display, and here you have 4 achievements to display. Now what we can do is we can also get the image. So if I go and manage account, and if I update my profile, so let me upload. Alright, so I have uploaded the pic here and I will save it. Now what I will do is I will also go and update the profile. So I will be having here Nathan, I will be having here Desmet, and I will save it. Okay, so we have all the details for the Nathan. I will close it, and here you will see that you have the Nathan is displayed. Now what we will do next is let's go and add some courses. So I'm going to go and have the course for, let's say I will be having it for the Next.js. So I'm going to go for the Next.js tutorials, and here you have a long list of the Next.js tutorial. I'm going to click on enroll now, and you see I have enrolled it. Let's click on the first one. So we will be watching this, and after watching this we can also do a full screen. So this is what it looks like, a full screen. I'm going to click on mark as complete. Okay, now as soon as I click on mark as complete, you see that one of the lesson is completed, and this gets changed to 7%. I also get the total XP points as 640 for this particular lesson. Now if I go to the achievements, here you will see that we have our first achievement unlocked. So we have the earn 1 and we have logged 3. Now since you have already achieved 1, so you have a 25% of the achievement progress, and you have 1 of the 4. If I go to leaderboard, now you will see that here also I can see the image of the Nathan. We can go and have another user. So I will just log out. Let's create another user as Alex, and we have this one. Now if I go to leaderboards, then you will see that Alex has become the third one. Now if you want to see all rankings, we can also go and have one more user. So I will log out. I will create one more user as ram@gmail.com, and we have the 4th user. So if I go to leaderboard now, then here you will see that you have 3, first, second and third, and then you are on the rank 4. All right, so I logged in with the Alex, and now let's go and let's learn something. So I will be going for the React hooks. I will enroll it. I'm going to click on complete, and then if I go to leaderboards, then you will see that I am on the rank 2. I also see that the all rankings are not coming. So what I will do is for the all rankings, let's go and let's check. So if we go on the leaderboard, and if we go for the all rankings, and here is the problem, we have the length misspelled. If I save it, then you will see we have the all rankings here. So this part is also fixed now. Let's go to the achievements. This is also fixed. You can go to courses and you can go to the dashboard, which is going to have this one. All right, so our project is completely ready. Now it's time to deploy this project on Vercel so that you can use it and share it with the friends. And all these operations are also happening in the database. So this is our database, and if I go to the users, then you have all the users already here. If we go to the users achievement, we are capturing the user achievement as well. These are the progress for the users. These all are the lessons and their orders. These are the enrollments to our courses, and none of the courses is yet completed. Then we have the courses here, and then we have the achievements here. Now to deploy the application on the Vercel, the first thing we need to do is we need to push our changes to the GitHub. So let's go to the GitHub. So I'm going to go to the GitHub. Okay, and here I'm going to create a new project. So I will be having here BuildSpace. Okay, I will just give a gamified learning platform. Okay, after that we will be having this create repository. All right, so the repository is created. Now we need to push our changes. So before pushing our changes, what I will do is I will go to the here, and in the terminal I'm going to have plus first npm run build, and we will see that our application is building properly or not. If there are any issues, we will just resolve them. So we don't see any issues and the application is built successfully. Now the next what we will do is we are going to commit these changes. So if I go here, we will be first having this one get init. So let me have a get init. After that I will be having my commit. So let me have the before commit I need to add all the files. So let me have the add all. So here I'm going to have the get status and we have all these files. Okay, so what I will do is I will have the get add asterisk. Once we have added, next we will be using the commit. So I will be having this one. I will go here and I will add this one. After that we are going to have the get branch main. So I'm going to add this. Then we will set the remote repo. So I will have the get add remote origin, and then we can just push our changes. So I will copy this and I'm going to push those changes. So now next what we will do is we will be going to the Vercel. So here I am on the Vercel. So let me go to the vercel.com, and in the vercel.com we're going to have the add new project. Okay, and here you need to get the repo. So our build space was the repo, so I'm going to click on the import. Now this is going to import. We need to add the environment variables. Okay, after adding the environment variables, you can just click on deploy. So this is going to take some time, and if there are any errors, we will fix those errors. Here you can also check the build logs. All right, after that you will be having the deployment summary. All right, so here you will see that you just deployed a new project to the page malware's project. All right, so our application I think is deployed. We can go to dashboard, and this is our dashboard. If we want to access our application, then we can click on this one, and here you will see that application is accessible. So you will have all the users which we have. So I'm going to log in with maybe ram@gmail.com. I will click on continue. Let's add the password. Okay, so we logged in with the RAM. If I go to leaderboard, then we have all this information on the leaderboard as well. What I will do is I'm going to add a profile image for the RAM. So I'm going to click on update. I'm going to have this as Ram Jain, and I will click on the upload. Let me add some random image. All right, I will click on the save. Okay, so the image is added. Now what I will do is I will go to the courses and I will search for the Next.js courses. All right, here let's enroll it first. So I'm going to click on the enroll, and after enrollment what you will see is that you have this video. I will click on mark as complete, and you will see that as soon as we do complete, we get this 7%. We get this 1 day streak, we get the XP points, we get the level. If I go to the leaderboards, then here you will see that now Ram is here and Nathan is here. If I go to the achievements, then we see that we have the achievements. We also see the search, so the search is also working. So here we go, and we have our application ready. Our application BuildSpace for learning, a gamified learning platform, is completely ready, and there's a lot of things we have done in this application while building it, in terms of the backend, in terms of the logic, in terms of the architecture, how we designed the application, and overall it was a end-to-end fun project. So now you can just share your platform to any of your friends, then they can just start learning the web development and then start building their projects. So I hope you liked the video. A thumbs up is appreciated. You can also connect with me via Facebook or Instagram. You can follow me on Twitter for latest updates, and before you go, don't forget to subscribe the channel or press the bell icon so that you don't miss the videos like this one. Thank you. Thanks for watching.